Gave my rental duplex to my best friend, then she called the police. When I used my own key, "You no longer have the right to come in here." The person who said that was Lauren Hayes, my best friend of more than 20 years. She was standing inside the duplex my grandmother had left me, a property with only my name on the deed. The security chain was still fastened between us, and my key was in my hand, but it would not open the door. "My name is Emily Carter. I am 42 years old, I live in Street Lewis, and I had been married to Kevin for 18 years. That morning, Renee, the downstairs tenant, sent me a photo of a water stain spreading across her kitchen ceiling. I had given 48 hours notice that I would be coming to inspect it. The key slid into the lock smoothly, just as it always had. Then, it would not turn. I pulled it out, checked it, and inserted it again. Same result. The lock looked shinier than I remembered, with fresh scratches around the edge. I knocked. Lauren opened the door only a hand's width. Behind her were boxes stacked along the hallway and a man standing in the living room. "I need to come in and inspect the water damage." "No." "Who changed the lock?" "Kevin." I tightened my grip on the key. "Kevin doesn't own this place." He gave me the upstairs unit. For 1 second, I wanted to reach through the gap and slide the chain free. I forced my hand down against my thigh. "Lauren, you know this duplex is in my name." She did not answer. She took out her phone, dialed 3 numbers, and told the dispatcher that someone was trying to enter the home where she lived without her permission. She told the dispatcher that someone was trying to enter the home where she lived without her permission. I called Kevin. The phone rang until the call went to voicemail. 15 minutes later, a patrol car pulled up at the curb. I handed the officer a copy of the deed. He read it and confirmed that my name was the only one on it. Lauren pointed to the stack of mail, the utility bill, the business records listing the duplex address, and the boxes behind her. "Mrs. Carter," the officer said, "you are the owner. But Miss Hayes is residing here. We cannot remove her tonight. This is a civil matter." I was the homeowner. Lauren was the one who called the police. And in the end, I was the one who had to step down from the doorway. When I got into my car, my phone lit up. Kevin had texted, "Don't make this worse. Come home and we'll talk." Before I tell you what happened after that day, tell me in the comments where you're watching from. And if someone you trusted has ever made decisions for you, stay, because the new lock was only the beginning. At the time, I still thought the only thing my husband had given my best friend was a room. I did not yet know that he had also given her the rent money, the secrets of our marriage, and the right to make decisions for me. The duplex in Tower Grove South was a 2-story brick building, with 2 front doors side by side beneath the same porch roof. Grandma Ruth lived in the downstairs unit throughout my childhood and rented out the upstairs unit. On Saturday afternoons, she would spread her hard-bound ledger across the kitchen table and hand me a pen. She read the numbers, and I wrote them down. Date received, amount, tenant's name. Before I wrote anything else, she made me draw a separate column. "Taxes and repairs come out first," she said. "Only what's left belongs to you. If you spend from that other column, the house starts eating itself." There was one other thing she said over and over. I remember it because it sounded unnecessary at the time. Never give every key to one person, even someone you love. She died in the fall when I was 24. In her will, she left me the duplex. No mortgage, no debt, and a brass house number plaque she polished herself every month. I inherited it before I was married. At the end of that year, after the deed had been recorded in my name, I married Kevin. He was a regional manager for an apartment operations company and spent his days handling leases, repair requests, and operating accounts. I processed property claims for an insurance company, and I knew I was not as good as he was at calling a plumber at 10 o'clock at night, so I let him handle that part. Collecting rent, paying expenses, arranging repairs, nothing more. Renee Alvarez moved into the downstairs unit 6 years ago and paid on time every month. I rented the furnished upstairs unit month to month. When Grace started high school, Kevin and I sat at the dining table and agreed that the net rent after expenses would be transferred regularly into a 529 account that I managed, with Grace as the beneficiary. "She'll graduate without carrying the kind of debt her friends will have," Kevin said that day. He sounded pleased, like a man who had just solved a difficult problem. I wrote the number in a new ledger. It was not Grandma Ruth's, but I ruled the columns exactly the same way. Lauren had been part of my life before Kevin ever was. We met during our first year of college. We lived on the same dorm floor and complained about the cafeteria eggs together. More than 20 years later, she was still the first person I called with good news and the first person I called with bad news. Lauren was my maid of honor. She knew Grandma Ruth, had sat with her in the downstairs kitchen, and had called her Grandma Ruth until Grandma laughed and told her she might as well keep doing it. The summer before Grace was born, Lauren helped me repaint the upstairs unit. We wore old t-shirts, taped along the baseboards, and argued over 2 shades of white that looked almost identical. She was the one standing on a ladder, rolling paint across the kitchen ceiling, the same ceiling Renee would later photograph for me. Once, when I complained about rising college tuition, Lauren tapped a finger on the table and said, "You already have Grace's college house. Don't worry." She knew the duplex was mine. She knew it came from my grandmother. She knew where the rent was supposed to go. Grace had called her Aunt Lauren since she learned to speak and believed Aunt Lauren was family not by blood, but in the way people are family when they are always at the holiday table. I used to think no one in the world understood what that house meant better than Lauren did. Then, last spring, after 13 years of marriage, Lauren got divorced. She called me close to midnight, her voice raw, and said her ex-husband was keeping the house and she could no longer afford her apartment. She did not ask me for anything. I was the one who spoke first. The words came out before I had time to think them through. "The upstairs unit is empty. Move in." There was a long silence on the other end. Then Lauren started crying, the kind of crying people try to hold back by covering their mouths with one hand. The next morning, I told Kevin in the kitchen and waited for him to frown. He did not. "Family helps family," he said, pouring more coffee into my cup. I wrote an agreement exactly 1 page long. I printed 2 copies at the office during my lunch break. In the middle of the claim files, I spent all day reading for places where what people said did not match the paperwork. 3 months. No rent. Lauren would pay her own electricity and internet. No changing the locks. No additional occupants. No using the basement for business storage. No listing the address as a business location. Any extension required my written approval. I slid the paper across the dining table, feeling slightly embarrassed, as if I had just made my best friend sign a promise not to steal from me. Lauren skimmed it, laughed, and signed beneath the last line. "You're exactly the same as you were in the dorm," she said. "Still labeling every cabinet. My grandmother taught me that." "I know." She pushed the paper back. "Just 3 months. I only need enough time to get back on my feet." She moved in with 9 cardboard boxes and 1 suitcase. Grace helped carry them, the 2 of them counting the stairs as they climbed, while Lauren called her chief assistant. That evening, we ate pizza sitting on the floor of the upstairs unit, our backs against the wall Lauren and I had once painted together. Kevin handled the rest. He gave her the key, transferred the electric bill into her name, and called someone to replace a leaking kitchen faucet I had not even known was leaking. "I've got it," he said when I asked whether I should call a plumber. "Just leave it to me." A few weeks later, I began noticing something small. When a breaker tripped, Lauren texted Kevin. When the heater made noise, Lauren texted Kevin. Once, she texted him to ask about the recycling bin while she was sitting exactly 3 feet away from me at my own dining table. It seemed reasonable. He was the manager. He knew where the pipes were. Lauren ate dinner at our house 2 or 3 nights a week. She brought wine, complimented the food, and asked Grace about her college essays. Some evenings, I got up to clear the dishes, and when I came back, Kevin and Lauren were still sitting there with their heads tilted slightly toward each other, talking about difficult clients, canceled contracts, and years of work no one had recognized. "At least somebody understands what that feels like," Lauren said. Kevin laughed, the kind of laugh I had not heard in our kitchen for a long time. I washed the dishes and thought I was watching a friend slowly get back on her feet after a fall. I thought I had done the right thing. The 3rd month passed. Lauren did not mention a move-out date. That evening, I asked Kevin whether we should remind her. He did not look up from his phone. "Do you realize you're making her feel like a burden?" I let it go for another 2 weeks. Then, on a Friday afternoon, I drove to the duplex with a box of pastries and asked her directly, "When are you planning to move out?" Lauren was arranging rolls of fabric on the kitchen table. She did not stop. Kevin said, "I don't need to rush." I remember holding the pastry box for a few more seconds before setting it down. That evening, I asked Kevin. He said just a few more months, long enough for her to build some financial stability. I never agreed to extend the arrangement. "You wrote that agreement yourself, Emily. You're being too rigid." "I wrote it because every agreement involving that house needs to be clear. Your grandmother has been dead for 18 years. He said it lightly, almost like a joke. I carried the sentence to bed and lay staring at the ceiling for a long time. After that, everything moved faster. I went down to the basement looking for a ladder and found 2 new rows of shelves loaded with foam boxes, picture frames, and rolls of ribbon printed with the name of Lauren's event design company. On her website, the address field listed my duplex. A gray pickup truck began parking out front from evening until morning, first 3 nights a week, then 4. I repeated the agreement to her, line by line. "Kevin knows," Lauren said. I asked him. Then Renee called. "Emily, I need to ask you something," she said. "Since when is Lauren the property manager?" Renee told me Lauren had instructed her to report all repair issues to Lauren from then on. Lauren had also told her not to park too close to the basement entrance because the upstairs needs room for deliveries. I sat in my car in the parking lot at work and listened to all of it. My first instinct was to drive straight there that afternoon. I did not. I told Renee not to follow Lauren's instructions. I would handle the rest. That evening, I told Kevin. "She just lost her home, her marriage fell apart, and her business is unstable," he said. "She needs to feel like she has control over something in her life. The thing she's controlling is my house." He turned off the lamp. "You talk about her like she's some terrible tenant." 2 nights later, I woke up close to 1 in the morning. Kevin's phone screen lit up on the nightstand. It was face down, but a strip of light still showed. The name on it was Lauren. He picked it up, read the message, and set it back down. "She had a bad day," he said into the darkness, even though I had not asked anything. I lay still. I did not know what the message said. I only knew he had answered a question I had not asked. That weekend, Lauren came over and sat at the kitchen table, turning a glass of water in her hands. "Kevin is the only person who doesn't judge me," she said. "You always have a spreadsheet running in your head." I looked at her and wondered when, in this story, I had become the cold one, and my husband had become the kind one. 3 days later, Renee sent me a photo. The water stain on the downstairs kitchen ceiling was shaped like a map, its edges already yellowing. I sent an inspection notice by text and email exactly 48 hours in advance to both Lauren and Kevin. "I'll be there," Kevin texted back. On Saturday morning, his car was not there. I inserted my key into the lock. It would not turn. The officer questioned me first, then Lauren, then wrote everything down. I handed him the copy of the deed I kept in a file folder in my trunk. He checked the name, asked what year I had received the property, and asked whether anyone else was listed on it. "No one," I said. "I inherited it before I got married." Lauren opened the door wider. She produced a stack of mail in her name, an electric bill in her name, and business records on the kitchen table that I had never seen before. Behind her, the man who drove the gray pickup stood in the living room doorway, holding up his phone to record. Renee came out onto the porch. She confirmed that I had always been the owner, and that Kevin only handled the rent and repairs. The officer nodded and said something I would remember for a long time. "The paperwork says you are the owner, but she is residing here. She has belongings and receives mail here. We do not decide occupancy rights at the doorstep. This is a civil matter." Then what am I supposed to do? "Do not force your way in. Do not change the locks. Do not let tonight turn into something else." I thought about the chain and the new lock. I thought about pushing the door open. Then I thought about Grace and the incident report that would have my name on the first line. I stepped down 1 stair. My phone vibrated. Kevin was calling back. I walked out to the sidewalk so Lauren could not hear. "Who gave permission to change the lock?" He was silent for a few seconds. I heard traffic behind him. "I did. I had to stop walking." "Say that again." "She needed to feel safe. Emily, if I didn't understand, then I should have been asked." You would have said no. The words fell between us and stayed there. Did you tell her the upstairs unit would belong to her? Emily. Yes or no? Yes, he said. But you don't use the upstairs unit. It was only a rental. I knew you would understand. You just needed time. I looked down at the hand holding the phone. My knuckles had gone white. Your name has never been on that property. I've operated it for years. Operating it is not owning it. He kept talking about how I always needed control and how he had not expected things to go this far. I hung up in the middle of his sentence. When I turned back, the patrol car had started its engine. Lauren was still standing in the doorway with her arms crossed. I walked up 2 steps, close enough that I did not have to raise my voice. Lauren, you know Kevin has never owned this place. Kevin manages everything here, Lauren said. He gave me the keys. He pays the contractors. He told me I could stay. Did you ever ask me? She opened her mouth, then closed it. I stood there and counted 3 full beats of silence. Inside, the man lowered his phone. That was the clearest answer I received all evening. All right, I said. I drove 3 blocks before pulling over. I sat in the car with my hands still on the steering wheel and thought about 20 years, about strips of painter's tape along the baseboards in the upstairs kitchen, and about the name Grace had called her since she learned to speak. Then I picked up my phone and found the number for Nora Patel, an attorney who had handled an inheritance matter for a coworker. 3 days later, I sat in Nora's office with the deed, the 1-page agreement, and a copy of the incident report spread across her desk. Nora read everything and stacked each page neatly. She did not ask what kind of lock I wanted to install. She asked, I want to see the last 14 months of statements. Where did the rent money go? 14 months? I repeated. Nora turned the file toward me and tapped the date line in the agreement. Lauren signed this about 9 months ago. But I want at least 14 months of statements. I need to know whether the cash flow changed before or after she moved in. I told her the rent went into the duplex operating account. Kevin managed it. Nora wrote down 1 line, then moved to the immediate issue. You are the sole owner. You received this property before the marriage. It has no mortgage, and your husband's name is not on the deed. He cannot give it away verbally. He cannot transfer ownership, and a promise does not create ownership rights. Then I can get the upstairs unit back. Yes, but not with a key. She set down her pen. Miss Hayes is actually residing there. She receives mail there, keeps belongings there, and sleeps there. The fact that she pays no rent does not mean you can drag her out yourself. You may not change the locks, shut off utilities, or put her belongings on the curb. If you do any of those things, you will be the one in the wrong on paper. I already had to stand outside my own door. I know. We will follow the proper process. That is how your case stays strong. She drafted a notice terminating Lauren's right of occupancy that week and served it through the required process. I handled the rest myself. I sent Kevin 1 line. Effective today, he no longer had authority to manage the duplex. He called 4 times. I did not answer. I opened a new operating account in my name alone at a different bank. I called Renee, apologized for the disruption, and sent her new payment instructions. She said she was relieved. I went to the county property records website and searched the address. There was no transfer, no mortgage, and no recorded document other than the deed in my name. On Tuesday night, I sat at my kitchen table and logged into the 529 account I managed for Grace. The balance was not the number I had in my head. I scrolled through the transaction history. The most recent contribution from the duplex had been 11 months earlier. After that came a long, empty column, with only the growth on the money already there. I sat very still. I remembered Kevin standing beside that same chair the previous October, saying property taxes had gone up and that we needed to hold money back because the roof would soon need work. I opened the repair receipt folder I had kept ever since Grandma Ruth taught me to keep one. There was no roofing estimate, no roofer's invoice, nothing larger than 1 drain cleaning and 2 hallway light bulb replacements. I closed the computer and sat in the dark kitchen until I heard Grace open the upstairs bathroom door. Renee had paid on time every month for 6 years without missing once. But when I traced the old account statements backward, I saw a pattern. The money arrived in the morning, and only a few hours later, Kevin transferred it out. Nora referred me to Marisol Vega, a forensic accountant with a small office on the 4th floor and exactly 2 framed credentials on the walls. I brought everything I had the right to access: the operating account statements, our joint account statements, Renee's payment history, the 529 contribution records, and my own ruled ledger. I work only with numbers, Marisol said at the beginning. I do not draw conclusions about your marriage, and I do not decide who owns what. I tell you where the money went. That's enough. She worked for 3 weeks. The morning I returned, a thick stack of papers sat on the table, with lines marked in 4 different colors. The downstairs tenant paid $2,250 every month, consistently, Marisol said. I matched every payment. For 14 months, the money entered the operating account and was then transferred to another account either the same day or the next day, with almost no exceptions. What account? A personal account controlled by your husband. In the transfer memo, he called it a reserve fund. Were there corresponding repairs? No major projects. No roofing contractor, no plumber beyond 2 minor calls, and no tax increase large enough to explain this. She turned to a page with 4 columns. From that account, the money went in 4 directions. By $11,800 paid credit card debt in Lauren Hayes' name. $7,600 paid her auto loan and car insurance. $6,900 paid for materials, merchandise, a domain name, and platform fees for her event design business. $4,700 paid divorce attorney fees, storage costs, and utilities. I listened to each number the way someone listens to lab results being read aloud. Total? $31,000. I placed a hand on the edge of the table. There is one more thing you should know. Marisol turned the page toward me and pointed to the first line. The first payment in the credit card group began about 4 months before Miss Hayes moved into the property. I read the date 3 times. 4 months before she moved into the upstairs unit? Yes, Marisol said. I am only stating the timing. What it means is for you to decide. My first instinct was to call Kevin from the hallway and ask why the payments had started on that date. I did not call. I had lived for 18 years with a man who always had an easy-to-hear version of every story, and I knew that if I asked while holding only 1 page, I would receive another easy-to-hear version. I told Marisol to prepare a complete report with sources and dates, suitable for filing. 2 weeks, she said. That evening, I brought the papers home, put them in a file bag under the dining table, and cooked pasta for Grace like I did every Thursday. After dinner, I opened my computer to answer work email. The 529 tab was still open because I had checked it again that afternoon and forgotten to close it. Grace carried her bowl to the sink, walked behind me, and stopped. Mom, this is my fund, right? I reached to lower the screen. I stopped halfway. She was 17. The next month, she had to choose a college. Yes. Grace leaned closer, tracing the date column with one finger the same way she reviewed her grades. Why hasn't anything gone into it for almost a year? I looked at her and heard the faucet still running behind us. Then Grace stared at the balance for a long time and asked, "Did Lauren know that money was for me?" I turned off the faucet and told her to sit down. I had told myself I would wait until the full report was finished, but she had seen the empty column, and I could not lie to a 17-year-old about her own college money. The rent was supposed to be transferred into your fund. For almost a year, it wasn't. Where did it go? Your father used it to help Lauren. Grace did not react immediately. She turned the cup on the table half a circle. How much? $31,000. The garage door opened at that exact moment. Kevin walked in, still wearing his employee badge, saw the 2 of us at the table, and immediately understood what was happening. Grace, let your mother and me talk. I'm already here, Dad. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and placed his keys on the table. It was temporary support, he said. She was going through the worst period of her life. She'll pay it back. Is there a loan agreement? I asked. Emily. Is there any paperwork? A text confirming the amount? A repayment schedule? I wasn't going to make a friend sign a promissory note. But making her sign an occupancy agreement was fine, I said. No, wait, I was the one who did that. He turned to Grace and shifted into the same voice he used when explaining to tenants why a fee was reasonable. You're still going to be fine. You can apply for scholarships, you can use student loans, in-state tuition is much cheaper, and honestly, I think Mizzou is a better fit for you anyway. Were you planning to tell me? Grace asked. Tell you what? If I hadn't seen the screen tonight, were you going to tell me before I chose a school? Kevin reached for his keys, then set them back down. This isn't as simple as you think. I only asked yes or no. He did not answer. Grace nodded, a very small nod, as if she were recording something for herself. Did Lauren know that money was mine? Lauren was in a very difficult situation. That's not an answer, Dad. She stood, carried her cup to the sink, set it down carefully, and went upstairs. I heard her bedroom door close, not slam, just close. I did not call her back downstairs. I also did not add one more sentence to pull her toward me. He was her father, and I would not turn her into a judge. Kevin remained seated for a while. You see, you just hurt her. No, I stood and picked up the papers from under the table. I answered her question. I'll get the money back. Give me time. 18 years. I held the file against my chest. I gave you 18 years and every key. From now on, everything goes through an attorney. He looked at me as if I had spoken in another language. You're serious? Nora Patel. I'll send you her information. Nora filed for divorce the following week. I did not lock him out of the joint account, touch the retirement funds, or do anything beyond what she told me I was allowed to do. At the same time, Lauren's notice terminating her right of occupancy reached its deadline. She did not move out. She hired an attorney, and to prove she had permission to stay, she submitted more than 40 pages of text messages between herself and Kevin. Nora set the stack of papers on the table with an expression I had never seen on her before. She filed these to prove your husband gave her permission to stay. In that respect, they do help her. Nora pushed the stack toward me. But you should read them before I use them. I turned to the first page. The opening messages were exactly what I expected. Keys, the electric bill, the leaking faucet, the date the contractor was coming. Then I reached page 9. The upstairs unit will be yours. I'll take care of it. Does Emily know? Don't ask Emily right now. She'll say no before she has time to understand. I read it 3 times. Not because I did not understand, but because I needed to make sure I was not reading anything into it that was not there. A few pages later, that house belongs to Emily. She'll never agree. I can handle it. Leave it to me. I kept turning pages. In a message sent right after Renee made a payment. Renee just paid. I'll take care of your car payment. Okay? Kevin is the only person who is still on my side. Not one line asked whether Kevin had the right to use that money. Not once. She had sat in my kitchen dozens of evenings, heard me talk about Grace's 529 account, and called the duplex Grace's college house. Then the last part of the file shifted into something entirely different. Kevin is the only person who makes me feel safe. Lauren understands me better than Emily does. At home, I'm just the person who signs the checks. Emily always has to control everything. She doesn't need me. She only needs everything in the right order. Emily doesn't appreciate Kevin. I read all 40 pages in Nora's conference room without skipping a line. There were no photos, no sexual messages, no hotels, and no plans for a future together. I did not know whether they had slept together. I still do not know. What I knew for certain was that 2 people had sat on opposite sides of the city and made decisions about my property, and both had agreed that I should not be asked. Kevin called me that evening. He already knew what Lauren had filed. I know what you're thinking. But it was only friendship, Emily. I'm not arguing about what to call it. Then what do you want? I want you to explain why a friendship had to be hidden from your wife for 14 months. He stayed silent long enough for me to hear the television in the room he was renting. I knew you would say no, he finally said. Yes, I would have said no. I kept my voice level. That was my right. You did not take it by mistake. That was the exact thing you took. He did not answer. The next day, Nora circled exactly 4 passages in red. We do not need to prove an affair, she said. We need to prove 2 things. First, He knew he did not have your consent, he wrote that himself. Second, Miss Hayes knew the property belonged to you and knew you would refuse, she wrote that herself. And she submitted it herself. She submitted it herself, Nora said. Lauren went into court with Kevin's promise. I went in with the deed, the 3-month agreement bearing her signature, and the same 40 pages of messages she had filed. The courtroom was smaller than I expected. The ceiling was low, the benches were wooden, and the clock ran slightly fast. Nora presented the deed first. My name, the date I inherited the property, no mortgage, no transfer, and no other name anywhere in the county's property history. Then came the 1-page agreement. 3 months, no changing the locks. Any extension had to be in writing. Lauren's signature was at the bottom, in the handwriting I had known since we were 18. Renee answered a few brief questions. She confirmed that every rental document had always identified me as the owner, and that Kevin only handled the rent and repairs. Lauren's attorney argued that her client had a reasonable basis to believe she was allowed to stay. The property manager had given her the keys, approved changing the lock, and told her the upstairs unit belonged to her. I believed Kevin had the authority, Lauren said when questioned. She looked down at the table. He had been running that place for years. Nora did not interrupt. She waited for her turn. Operating a property and owning it are two different things. Mr. Carter was authorized to collect rent, pay expenses, and arrange repairs. No written instrument gave him authority to dispose of the property. A verbal promise does not create an indefinite right of occupancy. Then she presented the 4 text message passages. The court read them slowly, turning the pages back and forth. No one called Lauren a trespasser. Everything happened through documents, dates, and short sentences. The conclusion was that the 3-month agreement had expired and had never been extended in writing. The notice terminating her right of occupancy had been properly served, and Lauren had no right to remain. The court ordered possession of the upstairs unit returned to me and gave her a period of time to move out. I sat still on the wooden bench. I felt no sense of victory, only the feeling of a heavy door finally agreeing to close. Lauren moved out 4 days before the enforcement date. I was not there. I received the keys from her attorney in a paper envelope in the 4th-floor hallway. We did not say a word to each other. More than 20 years ended in an envelope. The divorce took several more months. The duplex was confirmed as my separate property. I had received it before the marriage, it had remained in my name, and no marital investment had changed that status. Marisol's report was filed in full. $31,000 in rent transferred out of the operating account over 14 months, divided into 4 categories, with no corresponding repairs. Kevin's attorney tried to call it a family expense. Nora asked only one question: which family? The money was treated as an amount Kevin had to reimburse, offset against his share of the marital property and retirement assets. Part of it was transferred directly into Grace's 529 account as soon as the agreement took effect. The rest was placed on a monthly repayment schedule. He also signed an agreement not to contact the tenants, access the operating account, or claim any authority over the duplex. No one was arrested, no criminal charges were filed. Kevin signed at the bottom of the page with his attorney's pen, then stood in front of me. I still think you could have handled this inside the family, he said. You had 14 months to handle it inside the family. He did not answer that. 3 days later, I unlocked the upstairs unit for the first time in months. The place was empty. The floor still held the impressions of table legs. On the kitchen ceiling, the water stain had spread into a larger ring. I opened every cabinet to inspect it, the way Grandma Ruth had taught me. In the bottom drawer, face down, was her brass house number plaque. I picked up the plaque. The brass had darkened, but the numbers were intact, and the screw holes were unchanged. Someone had taken it down and stored it, not thrown it away, just put it out of sight. I wrapped it in my coat and took it home. The first thing I did the next morning was call a locksmith. Not 1 day earlier, even though there had been moments when I desperately wanted to, I replaced every lock on the upstairs unit only after possession had been returned to me on paper. Then I handled everything else in the same order my grandmother had once drawn in the first column. The plumber found the leak in the upstairs bathtub line, the one that had been dripping into Renee's kitchen ceiling for months. Repair the pipe, cut out the damaged drywall, patch it, paint 2 coats. I paid from the new operating account, and I kept the invoice. The basement took 2 weekends. I removed both rows of shelves and swept ribbon scraps out of the cracks in the concrete floor. I completed the steps required to remove the duplex address from the business records still connected to Lauren. One evening, I sat at the kitchen table polishing the brass plaque with a cloth and the same brass cleaner Grandma Ruth had used. Grace sat across from me doing homework and looked up from time to time to see how far I had gotten. After that, I hired a property management company. They handled the tenants, contractors, and paperwork. In return, I paid a monthly fee and received a report on the 5th of every month, a report I read myself, without asking anyone else to read it for me, even during my busiest months. I reopened my ruled ledger and recorded the numbers by hand as well. Renee decided to remain in the downstairs unit. The upstairs unit had a new tenant 6 weeks later. Rent entered the operating account and was then divided automatically. One portion for taxes and the repair reserve, and the net amount transferred directly into Grace's 529 account on the 15th of every month. It passed through no one's hands. Kevin's reimbursement covered most of the shortage. The new rent was slowly replacing the rest, more slowly than I wanted, but steadily. In March, Grace received an acceptance email from an in-state public university with a partial scholarship. She read it twice before turning the screen toward me. "I'm still going to need the fund, Mom," she said. "The fund is still here." She called her father that evening. I stepped out onto the porch and did not ask what they said to each other. Kevin was still her father, they still saw each other regularly, and that relationship belonged to the two of them. I did not ask her to carry messages, ask how he was living, or use her as a bridge. I did not message Lauren. Not once. She did not message me either. I once thought I would eventually receive a long letter explaining everything, and I stopped waiting for it somewhere around the time I was scraping old paint from the basement doorframe. One Saturday morning, I set up a ladder, drilled 2 holes into the brick beside the front door, and fastened Grandma Ruth's brass plaque back in the same place it had hung for 40 years. Then I stepped back between the duplex's 2 front doors. I thought about the morning my key would not turn, the security chain, and the deed I had been forced to show outside my own house. I inserted the new key into the lock. It turned on the first try. The duplex had never stopped belonging to me. But for years, I had handed control of it to the husband I trusted and opened its door to the friend I considered family. They both knew I would say no, so they decided I did not need to be asked. What I learned was not to stop trusting people. It was that trust cannot replace boundaries, and loving someone does not mean giving them the right to make decisions for you. Lauren once called the police because I used my own key. Nearly a year later, the house, the rent, and Grace's future were finally back where they belonged. If you were in my position, would you have called an attorney that same day, or would you still have given them one more chance? The pen was lying directly on the line with my name. Rachel Morgan. Less than 10 feet away from me, my husband's mistress was sitting in his mother's living room, waiting for me to sign an agreement that had been prepared before my daughter was born. If I signed, I would leave our shared home after giving birth. Caleb would stay. His mother would have regular access to Clara, and during the weeks when I was at my weakest, they would be able to say every decision had been made in the baby's best interest. Diane placed 2 fingers on the pen and pushed it toward me. "You just need to sign the last page," she said. "We've already agreed on everything above it." "We haven't agreed on anything." Caleb sat on the couch, his elbows resting on his knees. Ashley sat at the other end, far enough from him that they could still pretend to keep their distance. "This is only temporary," Caleb said. "Just for the first few weeks. Sign it. This is to protect Clara." I was 32 weeks pregnant with her. My stomach pressed against the edge of the lowest chair in the room, while the signature page lay open in front of me as though yes were the only acceptable answer. Ashley looked down at her hands. She did not look at me. Diane pushed the pen toward me again. "Think about Clara. After you give birth, you'll be tired. You won't be able to handle everything on your own." She was not really saying I would be tired. She was saying I would be unstable. I had heard that exact word in a 51-second voicemail, the voicemail Ashley accidentally sent me the morning after the baby shower. I lowered both hands beneath the table. Not because they were shaking. Because I knew that if I put them on the table, one of the three of them would place the pen in one of them. "Sign it," Diane said. "Then I'll pour the tea." The doorbell rang. Diane looked up. No one in the room was expecting another guest. "Probably the neighbor," Diane said, and she walked out. I heard the deadbolt, then the pitch of Diane's voice change, then shoes crossing the hardwood floor at an even, unhurried pace. Olivia Grant walked in with a document folder tucked beneath her arm. Her eyes moved over every person in the room before she spoke. "I'm Olivia Grant, Rachel's attorney," she said. "She asked me to be here." "This is a family matter," Diane said from behind her. "Then I'll stand," Olivia replied. She walked to the table, picked up the pen, and set it on the far edge, out of my reach. Everyone in the room watched her do it. "Rachel will not be signing anything tonight," Olivia said. Caleb stood up. "You don't need a lawyer in my mother's house." Olivia did not answer him. She took out her phone, placed it in the center of the table on top of the papers, covering the signature line exactly, and looked at me. I nodded. Ashley's voice came through the small speaker, slightly distorted and slightly fast, the voice of someone who believed she was talking to Caleb. "Your mom said that after the baby is born, all we have to do is prove she's unstable." No one reached for the phone. Ashley looked up for the first time that entire evening. She looked at the phone, not at me. Her face went pale. Caleb started to sit down, then straightened again. "That's being taken out of context," he said. "You don't know what she was talking about before that." I looked at Ashley, the woman I had still believed was only a guest 12 days earlier. I had walked into that room with one sentence I needed to say. I put a hand on the arm of the chair and stood. "You didn't come here to protect my child," I said. "You came here to take her before she was even born." Diane opened her mouth. So did Caleb. I did not let them pull the meeting back into the story they had prepared. I did not sign. There had been no ruling yet, no divorce outcome. But to understand why my attorney was in that room, we have to go back to where it all began. 12 days earlier, Ashley walked into my baby shower wearing the bracelet my husband said he had bought for his mother. Before I take you back to the day it all began, tell me where you're watching this story from. And if the people closest to you have ever made you doubt what you saw with your own eyes, stay with me. Because my betrayal did not begin with a confession. It began with an unannounced guest, a bracelet, and a name she should never have known. I had waited 4 years for that room. The country club was in Nashville, where the grass was cut into alternating light and dark stripes and everything was arranged just so. Diane chose a small dining room because its windows overlooked the golf course. She said the light there made for better pictures. I walked in early that afternoon. 31 weeks pregnant, and I had learned to move slowly so I would not have to stop halfway across a room to catch my breath. The entire room was covered in pale pink and cream. Balloons were tied in clusters at all 4 corners. On the long table at the back sat a 3-tiered cake, a row of glassware, and a wooden sign that read, "Welcome, baby girl." This was our first daughter. There was no name. Her name was the only thing I had kept to myself, and I had asked for it to stay that way. 4 years of fertility treatments had taught me one thing: do not decorate too soon. Do not buy the crib too soon. Do not choose a name before the doctor confirms the pregnancy is progressing well. I had sat in enough waiting rooms to know what it felt like to walk out without the news you had hoped for. So even when I looked at those pink balloons, I still did not dare let myself feel completely happy. "You're standing off center." Diane appeared on my left with her phone already open to the camera. "Move over here. The window light." "Yes, Mom." She adjusted my shoulder, smoothed the fold in my dress, then stepped back 2 paces to take the picture. Diane did not host parties. She staged them. She had already sent me the color palette, the menu, and a seating chart. And when I told her we did not need a seating chart for a group where everyone knew one another, she replied that people always needed to know where they belonged. The guests began to arrive. Former co-workers from the records department, 2 friends from college, 3 neighbors. My sister Hannah arrived first and stayed close to me to help greet everyone. Caleb arrived late. I knew he was there when several people looked toward the door at the same time. Caleb sold luxury homes. He always knew how to walk into a room and make people notice him. He was not alone. The woman beside him was younger than I was, with dark blonde hair, wearing an olive green silk dress and carrying a gift box tied with a fabric ribbon. She did not turn left to look for the gift table the way everyone else had. She walked straight into the center of the room with my husband. "Hey, you." Caleb kissed my temple. "Sorry. The showing ran long." "It's okay. This is Ashley Reed." He said the name as if I should recognize it. "Ashley is an important client of mine, and she also stages a few of the homes I'm listing. Ashley, this is Rachel." "Congratulations." Ashley held out the gift box. "I don't mean to intrude. I'm only stopping by." I took the box. It was lighter than I expected. "Thank you," I said. There was a brief pause there, the kind Caleb should have filled with an explanation. He did not. He turned and started talking to someone about the golf course. I watched the distance between them. There was nothing obvious to point to. They stood about a foot apart, exactly like two coworkers. But when a server passed carrying a tray of glasses, they both leaned left at the same moment, then returned to their original positions, and neither of them had to look at the other to do it. I had spent 7 years sitting across from Caleb at the dinner table. That kind of synchronization did not look like two people who only worked together occasionally. "Ashley." Diane walked toward her with both hands extended. She did not ask who Ashley was. She did not look at me to see whether I knew this woman. She hugged Ashley with the kind of hug she reserved for people who had eaten dinner at her house. "I'm so glad you could make it," Diane said. "I couldn't miss it," Ashley replied. In my line of work, we called things like that a discrepancy in the file. Not proof, just two statements that could not both be true. Was she only stopping by, or was this something she could not miss? I did not ask. I memorized both sentences. Diane clapped twice and told everyone to take their seats. The guests scattered to find their places. A few stopped to read the place cards. Ashley did not. She walked straight past 2 rows of tables, circled behind the third chair from mine, and sat down. No searching, no asking, no glancing around like someone entering the room for the first time. She knew where she was sitting. I sat in my chair and placed her gift box on the pile to my left. Hannah looked at Ashley, then at me. I shook my head almost imperceptibly. My sister understood and went to get water. I could have stood up in the middle of the room and asked my husband why his mother knew his guests so well. I knew exactly what would happen next if I did. Caleb would lower his voice. Diane would say I was under stress. Someone would bring me a glass of water. And by that evening, the story of the shower would no longer be about Ashley. It would be about me. I had been through 4 years of needles, appointments, and waiting. I was not going to let them turn that day into a story about my hormones. So I opened gifts. I thanked each person. I laughed when my friend gave me a cat print onesie and said the baby would wear it in her first picture. And I began to remember. When it was time for pictures, Diane arranged everyone in 3 rows. She put me in the middle on a low stool, with Caleb standing behind me. Then she called several more people into the frame. Ashley was one of them. She stepped forward and stood behind Caleb's right shoulder. "Get close to the belly," Diane told the country club employee holding the phone. "But make sure the whole group is in the shot." I looked straight into the lens and held my smile for a count of 3. During those 3 counts, I thought about Ashley saying she was only stopping by, about the chair she had not needed to find, and about the fact that my husband had not once mentioned the name Ashley Reed during all the planning. After the picture, everyone scattered to get cake. Caleb leaned toward my ear. "You did great," he said. The whole thing felt so relaxed. "Thank you." He went to get coffee. I stayed beside the cake table, one hand supporting the underside of my stomach, and looked over his shoulder. Ashley picked up a glass of water and raised it toward someone at the next table. The sleeve of her silk dress slid down, revealing a bracelet. The bracelet Caleb said he had bought for his mother was on Ashley Reed's wrist at my daughter's baby shower. Before the shower, I had stood at the kitchen sink and watched my husband close the lid of a blue velvet box. He picked it up, then set it back down on the counter, the way people do when they have not decided whether to put something in a jacket pocket or a bag. "What's that?" I asked. "A gift for Mom." He tapped the edge of the box lightly. "I picked something delicate. She doesn't like anything bulky." I had seen it, not for long, exactly as long as a wife looks at a gift that is not for her. Silver, narrow, with double links and a small teardrop-shaped clasp set slightly off to one side. I recognized it immediately on Ashley Reed's wrist. I did not walk over. I stayed beside the cake table and turned my head only a few inches, just enough to find Diane in the room. She was near the window, one hand raised as she adjusted a cluster of balloons. Her usual gold watch was on her left wrist. Her right wrist was bare. No bracelet. I looked for one more second, then turned back to the cake, because I knew that if I kept staring, someone would follow my gaze. At that moment, there were only 3 sentences in my head, lined up like 3 entries in a file. Caleb said the bracelet was a gift for his mother. His mother was not wearing it. She was... Managing insurance records had taught me that when one detail does not match, asking too soon only tells people which part they need to cover. But I was not going to spend the entire afternoon with a question lodged in my throat either. Diane passed the cake table to get napkins. I stepped one pace to the right, so she had to stop. "Mom, were you happy with your gift?" "Of course." She pulled out 2 napkins. "It was just a small gathering. At my age, that's enough. Caleb told me he spent a long time choosing your present." Diane folded one of the napkins in half. "He always knows what I like," she said. Then she kept walking. She had answered the subject while avoiding the exact thing I had asked. I cut myself a slice of cake I did not intend to eat and walked toward the group near the window. Ashley was telling them about a house. 7 bedrooms, very high ceilings. She told 2 of my old college friends. The owners wanted to keep all their own furniture. I had to explain 3 times that buyers aren't buying the house, they're buying the feeling they get when they walk into it. "That sounds difficult," one of my friends said. "Not really." Ashley laughed. "Cale told me to do the talking while he kept the owners calm." Cale. Not Caleb. I was the one who usually called him that. In 7 years of marriage, I had never heard anyone from his work use that name in front of me. She did not pause after saying it. She did not correct herself. She tucked her hair behind her ear and kept talking about the ceilings. I looked at Caleb. He was holding a coffee cup. The cup stopped halfway to his mouth, then continued. That was all. But it was the reaction of someone who had just realized he had allowed something to slip that should not have. I said nothing. I stood there with a plate of cake in my hand and waited. That was the hardest part of the entire afternoon. Not the bracelet, not the name. It was the 3 seconds I spent waiting for my husband to laugh and say something normal, something like she hears you and me call each other that in the car all the time, or see, now the whole office is copying you. Those 3 seconds were the last chance I gave him. He did not use it. "With ceilings that high, the heating bill must be terrible," he said, then turned to me. "Can you eat the cake? Is it too much sugar?" "I'm fine. Sit down, honey." Diane's voice cut in from behind him. "Time to open gifts." She clapped twice, just as she had when she called everyone to the tables. "Everyone, pull your chairs over. Rachel, you take the chair with the pillow." No one in the room had just said anything unusual. There was no silence that needed rescuing, unless she had been listening too. Caleb laughed. He laughed more quickly than usual and patted the back of the chair in front of him. "My mother always runs on schedule," he told the group. I set my cake plate down and walked to the chair with the pillow. During the gift opening that followed, I removed layer after layer of paper and ribbon. I held each item up for pictures. I thanked the neighbor who had knitted a blanket, thanked my former coworker who gave me a bottle warmer, and thanked Hannah for buying the exact bouncer she said I would need at 3 in the morning. Hannah sat in the chair to my right with a roll of trash bags in her hand to collect the wrapping paper. "Are you okay?" she asked without looking at me. "I'm fine. I'll ask again when we get to the car." "Don't ask me here." She nodded once and pulled the trash bag closer to my feet. And while my hands untied ribbons, my mind was doing something else. I did not write anything down. I simply retained 2 details the way I would retain 2 conflicting entries in a file. A silver bracelet with a teardrop clasp, purchased for my mother-in-law, was on someone else's wrist. A nickname only I used had been spoken far too comfortably by a woman who had met me that day. They did not prove anything yet. but they were enough to tell me that whatever was happening between my husband and the woman sitting 3 chairs away had not started that afternoon. In the middle of it all, Caleb sat on the arm of the chair beside me and put a hand on my shoulder for a picture. "You handled today really well," he said quietly. "I know you don't like being put in unexpected situations." I turned and looked at him. "What unexpected situation?" He smiled and did not answer. Someone called him over for a picture with the golf group. A country club employee straightened the cake table. Several people stood to photograph the 3-tiered cake before the rest of it was cut. Ashley stood nearby with her phone in her hand, looking at what remained of the cake and the icing letters on the wooden sign behind it. "It's beautiful," she said. "Clara Rose will love these pictures when she's older." The entire table went silent. Not because people had not heard her clearly, because they had heard her too clearly. Ashley had just said my daughter's name. "Clara Rose will love these pictures when she's older." That name was not on the cake, the decorations, or any card in the room. We had not announced it to friends, co-workers, or relatives. Only 3 people knew it: me, Caleb, and Diane. I still remembered the night we told Diane the name. Caleb had reminded his mother that we wanted to keep it private until the baby was born. Diane had promised. Now Ashley stood beside the cake, her eyes moving from me to Caleb. The smile disappeared from her lips for a beat. "Oh," she said, "I'm sorry. I thought everyone knew." "They don't," I said. "We haven't announced the name." Caleb spoke before the silence could stretch any longer. "I probably mentioned it by accident during a work call." I turned toward him. "You mentioned her middle name too?" Caleb shrugged, his voice light, as though this were only a small detail that had slipped out. "Maybe. I talk to a lot of people every day." Ashley nodded too quickly. "That's right. Caleb mentioned it in passing while we were working. I didn't know it was a secret." I placed one hand beneath my stomach. Clara shifted slightly under my palm. I wanted to ask Caleb why our daughter's name had come up in a conversation with Ashley, and what else from our life he had shared with her. But the room was still full of guests. Those people had come to celebrate the child I had waited 4 years for. If I confronted him right then, the baby shower would no longer be remembered as the day everyone welcomed Clara. It would become the day Caleb and I fought in front of everyone. I did not confront him in front of the guests. I wanted to remember exactly what had just happened. "It's a beautiful name," Caleb told the table. "Now everyone knows." A few people smiled. Someone said Clara Rose was a lovely name. I smiled too. But I did not look at Caleb. Diane stood immediately. "Let's take pictures," she said. "Before everyone leaves." She pulled me toward the window, where a country club employee had cleared a space in front of a cream backdrop. Diane put Caleb on my right and stood on my other side. I thought the picture would be just the 3 of us. Diane turned toward the cake table. "Ashley, come take one with us." Ashley hesitated for a beat before stepping forward. "Is that appropriate?" "It's only a picture," Diane said. "Come on." Ashley walked over and stood beside Caleb. He did not ask why a client was being included in a family photograph. Diane did not explain. The country club employee raised the phone. "Everyone look this way. 1, 2, 3. I looked straight into the camera. In that frame, Ashley stood beside my husband as though her place had been arranged in advance. I still did not know what she was to Caleb, but I knew she no longer looked like a guest who had happened to stop by. After the picture, I went back to my chair and opened the remaining gifts. I read each card, thanked each person, and tried to keep my voice normal. I placed every item in the correct bag, memorized the giver's name, and did not look toward Ashley again. She left before the last guest did. I did not see her say goodbye to me. When the room was almost empty, a country club employee approached, carrying papers on a clipboard. "This is the list of guests who attended. The club keeps 1 copy, and this one is for thank you notes." "Thank you." I took the pages, intending to fold them and put them in my bag. A line of blue ink at the bottom of the column stopped me. Ashley Reed. Her name was not part of the typed list. It had been added by hand below the final name, with the same checkmark used for everyone who had attended. I recognized Diane's handwriting. I had seen it on birthday cards, Christmas cards, and the notes she often left on my kitchen counter. The A leaned slightly to the left. The last stroke in Reed extended farther than necessary. Caleb had said Ashley was only stopping by. But someone who was only stopping by did not have her name added to the guest list in advance by the event organizer. I looked toward the far end of the room. Diane was talking to the event coordinator. Caleb was loading gifts onto a cart. I could have carried the list over to her then. I could have asked why Ashley's name was there, and forced Caleb to produce another explanation. I did not. I folded the list, placed it in the inner pocket of my purse, and zipped it closed. Caleb walked toward me. Everything done? Almost. He leaned down and kissed my hair. I know the name thing surprised you. You handled it really well. I looked at him. Do you think I had a reason to react differently? His smile slowed. I was only complimenting you. The way he said it made me feel as though he had been expecting another reaction. I'm tired, I said. Let's go home. On the drive back, Caleb talked about the gifts, the food, and how carefully his mother had organized everything. He did not mention that Ashley knew Clara's name. He did not mention the family photograph either. I did not ask. That evening, I sat at the kitchen table with the box of thank you cards and the guest list open in front of me. Caleb was in another room. I wrote each short note, named the exact gift, and thanked every person who had come to welcome Clara. Every time I moved to a new name, my eyes stopped at the line of blue ink at the bottom of the page. Ashley Reed. My phone vibrated on the table. A message from Diane. Do you still have the guest list? I need it back to reconcile the charges with the club. I read the message again. The employee had said the club kept a copy. Diane was the one who booked the room, so she could have asked the club directly for the guest count, but she wanted the copy I had. She wanted the original back. I looked at Ashley's name one more time. I wanted to ask Diane why she had added her without telling me. I did not call her. Ashley's name would still be on the list no matter how Diane explained it. I replied, I still need the list to finish the thank you notes. When I'm done, I'll send you a copy. 3 dots appeared on the screen, then disappeared. A moment later, Diane wrote, Don't lose it. I did not reply again. I folded the list, placed it in a file with my pregnancy papers, and put it in my drawer. The list showed that Ashley had not appeared by chance, and Diane's attempt to get it back made me want to keep the original even more. The next morning, I picked up my phone after waking. There was a new voicemail notification on the screen. From Ashley Reed. I did not play it inside my house. That was the first decision I made that day, and I made it in less than a minute. If I opened that voicemail in the bedroom, Caleb would see my reaction. I locked the screen and placed the phone face down on the nightstand. Caleb came out of the bathroom with wet hair, fastening his cufflinks while talking about his schedule. I have the Hillsborough house photo shoot at 9:30. I'll probably be home late this afternoon. He bent down and kissed my hair. Remember to eat breakfast. Okay. Yesterday was really nice, wasn't it? Yes. He stood in the doorway for another beat, as though waiting for me to say more. I pulled the blanket higher and said I was going to sleep another 20 minutes. He left. I heard the garage door. I lay there staring at the ceiling and counted the seconds until I could no longer hear his car. Then I got up, dressed, and drove to work like it was any other Monday. On the way, I stopped at the light at Charlotte Avenue, and my phone sat right there in the holder, glowing with the notification that had not gone away. I reached for it. Then I pulled my hand back. Not while the car was moving. Not while I was carrying her inside me. The light turned green. She kicked low on the left side, the morning kick she had given me since week 26, and I kept both hands on the wheel for the remaining 2.5 miles. My company's parking lot was behind the building, shaded by 2 old oak trees. I always parked in the outer row because fewer people walked past there. I turned off the engine at 7:43. I sat still for a moment with both hands on the steering wheel. Part of me truly wanted to delete it. I knew exactly what that feeling was. It was the part of me that had spent 4 years in treatment, and more mornings than I could count injecting myself in the stomach to have the belly I carried now. That part told me there were only about 9 weeks left, that some things could not be unheard once you heard them. I opened my phone and pressed play. There was the sound of an engine. A turn signal. Ashley's voice came through, unguarded and unperformed, the voice of someone driving and accustomed to talking to the person on the other end. Cale, I just left the Franklin place. I should be there in about 15 minutes. I called the property manager. They're holding the unit for us through the end of the month. You said we had to wait until after she gives birth, but they need an answer about the lease this week. I can't sign it alone. A short pause. A car horn in the distance. Oh, your mom called me this morning. She brought up yesterday again. She said it was fine, not to worry, no one noticed the name thing. Then she brought up that idea from before. Then she said it. Your mom said that after the baby is born, all we have to do is prove she's unstable. I heard every word clearly. There was no laughter, no hesitation. She said it in the same voice she had just used to talk about the property manager. I think it's a little extreme, but she said the first few months are the easiest time, everyone's exhausted, everyone cries, and… She stopped. Wait. Fabric rustled. Plastic struck plastic. No, 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 that's not… The recording cut off in the middle of the word. I remained in the car with the phone pressed to my ear for several seconds after the sound ended. The first thing I realized was not that Caleb was having an affair. I had known that since the afternoon before, somewhere beneath my skin, from the moment I saw the bracelet slide out from under her sleeve. What I had just heard was something else. She was not talking about taking my husband. She was talking about taking my child. And in that sentence, the subject was not Ashley. Not Caleb, your mom said. I lowered the phone to my lap. Beyond the windshield, 2 coworkers walked past with paper coffee cups, talking as they went. One of them waved at me. I waved back. Then I played it a second time. This time I did not listen to the content. I listened to how it was said. She said, "That idea from before." That meant there had been at least one earlier conversation. She said, "You said we had to wait until after she gives birth." That meant the timing had already been chosen. She said, "I can't sign it alone." That meant Caleb still needed to participate in those papers. She said, "The first few months are the easiest time," and she said it as though repeating someone else's words. No one invented a plan that detailed on a Monday morning. I opened my notes app and typed 3 lines exactly the way I documented a complaint call. Source, time, duration. Voicemail received Monday at 6:52 a.m. Sender, Ashley Reed, number ending in 4471. Duration, 51 seconds. I opened the voicemail options, selected share, and sent the audio file to my personal email address, the one I had created in college and Caleb had never used. I used a string of numbers as the subject. I left the message body blank. I saved another copy to my personal cloud folder under the same string of numbers. Then I checked to make sure the original was still in the voicemail inbox. It was… I did not delete it. There was one thing I wanted desperately to do then, and I want to record it accurately. I wanted to call 4471 back. I wanted to hear what she said when she realized who was on the other end. My finger was already on her name. But I had managed insurance records long enough to know what happens when you tell the subject what you are holding. They change their number. They change their story. They call the third person before you do. If I called back that morning, by noon all 3 of them would be sitting together, agreeing on one version. I locked the screen and put the phone in my bag. Then I took a tissue from the glove compartment, wiped my face, checked myself in the rearview mirror, and walked into the building at 7:58. I worked the entire day. I processed 14 files. I sat through a 40-minute meeting about a new procedure. I ate lunch with the same 2 people I always ate lunch with, and told them that yesterday's shower had been beautiful, that my mother-in-law had organized everything, and that someone had given me a baby bouncer. No one looked at me and saw anything different. At 3 that afternoon, I went into the second-floor restroom, locked myself in a stall, and stood there for about 4 minutes. I did not cry. I only stood with one hand against the partition and let that sentence make a complete circuit through my mind until it no longer startled me. Prove she's unstable. She… Not Rachel. Not his wife. Then I washed my hands, returned to my desk, and opened the next file. That was the day I learned something about myself I had not known before. When other people try to throw you off balance, you do not necessarily have to fall. Sometimes you only have to stand still long enough to see clearly who is doing it. I also made 2 decisions that day, and I kept both of them. I would not confront Caleb when all I had was a 51-second audio file and nothing else. and I would not mention the voicemail inside my house until I knew who else was involved in that plan. Before I left the office, I scheduled an appointment with family law attorney Olivia Grant. Her earliest opening was 9 the next morning. Olivia Grant's office was on the 4th floor of a red brick building on Church Street, above a dry cleaner and a coffee shop. The waiting room had 4 chairs, a water dispenser, and a box of tissues positioned where it could be reached from either side. I went there with one question. Were 51 seconds of voicemail enough to protect Clara? I sat down at 8:51 and did not touch the tissues. At exactly 9, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair came out and shook my hand. Olivia Grant, come in. Her desk held 3 stacks of files and no family photographs. She pulled out a chair for me, set a glass of water in front of me, and opened a blank legal pad. Tell me everything from the beginning, she said, in chronological order. Do not leave out a detail because you think it is unimportant, and do not insert conclusions in the middle. I will ask questions afterward. I told her. The blue velvet box on the kitchen counter 6 weeks earlier? Sunday's shower? The woman who had walked in with my husband without warning? The bracelet on her wrist and my mother-in-law's bare wrist? The nickname? The chair she did not have to find? My daughter's name spoken in front of 28 people? The family photograph? The handwritten line in blue ink at the bottom of the guest list? Olivia wrote. She did not look up, nod sympathetically, or say she was sorry. When I reached the message asking for the list back, her pen stopped. You still have the original. In my pregnancy file, I photographed both sides. Good. Then I told her about the voicemail. Play it from your phone, she said. Not the copy you emailed. The one still in your voicemail inbox. I slid my phone across the desk. She turned on the speaker and placed it between us. Those 51 seconds felt longer with another person listening. When it ended, Olivia said nothing for about 3 seconds. She wrote 3 lines, then looked up. From now until I tell you otherwise, do not replace this phone, do not factory reset it, do not delete the voicemail, and do not let anyone borrow this device. The file as it remains in the voicemail inbox, together with the incoming number and the time received, is the version we need to preserve. The copies are for backup and working purposes. I emailed one copy and saved another to an external drive. Keep both exactly as they are. Send me another copy today. She wrote an email address on a sheet of paper and pushed it toward me. And document the exact time you received it, its duration, and the originating number. I already did. Monday at 6:52 a.m. 51 seconds. For the first time that morning, she looked at me for more than a beat. What do you do for a living? I manage insurance records. Then you can do this. I placed both hands on the desk. Miss Grant, I only need to know one thing. Is that enough to protect my child? No. No preface. No softening sentence. I need you to understand why, she continued. When a parenting plan is determined, the court does not simply ask who betrayed whom. It looks at the child's best interests. Who provides direct care? Each parent's stability, ability to meet the child's needs, the child's relationship with each parent, and many other factors. He is having an affair while I am pregnant. Infidelity is an issue within the marriage and may be relevant to the divorce, but it does not automatically make a man unfit to be a father. If I told you that exposing the affair alone would resolve everything, I would be lying to you. I looked at the water glass. What about the voicemail? This voicemail matters. She tapped the tip of her pen against the pad. It does more than support what you know about the relationship. It records people discussing how to characterize you after you give birth. That needs to be preserved and documented when it happens, not recalled 6 months later. But it is not enough. Not by itself. A 51-second recording can be explained in many ways. They can say it was exaggeration, a misunderstanding, or Ashley speculating on her own. What makes those explanations harder to sustain is other documentation and conduct that line up with it. That was the sentence I carried home that day. For the previous 24 hours, I had been looking for one thing. A piece of evidence strong enough to place on the table and make everything stop. There was no such thing. So, what do? You build a record. Olivia turned to a new page. Truthfully, with dates, No exaggeration, no speculation, no adjectives. If your husband misses a prenatal appointment, you record the date and that he was absent. You do not write that he does not care about the baby. Verifiable events are what help you. And what am I not allowed to do? I asked because I knew I was angry, and angry people are often far too confident in their own choices. Olivia counted on her fingers. Do not secretly record conversations to manufacture evidence. Do not open his private email, phone, or accounts, even if you know the password. Do not drain the joint account or move assets. Do not withhold reasonable pregnancy information concerning Clara. Any one of those actions could become the first page in the file they are trying to build about you. I understand. I am going to say it again to be certain. She put down her pen. They are preparing a story that you are unstable. The worst thing you can do is give them chapter 1. I sat still and let that sentence settle. Should I confront Caleb directly? Tonight? Not yet. She shook her head once, decisively. The moment he knows you heard the voicemail, messages may be deleted, explanations may be coordinated, and everyone will become more careful about what they leave behind. You get one chance to let them know what you have. Do not use it tonight. I have to live in that house and say nothing. I am not asking you to remain if you feel unsafe. Her voice softened slightly for the first time. But if you stay, do not reveal the voicemail, and do not change your behavior abruptly. I know that is the hardest thing I have asked of you. She slid 2 pages toward me. The representation agreement, initial retainer, and scope of work. I read both pages in full. Then I signed my name at the bottom and dated it. Call me Olivia, she said. I picked up my bag and stood. At the door, I turned back. You are not going to tell me I am guaranteed to win, are you? No, I would never say that to anyone. She stood as well. But I will tell you something else. You came here before they knew you had discovered the plan. That is an advantage no attorney can buy for a client. She handed me a small sheet of paper folded in half. First task. By Friday, I need 12 months of complete statements from the joint account you share with your husband. Every page. I had been doing this work for 11 years, and I knew something most people did not. People cannot hide money. They can only hide the reason for it. On Wednesday night, Caleb went to dinner with a group of brokers in Green Hills. He texted me just before 7 that he would probably be home around 11. I sat down at the dining table with my laptop, a glass of milk, and the joint bank account that had been in both our names since the year we married. I did not open his private email. I did not touch his phone. I logged in with my own username and password to an account I co-owned, then downloaded 12 months of statements in spreadsheet format, 487 transaction lines. I opened a new sheet and did exactly what I always did with claim files. Date column, amount column, merchant column, notes column, containing only what appeared on the statement, never conclusions. Then I sorted by merchant name and started reading. The first thing that appeared was not a large charge. An Italian restaurant in Germantown called Rosetta, 27 times in 12 months, an average of $110 to $140 each time, almost always on Thursday nights. I had eaten at Rosetta exactly once in my life, on our anniversary the year before. I filtered those lines separately and noted 27 transactions, mostly Thursday evenings, totaling $3,280. No conclusion, only the number. Next came the hotels. 4 charges at a hotel in Franklin, 3 at a riverfront hotel in Chattanooga, 1 in Memphis, each for a single night. None matched a trip I had ever taken with him. I knew Caleb traveled for work. He had project presentations outside the city, and sometimes his job truly required an overnight stay. I wrote that in the notes column too, because Olivia had told me the fastest way to destroy a file was for the person building it to try to make every line look guilty. Then I reached the third group. Reed Staging Co. 9 payments, from $800 to $2,400 each, spread across the months. Those payments were not inherently unusual. Caleb was a real estate agent. He hired home stagers. At the shower, he had told me Ashley often staged houses for him. What stopped me was that those charges were here, in the account where I deposited my paycheck every 2 weeks. I opened our shared family calendar on my phone, the one we had created when we began fertility treatment, so no one would forget an appointment. I placed the two screens side by side and began matching dates. November 17th. Statement. Rosetta, $138, 9 p.m. Shared calendar. Caleb client meeting Brentwood, 7-9. February 9th. Statement. Chattanooga Hotel. Shared calendar. Caleb broker conference, home late. March 24th. Statement. Rosetta. That same night, in a message to me, he wrote that the showing had run late and he had grabbed something in the car. I read that message 3 times. Not only because it hurt, I needed to be sure I remembered correctly, that I was not bending an old message to fit what I wanted to see. He had grabbed something in the car. $122 at Rosetta. I sorted the sheet by date and looked for the beginning. Before September of the previous year, the account looked exactly like an account belonging to a couple trying to have a baby. Medication, clinic bills, gas, groceries, a car payment. The first Rosetta charge was September 19th. I sat looking at that date for a long time. September 19th. Almost 11 months earlier. Nearly 4 months before my first positive pregnancy test in 4 years. I remembered that morning. I remembered sitting on the closed toilet lid with the test in my hand, while Caleb knelt on the floor and wrapped his arms around my knees. He cried. I had thought it was the happiest day of our 7 years together. Now I knew these transactions had started almost 4 months before that day. I stood, got water, drank the entire glass, and sat down again. The baby kicked. I placed my hand there until she settled. Then I continued. Near the bottom of the sheet, among the transactions over $1,000, was a line I had never seen. The 11th of the previous month, 3 weeks earlier. $4,800. The merchant was not a restaurant, hotel, or staging company. It was a property management company. In the transaction description, after the reference code, appeared the name of a building and a neighborhood. The Gulch. $4,800 was larger than every charge I had flagged, but the statement did not say whether it was rent, a deposit, or something else. I only knew Ashley's voicemail had mentioned an apartment. I did not know whose name was on the lease. I did not know who would live there. I wrote exactly what I saw: date, amount, property management company, and description line. At 10:20, I closed the spreadsheet and exported it as a file. I sent Olivia the complete 12 months of statements downloaded directly from the bank, together with my comparison sheet as a separate file. I made clear that the highlighted transactions were charges I could not explain, not charges I was asserting were connected to Ashley. I did not move a single dollar out of the account. I did not even change the password. From that point on, that account was worth more than the money in it. I heard the garage door at 10:40. Caleb walked into the kitchen, taking off his coat, carrying the faint smell of wine and his own cologne. "You're still up?" My hands remained on the keyboard. I was looking at some bills. What bills? Hospital insurance. I clicked to close the spreadsheet. The desktop returned to the screen. I wanted to know what our out-of-pocket cost will be when I give birth. He stood behind me with one hand on my shoulder. He looked at the screen for exactly 2 seconds. "Let me call the insurance company for you." "You don't need to. That's my work." He smiled and squeezed my shoulder lightly. "Right. You're better at that stuff than I am." He went upstairs. I waited another 10 minutes until I heard the shower. Then I reopened the laptop, not to the spreadsheet, but to the inbox of the shared email account we used for household matters: electric bills, oven warranties, neighborhood association notices. I typed the name of the property management company from the statement into the search bar. One result: a deposit confirmation email from 3 weeks earlier, containing the apartment information, expected move-in date, and one final line. Intended resident: Ashley Reed. I read that email 3 times in the dark kitchen, lit only by the screen and accompanied by the sound of the shower upstairs. It was not a letter, it was a confirmation form, the kind of automated document any property management company sends after receiving payment. It had an application number, a building name, a unit number on the 9th floor, a line showing the deposit had been received and the payer's name, Caleb Morgan. And it had the final line. Intended resident Ashley Reed. Below it was the apartment handover date. I opened the calendar on my phone and found the due date Dr. Patel had written on a slip of paper at my first appointment, the date I had photographed and used as my wallpaper for 2 weeks. My due date. The apartment handover was 4 days earlier. I sat very still for longer than I care to admit. There was an image in my mind that I could not make disappear. I was lying in a delivery room, someone was placing the baby on my chest, and not far away, in a glass building in the Gulch, a 9th-floor apartment had been handed over 4 days earlier, paid for with money from the account, where I deposited my salary every 2 weeks. They were not planning to wait until after I gave birth to make any decision. They had already decided. They were only waiting for me to give birth. The shower turned off. I closed the laptop, plugged it in, and went upstairs. That night I lay beside my husband listening to him breathe and did not fall asleep until nearly 3. The next morning, I got up at 6:30, made eggs for both of us, and asked whether he would be home for dinner. Probably, he said. 7. I went to work. I processed 16 files. I answered a woman in Knoxville who was crying because the insurance company had denied her mother's hospital bill, and I walked her through the exact 3 steps she needed to take. Before I left, my department manager called me into her office to finalize my maternity leave schedule. "Put the start date here," she said, "and please verify the emergency contact in your file." That field in my HR record had listed Caleb for 7 years. I held the pen and looked at his name longer than necessary. Then I left it as it was, because at that moment he was still my emergency contact, and I had not yet spoken to Hannah about changing it. But I remembered the feeling of the pen touching the confirmation box. Then I went home and cooked chicken breasts with green beans, and all afternoon I thought about how to ask one question without revealing what I held. Caleb came home at 7:15. Halfway through dinner, I set down my fork. "I reviewed the joint account last night to calculate our out-of-pocket delivery costs," I said. "I saw a $4,800 charge last month from some property management company." He finished chewing. "Yeah. What was that?" "Client support expense." He reached for his water. "I have a client I'm trying to keep. They sold their place in Belmead, but their new home is not ready yet. I fronted the money to hold a unit for them. Standard in the business. From our personal account? My business card had hit the limit at the end of the quarter. You already knew about that." I did not know about that. He had never said a word to me about his business card reaching its limit, but he spoke with the tone of someone reminding me of an old conversation, and that tone had its own effect. It made the listener wonder whether she had forgotten. "Have they paid you back yet?" "It's being processed." He set down his glass a little too hard. "Rachel, you do not understand how real estate works. People front money for each other all the time. If I counted every dollar with every client, I would never sell a house." That was the sentence I needed. Because it was a specific, verifiable lie, and now it had been spoken aloud in my kitchen. I could have opened my phone then. I could have placed it on the table, turned the screen toward him, and made him read the final line. I picked up my fork and kept eating. "Right, I really don't know the business," I said. "I was only worried the account might be short when I go into the hospital next month." "It won't be. I'll handle it." He reached across the table and squeezed my hand once. At 9 that evening, he went into the backyard to call someone about an appraisal. I went into the office and did 3 things in the exact order. I photographed the entire email, scrolling all the way through the footer. I opened and saved the original message metadata. Then I downloaded the email as a file and sent a copy to Olivia from my private account. I did not delete the original email. I did not move it to another folder. I did not reply, and I did not change the password on the shared inbox. Olivia replied 20 minutes later, even though it was after 9. "Do not alter the original email in any way. Do not delete it, move it, or tell your husband you saw it. The original metadata you saved will help establish the sending source and the time it was received. I will call you tomorrow morning." I replied with one word. "Okay." Then she sent one more line. "You preserved exactly what I needed. Now go to sleep." I turned off the office light and walked down the hall. The nursery door was slightly open. I pushed it wider and stood in the doorway. The rocking chair by the window. The crib that had taken me 4 hours to assemble because I had done one step wrong and had to take it apart. The stack of onesies I had folded on Monday still sat in 2 piles, the cat print one on top. The pale blue wall I had painted myself at 24 weeks because I could not stand sitting still anymore. I had thought about this room for 4 years. And that night, standing in the doorway, I asked myself a question I could not have imagined 1 week earlier. When the hospital discharged me, where would I carry my daughter? It was not only a question of whether I should leave this house. The real question was this. A few days after giving birth, when I could not sleep for 3 consecutive hours, when I was exhausted and might burst into tears over something small, who would be in the house with me? And who would be the one telling the story of that moment afterward? I closed the door and did not turn on the light. The next morning, Olivia called at exactly 8, and she did not ask whether I had slept. "Next task," she said. "I need a list. Your entire pregnancy from the first appointment through today. 1 line per appointment, date, purpose, and whether your husband was present or absent. And include the appointments he attended, especially the ones he attended. 8 appointments. Caleb attended 3. I went to 5 alone." I made that chart on Friday morning at the kitchen table, with 3 things open at once. Our shared calendar, Dr. Patel's appointment reminder emails, and the messages between Caleb and me. None of it was something I had to obtain secretly. The clinic sent reminders to my inbox. The calendar was shared. The messages were ones he had sent me. I created 4 columns: date, purpose of appointment, present or absent, notes. Appointment 1, week 8. Ultrasound to confirm the heartbeat. Caleb attended. He took the entire morning off. He carried the ultrasound picture all the way to the parking lot and called his mother just outside the clinic door. I wrote, present. Appointment 2, week 12. Screening tests. Caleb attended. He asked Dr. Patel 4 questions and typed the answers into his phone. I wrote, present. Appointment 3, week 16. Routine checkup. He texted at 9:20. Stuck at a closing. Go ahead without me. Call me afterward. I wrote, absent. Reason given. Closing. Appointment 4, week 20. Anatomy scan. The appointment when they could tell us whether the baby was a boy or a girl. He attended. He held my hand for 40 minutes. When the technician said it was a girl, he bent down, kissed my forehead, and said he was probably going to spoil her rotten. I sat in front of the screen looking at that line for a long time. Then I wrote, present. Appointment 5, week 24. Glucose tolerance test. The one where I had to drink a bottle of orange liquid so sweet it made me nauseated, then sit in the waiting room for an hour. He texted at 7:50. Client flying in from Dallas. I have to pick them up. Text me when you're done drinking it. I wrote, absent. Reason given, picking up a client from Dallas. Then I opened the bank statement spreadsheet in the next tab and found that date. There was a payment to Reed Staging Co. on the same day. I entered the merchant name and amount exactly as they appeared on the statement. That evening at 8:20, Rosetta. $131. I left those lines beside one another on the screen and added nothing else. I did not write, he lied. I did not write, he was with her. In the notes column I wrote only, same-day transaction with Reed Staging Co. Transaction at Rosetta at 8:20 p.m. Olivia had been very clear with me. Record the event, not a conclusion in place of the event. Appointment 6. Week 28. Tdap vaccine and routine checkup. Absent. Reason given. Last minute showing. Appointment 7. Week 30. Fetal growth check. Absent. No reason given. I searched our messages from that day and found only one line he sent that afternoon. All done? Everything okay? Appointment 8. Week 31. Checkup the week before the shower. Absent. Reason given. Broker team meeting. 3 present. 5 absent. I sat looking at that chart and felt the urge to edit it. Not to add anything. To take something away. The week 20 line. The one where he held my hand for 40 minutes. I knew exactly how that line could be used. People would point to it and say, "See, he attended the most important appointment, he was emotional, he loves the baby." I left the cursor at the beginning of that line longer than I want to admit. Then I called Olivia. "He attended 3, I said. "One of those looks very good. If I include it, their side will use it." "Include it? Are you sure?" "Rachel, listen to me." I heard her set down a cup. "If you give me a chart where your husband is a terrible man on all 8 lines, the first thing his attorney will do is find one line you omitted. They only need to find one. Then every other part of your chart comes into question, including the parts that are true." "I understand. You are angry, so I am going to be direct. The value of this record is that you are not exaggerating. Do not destroy that value yourself." I kept all 3 present lines. I even kept the sentence about him spoiling her rotten. That afternoon, Caleb called from his car. "What class is tonight again?" "Childbirth preparation. Session 2, 6:30 on the 3rd floor in the hospital's prenatal education unit." "Right, I remember. I have an appraisal in Brentwood that ends at 6. I'll come straight over." "Are you sure?" "Rachel," he laughed, "I'm her father." I arrived at the hospital at 6:15. There were 11 pregnant people in the room. 10 had support partners with them. The chair to my left remained empty. Each person had an exercise mat, a ball, and a packet of printed materials. The instructor was named Bev. She had silver hair, a loud voice, and had taught the class for 19 years. "If anyone's support person is running late, leave the chair open," she said. "We're starting. 6:30. Empty chair." Bev explained the 3 stages of labor, when to call the hospital, and the 511 rule. I took notes. The woman to my right whispered to her husband about insurance. At 6:45, I opened my phone beneath the table and typed half a question asking where he was. Then I deleted it. He had the time, the location, and had said he would come. I did not want to spend the entire class reminding an adult about a promise he had made 3 hours earlier. 7 o'clock. Empty chair. During the practice portion, Bev had the pairs work on support positions. The pregnant person sat on the ball, while the other person knelt behind and pressed on both hips in rhythm with the breathing. I sat on my ball. Bev moved around the room, correcting each pair's position. She stopped at mine. "Is your husband stuck in traffic?" "I don't know. He hasn't texted." She did not ask anything else. She knelt behind me, placed both hands on my hips, and counted breaths with me for 4 minutes. The woman to my right turned toward me during the break. "What does your husband do that he still isn't here?" "Real estate." "My husband is in real estate too. He was late to the first session." She smiled. "That schedule is impossible to predict." I smiled back and drank water. Strangers always choose the kindest explanation when they do not know the rest. I completed the entire class. I went through all 8 breathing rounds. I filled 3 pages with notes. I asked Bev 2 questions about whom to call if my water broke at midnight, and wrote down the answers. At 8:10, the class ended. I rolled up my mat, stacked my chair, and added the empty chair to the pile in the corner. In the parking lot, I sat in the driver's seat and opened my phone. The message had arrived at 8:17. "Caleb. God. The client meeting ran so long. I'm sorry, I'll come to the next one with you." I did not answer immediately. I opened my chart, scrolled to the bottom, and added a new line. "Childbirth preparation class, session 2. Absent. Confirmed attendance at 3:42 p.m. that day. Message reporting absence sent at 8:17 p.m. after the class ended." Then I texted him back. "The class is over. I took notes." Because that was true. I had taken notes. I had taken a great many notes. I was backing out of the parking space when the phone vibrated again in the holder. "Not Caleb. Diane. After Clara is born, you need to let more stable people make the decisions." Diane rang my doorbell at 10 on Saturday morning. She brought a box of muffins, but what she came for was the guest list. Caleb had left at 8:30 for an open house in Sylvan Park. I was sitting at the kitchen table with the thank you cards and my stomach pressed against the edge. She stood on the porch with the muffin box and her purse hooked over her elbow. "I was passing the farmer's market," she said. "The blueberry kind you like. Come in." She walked straight into the kitchen, set the box on the counter, and looked around the way she always did. The sink, the countertops, the stack of dishes that had not been put away. "Are you sleeping?" "Some. You look tired." She pulled out the chair across from me and sat down. Then she placed her hand on the stack of thank you cards. "You still have the club's guest list, don't you?" "I'm still writing the cards. The event office called me yesterday. They need the handwritten copy to reconcile the extra guests. Give it to me and I'll take it over." I put down my pen. Something very small had just happened in that sentence, and if I had not spent the previous week staring at every word people said to me, I might have missed it. The handwritten copy. She did not say the guest list. She said the handwritten copy. "I have 14 cards left," I said. "I'll finish them early this week and send it back. You could take a picture and write from the picture. I find the paper copy easier." She looked at me for 3 seconds. Then she smiled and changed the subject, and that was the thing I noticed most during the entire visit. Diane Morgan did not give up after one refusal. She only gave up when she realized that asking again would make the other person remember she had asked. "Sunday was lovely," she said. "I still regret those balloons on the left. The light was uneven. Everything looked beautiful." "Yes." She brushed a crumb off the table. "And don't be upset about the name. That Ashley girl was a last-minute guest. She didn't know we hadn't announced it." I picked up my pen and wrote the next person's name on a card. "I understand." I did not ask why a last-minute guest had a place card. I did not ask who had written the blue line at the bottom of the list. I did not ask why a last-minute guest had been pulled into a family picture. Olivia had said one sentence at our first meeting that I remembered word for word. "Every time you ask a question, you tell them what you have seen." Diane stayed another 20 minutes. She talked about the weather, a church friend who had just had a knee replacement, and how I should eat more iron. She washed 2 cups in the sink even after I told her to leave them. Before leaving, she asked to use the bathroom. The downstairs bathroom was at the end of the hall, past the office door. I stood and followed her, carrying the muffin box as though I were putting it away. She slowed by half a step at the office and looked inside. My computer sat on the desk beside a stack of insurance files, and the gray pregnancy folder leaned in the lower shelf. "You still work from home?" she asked. "Sometimes." She kept walking. At the door, she hugged me. "Get some rest," she said. "The next few weeks are important." I locked the door, stood in the hallway, and counted to 20, then went straight into the office. Shared inbox, search box, country club name. There were 4 emails in the shower thread. The email account Caleb and I shared had been added to the event booking along with Diane's address. The 3rd email was the one I needed. Subject: Final guest, count confirmation, sent exactly 9 days before the shower. Inside was the typed list from the event department, with a line at the top: "Addition made today at Diane Morgan's request by phone." And at the bottom of the list, line 32, Ashley Reed 1. Not handwritten, typed, confirmed. 9 days earlier. I read the phrase "at Diane Morgan's request" twice. Then I leaned back in the chair and let the piece settle into place. 9 days. During those 9 days, I had eaten dinner at her house once. I had texted with her about tablecloth colors. She had called to ask whether my feet were swelling. And for all 9 days, she had known who would walk into the room with her son. I did not delete the email. I photographed the entire message, opened the original metadata, saved that too, and downloaded the email as a file. Then I sent a copy to Olivia from my private email. By afternoon, my phone began to vibrate. Diane. 2:14 p.m. I've been thinking about this morning. You didn't look well. I'm worried about you. Diane. 2:16 p.m. After delivery, people aren't clear-headed during the first few weeks. I've been through it, so I know. You'll be tired, you'll cry easily, and you'll make emotional decisions. Diane, 2:21 p.m. Caleb and I have discussed it. For the first 6 weeks, let him and me handle the major things: appointments, paperwork, visitors, where you stay. You only need to rest and feed the baby. I read each one and let them remain on the screen without answering. The 3 messages were building the same story. I would be tired, I would be emotional, and I should not be the one making decisions. If I answered with an angry sentence, my next message could be used to reinforce that exact story. I typed, deleted, and typed again. Finally, I sent, "I read your messages. I am still working normally and attending every scheduled appointment. Diane, 2:40 p.m. Don't take it personally. I'm saying this because I care about you. Diane, 2:52 p.m. Next Thursday at 7, let's have a family meeting at my house. Family only. There are several things we need to agree on before the baby is born." I stared at that final message for a long time. Family. Family only. Things we need to agree on. I replied with one word. Okay. Then I captured the entire message thread, from the first line to the last, with all dates and times visible, and sent it to Olivia along with the country club email. She called me back at 4 that Saturday afternoon. "Have you read everything carefully?" "Yes." "Then tell me what you see." "She is not only covering up her son's affair," I said. "She is assigning herself a role. She wants to be the decision maker during the first 6 weeks." "Correct." I heard paper turning. "And the 221 message is the most specific thing you have sent me all week." She put in writing who would handle paperwork, control the schedule, decide who visits, and decide where you live. "What do I do about Thursday's meeting?" "We will discuss that. But first, I need you to answer one question, and I need the real answer, not the polished one." I switched the phone to my other hand. "Ask. If you cannot return to that house after giving birth, where will you take Clara?" Olivia's question followed me for the entire 20-minute drive across the bridge. "If you cannot return to that house after giving birth, where will you take Clara?" I had told her I needed time to think. The truth was that I only needed to stand in a real place and see whether it had enough room for my daughter and me. So, on the morning of day 8, I texted Hannah that I was coming by and drove straight to East Nashville before I could change my mind. My sister opened the door with a dish towel over her shoulder and did not ask one question about Caleb. That was what I appreciated most about Hannah. She only looked at my 32-week belly, then at my face, and said, "Do you want to see the room first or eat first?" The room. It was at the end of the hall behind the kitchen. She had once used it for her sewing machine and boxes of winter clothes. Now it was empty, the hardwood floor freshly cleaned, with only a white curtain and an outlet near the baseboard. "I cleared it out after you called," Hannah said. "It doesn't mean anything. I just cleared it." I stood in the center of the room. The window faced east, which meant morning sunlight. The wall on the left was long enough for a crib and a dresser. The outlet was close enough for a breast pump without running a cord across the walkway. I took out my phone, opened the measuring app, and measured the left wall. 6 feet. The crib I had bought was 4 feet 4 inches long. When I finished measuring, I stayed where I was. It was not relief. It was simply the first time I knew I had somewhere to go. I had waited 4 years for a nursery in my own house. I had painted it twice because the first color felt too cold. Now I was measuring my sister's wall to see whether the crib would fit. I had wanted to call Caleb and confront him directly since the morning of day 2. I had not. I put the phone in my coat pocket and said to Hannah, "Can I keep the crib here? I'm not moving yet. I only want to know I have a place." "Yes." She did not ask anything else. "For as long as you need. But I'm going to say one thing up front. Go ahead. I'm not pushing you to leave him, that's not my job. I just don't want the day you need to go to be the day you start looking for somewhere." I nodded. Hannah went into the kitchen and turned on the kettle, and I heard her open the cabinet as though it were an ordinary morning. For the first time in 8 days, I felt myself take a full breath. At 11, I called Olivia from Hannah's back porch. I told her about the room, the crib, and Hannah's agreement. Then I asked, "Can I move some things here ahead of time?" "What are you planning to move?" "My belongings, baby things, documents." Olivia was silent for a beat. "I'm going to divide this into 3 groups, so it is easy to remember," she said. "Group 1, your personal identification and medical records, passport, copy of your driver's license, insurance card, pregnancy records, and treatment records. You may take those. Group 2, family heirlooms from your side, items inherited through your family with a clear history, not purchased with marital funds. You may take those, but photograph them and record the date. What is group 3? Everything else. Her voice slowed. Household furnishings, electronics, vehicles, and money in the joint account. Leave them alone. Rachel, if you empty a disputed home, I will have to explain that conduct instead of explaining your evidence. Do not make me do that. I am not planning to empty the house. Good. You are preparing a backup place to stay, but you have not moved permanently, so do not call it a permanent change of residence. That decision could create legal issues we do not need to address yet. You only need to know you have somewhere to go. What about money? Do not drain the joint account. Do not make a large transfer. Continue ordinary spending. Your safety right now is in duplicate records, not moved money. I looked down at Hannah's backyard, where an old porch swing sat in the grass. Okay, I said. I will follow those 3 groups exactly. That afternoon, I drove home while Caleb was still at the office and did only what Olivia had authorized. I took my passport, a copy of my driver's license, my insurance card, the pregnancy file, and 4 years of treatment records arranged by date. I took the jewelry box my mother had left me and the quilt my grandmother had sewn, photographed both on the kitchen table, recorded the date, and sent the pictures to Olivia and Hannah. I touched nothing else. Not the tablet, not the camera we had bought together, not $1 in the account. I backed up every financial document I had downloaded, keeping 1 copy on an external drive, 1 in my private email, and giving Hannah a password-protected USB. She did not need to open it, she only needed to keep it. At 7 that evening, I pulled my hospital bag out of the closet and repacked it from the beginning. The last time I packed it was at 28 weeks, while Caleb sat on the bed scrolling through his phone and occasionally asked whether I needed more socks. This time I packed it alone. I added a copy of my insurance card, Hannah's phone number written by hand, and her address. I also wrote another page. Who would drive me? Who would stay with me? Who would cook during the first 2 weeks? And who knew the entry code to Hannah's house? Hannah's name appeared on all 4 lines. I read it again and realized I had written myself an actual support system with real names, real phone numbers, and a real address. Not to prove anything to anyone, so that when the day came, I would not have to ask anyone's permission. My phone vibrated just before 8. Where are you? Caleb asked without saying hello. I'm home. I went to Hannah's this afternoon. There was a silence longer than necessary. Why didn't you tell me? You were with a client. You could still text me, Rachel. His voice was not loud. It simply turned dry. You disappeared all afternoon. You're 32 weeks pregnant. Next time, send me a message. He did not ask whether I was tired. He did not ask what I had eaten. He asked only why I had gone somewhere without telling him. For 7 years, I had always sent him a message before eating with coworkers, changing an appointment, or staying at Hannah's past 6. I had thought it was courtesy between spouses. That afternoon, I did not text, and he reacted as though knowing my location was his right. I realized those updates had slowly turned into requests for permission without my noticing. I wanted to tell him I knew Diane had confirmed Ashley's name on the guest list 9 days before the shower. I wanted to ask who the apartment in the Gulch was for. Okay, I said. Next time I'll text. He came home at 9. I heard the garage door, his keys landing in the ceramic dish by the entrance, and his shoes coming off. I was standing in the kitchen pouring water, the hospital bag back in the closet, the page folded into quarters and tucked inside my prenatal notebook. Caleb stopped in the kitchen doorway. He did not put down his briefcase. Can you sit down for a minute? What is it? He looked at me longer than usual. Then he asked, what have you been telling other people about your mental state? What have you been telling other people about your mental state? I set the water glass down on the stone countertop. Not quickly, not hard. I simply set it down and left my hand there. There are questions where the choice of words tells you what the person is preparing. He did not ask whether I was okay. He did not ask whether I was tired. He asked what I had told other people, and he used that phrase. Mental state. In the voicemail, Ashley had used a different word, unstable. But Caleb's question was leading directly to that same conclusion. Who told you I said anything? I asked. No one. He put his briefcase on a chair. I'm just asking. You're not just asking, Caleb. You waited for me in the kitchen to ask that question. He pulled out his usual chair at the dining table and sat. The light over the kitchen island illuminated half his face and left the other half in shadow. Fine. He rested both elbows on the table. Mom called me. She said you've seemed different since the baby shower. You haven't answered her messages. You went out all afternoon today without telling anyone. I only want to know whether you're under too much stress and whether you've been talking to someone about what is happening in our house. Who? Friends. Your sister. Someone at work. He paused. Or someone else. I knew he was waiting for me to mention Olivia. I had sat in her office on the morning of day 3, signed the representation agreement, and she had told me it was not time yet. I talked to Hannah, I said, about the empty room at her house. She is thinking about turning it into an office. He watched me for another 2 seconds, then lowered his shoulders. Okay, he said. I'm only worried. I walked to the table, pulled out the chair across from him, and sat. My stomach made the movement take longer than I wanted, but I needed to sit. I needed to look directly at him when I asked. I'm going to ask one question, just answer honestly. It doesn't need to be long. Okay. Is Ashley Reed only your client? He did not startle. I recorded that in my mind immediately, before he even opened his mouth. A person caught off guard usually shows something on his face. Caleb showed nothing. He only picked up the glass of water I had poured and rotated it once on the table. She is a staging partner, he said. I told you that at the shower. She handled all 3 Belle Meade listings this year. I did not ask what she does. I asked whether she is only a client. Rachel. He set down the glass. Do you hear yourself? Very clearly. You're 32 weeks pregnant. You just went through 4 years of injections, 4 years of hormones, 4 years of being disappointed every month. His voice softened, and that was the part that bothered me most, because it softened in exactly the right way. I know what your body is going through. The doctor said the 3rd trimester could make you tired and more sensitive. You saw a bracelet and turned it into an entire story. I said nothing. He took that as permission to continue. Do you remember September? You cried over a car insurance commercial. Do you remember what you said then? You said you could not even understand yourself. I remember. I'm not calling you crazy. He raised both hands. I would never say that. I'm saying you're carrying too much at once, and you need rest. This was the moment I wanted to stand up, walk into the bedroom, get my phone, and play Ashley Reed's voice in my own kitchen. I wanted to see his face when that sentence came through the speaker. I stayed seated. Olivia had told me that evidence revealed too early becomes evidence people have time to explain. I did not have many things he did not know I possessed. I had exactly one. I would not use it at 9 o'clock on a Sunday night in a private confrontation that changed nothing. I do not need rest, I said. I need you to answer the question I asked. I just did. You answered about her work. He pushed his chair back slightly and exhaled through his nose. I think you should talk to Dr. Patel. I looked up. Dr. Patel is my obstetrician. Exactly. She has followed you since week 8. She has known you from the beginning. He continued a little faster. I think I should go to your next appointment. I want to ask her a few questions about prenatal anxiety, about what happens after delivery. I want to know what I should prepare for. You want to ask my doctor about me. I want to understand my wife. You missed 5 of 8 appointments, Caleb. The sentence came out before I could stop it. I saw it strike him. He blinked once. I have a job. I did not say you do not have a job. I said you never wanted to sit in that room with me. Now you do. Yes, I do. He nodded slowly. I want you to sign an authorization so the doctor can speak with me. I want to see the records. I'm your husband and her father. I placed both hands on the table. This was the moment I had to choose, and I knew I had only a few seconds before the silence became an answer of its own. No, I said. No what? If you want to come to an appointment, I will consider it, but I will not sign an authorization giving you access to my medical records. 4 years of treatment records belong to me. My pregnancy records belong to me. I will share reasonable information concerning Clara. You do not get to read my entire medical chart. The kitchen was silent. The refrigerator hummed, then stopped. Do you hear the sentence you just said? His voice was very quiet, My wife, pregnant with my child, is refusing to let me talk to her doctor. I am not forbidding you from speaking with Dr. Patel about Clara when I agree. Rachel, normal people do not react this way. He stood. Do you understand how this looks from the outside? You hide what you're doing, you disappear all afternoon, you ignore my mother, and now you will not let me know what the doctor says about you. That is exactly what makes me worry that you're unstable. He picked up his briefcase and walked out of the kitchen. I heard him climb the stairs, then the office door close. I sat for another minute, then I stood, took my prenatal notebook from the drawer, opened to a blank page in the back, and wrote, Sunday, 9:04 p.m. Caleb asked what I had told other people about my mental state. Said his mother called him, asked whether I had spoken to anyone else. I asked whether Ashley Reed was only a client. He answered about her work, not the question, mentioned 4 years of treatment and hormones. Said I built a story from a bracelet, proposed attending the next appointment and requested access to records. I refused access to personal records and agreed to share reasonable information about Clara. He said normal people do not react that way and said he was worried I was unstable. At 9:19 p.m., he went upstairs to the office. I recorded the beginning and ending times exactly as Olivia had instructed. No adjectives, nothing about how I felt. My phone vibrated at 9:47. A message from Caleb, sent from upstairs, 15 steps away from me. I don't want to fight. I'm only concerned about your mental state and the baby. I think you should attend an appointment with me. If you don't want to, I respect that, but I need to document that I offered. I read the final sentence 3 times. He needed to document that he had offered. No one writes a sentence like that to his wife from inside the same house. People write that sentence when they know someone else may read it later. I did not reply. I took a screenshot with the time visible and sent it to Olivia with 3 lines of notes. The next morning, day 9, she called at 8:15 while I sat in my car in the company parking lot. Did you turn on a recorder during the conversation last night? No. Good, do not. I heard paper turning. Did you document it immediately afterward? Within 10 minutes. Keep that note exactly as written. Do not edit a single word, even a spelling error. Do not delete the 9:47 message, and do not answer with any sentence admitting that you are stressed, exhausted, or anxious. Why? Because this is the first time he has put it in writing. She slowed her voice. Rachel, I am not telling you that you do or do not have a condition. That is not my role, and it is not something you need to debate with anyone. What concerns me is that as of last night, your husband began creating a message trail where he is the concerned person and you are the person with a problem. Your task is not to prove you are normal. Your task is to preserve the exact time, preserve the original, and not write anything they can reuse. I looked through the windshield at the crowded parking lot. He has not told anyone else, I said. Only me. Are you sure? I could not answer. At 11 that morning, my phone vibrated on my desk. Diane Morgan, an attachment. I opened it in the middle of the office, and the title appeared before the first line of text. Temporary family agreement following Clara's birth. I did not read it at the office. I looked at the title for exactly 3 seconds, locked the screen, placed the phone face down on my desk, and continued processing a medical claim for a client in Murfreesboro until lunch was over. This job had taught me one thing. Reading an important document with shaking hands is the fastest way to miss the most important part of it. At 1 that afternoon, I texted Olivia. At 2, I was sitting in the small conference room at her office with a cup of cold tea and an 11-page printout spread in front of me. Have you read it? Olivia asked. No, I wanted to read it for the first time with you. She pushed the printout toward me, then read it aloud. Not for me to hear, for you to hear. Page 1 was full of kind phrases. In the best interest of Clara Rose Morgan, for family stability during the transition period, for Rachel's health and recovery. My full name, Rachel Morgan, appeared throughout, and at the bottom of every page was a short line for initials. Page 3 was where the kind language ended. During the postpartum recovery period, anticipated to last 6 to 12 weeks, Rachel will reside at the home of Hannah Cole in East Nashville. I read that sentence a second time. They know my sister's name, I said. They know where she lives. Keep reading. Caleb Morgan will continue to occupy the marital residence at our home address in order to maintain the stability of the family residence. I put the page down. In those 30 seconds, I saw the nursery I had painted twice. The crib that took 4 hours to assemble because I did one step wrong and had to take it apart. The rocking chair by the window. All of it was inside the house that sentence had just handed to Caleb. I would leave. He would stay. And I would be the one carrying my daughter into an empty room in my sister's house. I wanted to pick up all 11 pages and throw them into the trash beside the door. I wanted to call Diane and ask what gave her the right to put Hannah's name in this document. I turned to the next page. Page 5, I said. This is the longest section. Olivia picked up her pen. It said that immediately after Clara was discharged from the hospital, Caleb would have broad and flexible parenting time, including overnight periods whenever he deemed appropriate. That he would make most decisions regarding medical care, nutrition, and scheduling during the first 6 weeks, because Rachel would be recovering and should not bear additional decision-making pressure. It said that Diane Morgan, as Clara's paternal grandmother, would have regular access to Clara, including care in the Morgan home when necessary. I reached the words, when necessary, and stopped. Who decides when it is necessary? The document does not say. Olivia underlined the phrase. That is the first thing I want you to notice. How many hours does broad mean? Who gets to change a flexible schedule? Whenever he deems appropriate means Caleb decides. When necessary also fails to say who determines necessity. Whatever the reason they drafted it this way, every one of those ambiguities benefits Caleb and Diane. What do I get in this? Read it and tell me whether there is a single line describing what you receive. I reread pages 3 through 7. Not one sentence described what I received. There were only sentences saying I needed rest. What did Diane write in the message that came with it? Olivia asked. I'll read it exactly. I opened my phone. Caleb and I have prepared a temporary arrangement so everything will remain stable after Clara is born. Read it first, and then we will all sign it at the family meeting. Olivia wrote one line in her notebook. So, Diane herself has confirmed that Caleb participated in preparing the document. Page 9, near the end, was printed in smaller type than the rest. The parties agree to keep private, personal family matters confidential and not discuss them with third parties, including Caleb Morgan's relationship with Miss Ashley Reed, in order to protect professional reputation and the child's privacy. I read that sentence 3 times. That was where I knew there could be no misunderstanding anymore. Until then, I could still have wondered whether I had arranged the signs in the worst possible way. But Ashley's full name was typed into a document Diane had sent, and Caleb had helped prepare. They put her name in here, I said. Yes. That means they are not trying to hide it from me anymore. They are trying to make me sign an agreement saying I will hide it too. Olivia did not answer immediately. She let me sit with that sentence. Now I am going to explain the legal part, she said. Listen to all of it, then ask questions. Okay. First, this document has no force right now. It is not a court order or a judgment. It is a draft prepared by his family, unsigned by you, and unapproved by any court. At this moment, it is only 11 pages of paper. What if I sign it? Then it becomes evidence that you agreed to the terms written in it. She put down her pen. It would not automatically determine a later parenting plan, because any plan must still be based on Clara's best interests. But they could use your signature to say that you voluntarily agreed to leave the house and give Caleb most decision-making authority during the first weeks. Rachel, your signature is not a formality. It is the one thing they do not have. I nodded. My question. I put a hand on my stomach, where Clara had just shifted. When I give birth, can Caleb take her out of the hospital? I had carried that question since the second night. I had not asked anyone because I was afraid of the answer. Not simply because he wants to or because this draft says so, Olivia replied. As the patient, you have the right to decide who enters your room and to ask the hospital to control visitors. Clara's discharge will follow hospital procedures and the legal rights of both parents. But there is currently no agreement or court order giving Caleb the unilateral right to take her away. I exhaled. It was the first breath in 9 days that went all the way to the bottom of my lungs. What if I do not sign? Then this draft gives them no rights at all. If Caleb wants a recognized parenting arrangement, it must be handled through the formal process after Clara is born, based on her best interests and each person's actual level of involvement. She looked at me. I still cannot promise you will get everything you want, but you do not have to hand them rights they do not currently possess. So how do I answer Diane's message? You do not respond to the substance of the document. Olivia folded the printout. Do not debate individual clauses. Do not say you gave it to a lawyer. If she asks, say only that you are reviewing it. She will call a family meeting. I know. I looked down at the 11 pages, then out the window. It was 4 in the afternoon, and sunlight covered the wall of the building across the street. While reading, I had considered not going. I could let Olivia send a letter and never sit in Diane's living room again. But there was one thing I could not get from a letter. I needed to hear them say it. Not over the phone, not through a document full of vague language. I needed to know exactly what they wanted from me and my daughter, in their own words. I am going, I said. Olivia stopped moving. Are you sure? Yes. I am not going there to argue. I will not sign, but I am going. She looked at me for a long time, then she pulled the pages back toward herself, wrote one line in the margin of the final page, and asked a question I think I will remember for the rest of my life. Do you want me nearby when they put the pen in front of you? I arrived at the clinic 20 minutes early on the morning of day 10, alone, with 4 questions Caleb did not know I intended to ask. Not because I had hidden the appointment from him. It had been on the calendar taped to the refrigerator since the month before, written in my blue ink, week 32. He had seen it every morning when he took out the milk. That morning, he left at 7:10 and said he had 3 showings in Green Hills. Dr. Patel's waiting room had a small fish tank and a stack of old magazines. I sat by the window, opened my prenatal notebook, and reviewed the questions I had written the night before. 4 questions. I crossed out the last 2, because those were not questions for a doctor, they were questions for an attorney, and I already had one. Rachel Morgan? The nurse called my name at 8:55. Dr. Patel shook my hand and sat down rather than standing over the chart the way some doctors did. She had done that since week 8, and it still made me feel more at ease. Let's see how you're doing. She read the numbers on the screen. Blood pressure 118/78. Good. Weight gain is within the expected range. Any swelling in your feet? In the evenings, but it is gone by morning. Normal at this stage. How many hours are you sleeping? I was about to say 4. Then I thought about why she was asking. 4. Sometimes 5, I said. I wake up at 3 and cannot fall asleep again. She entered it in the chart. How long has that been happening? About 10 days. Has anything changed during those 10 days? This was where I had to choose. I could say nothing had changed and leave the room in 15 minutes with another appointment card, or I could tell her enough to let her do her job, and not one word more. My husband and I are having problems, I said. We may separate. Nothing is final and I do not want to discuss details, but it is affecting my sleep and I want you to account for that. Dr. Patel nodded once. She did not ask one additional question about Caleb. Thank you for telling me. It is more useful than you realize. She turned her chair. Now I'm going to ask what I need to know. Are you eating? Yes. Is anyone cooking for you? My sister. Does she live nearby? 4 miles away. She continued writing. Then she set down the pen. Rachel, listen to me. In the 3rd trimester, the thing that affects you and the baby most is not whether you feel sad. Everyone feels sad sometimes. What I need to monitor is whether you can sleep, whether you can eat, and whether someone will come when you need them. You currently have 2 out of 3. The missing one is sleep. Correct. We will address that. She stood. Now lie back and let me listen to her heartbeat. Cold gel on my stomach. The Doppler moved left, then lower. Then Clara's heartbeat filled the room. Fast, steady, urgent, like someone running across a hardwood floor. 141. I lay there looking at the faded pregnancy stage poster on the ceiling, and for 15 seconds I did not think about the agreement, the apartment in the Gulch, or the phrase mental state. For 9 days, one thought had run underneath everything. I had to prove I was fine. I had to sleep enough so no one could call me exhausted. I had to stay calm so no one could call me emotional. I had to be perfect, because they were waiting for me not to be. Listening to my daughter's heartbeat, I realized I had been asking the wrong question. She did not need a perfect mother. She needed a mother who could sleep, eat, and call someone who would come. Those were 3 real things I could build, and no one had the right to rewrite them on a sheet of paper. "Everything looks good," Dr. Patel said as she wiped away the gel. "She is head down now." I sat up. "I want to ask about my postpartum plan." "Sit in the chair, this will take a little longer." She opened a form on the computer. "First, labor support. Who will drive you here? And who will be in the room?" "My sister, Hannah Cole." "Only one person." "One." She typed Hannah's name. Then she moved to the next section. "Patient-requested support persons and visitors. When you are admitted, you have the right to say who may come to your room," she said. "I can record your initial wishes in the birth plan, and the hospital will confirm them with you at the time. Whom do you want listed?" "Hannah Cole." She waited. "Anyone else?" I watched the blinking cursor. I thought of Diane standing at the labor and delivery desk with flowers while her name did not appear on the screen. I thought of her calling Caleb from the lobby. Then I thought of the sentence she had sent 4 days earlier. "After Clara is born, you need to let more stable people make the decisions." "No," I said. "Only Hannah." "What about your husband?" I had thought about that question all night. It would have been much easier to say no. It would have matched exactly how I felt at 9 o'clock Sunday night in my own kitchen. But Clara would grow up, and one day she might read this record. "He is her father," I said. "He should be notified when I go into labor and when she is born. I will decide at the time, based on the circumstances, whether he comes into the room. I do not want to exclude him completely in advance." Dr. Patel added another line. "I will write, notify father, room access to be decided by the patient at the time. Is that accurate?" "Yes." "Now your medical records." She turned the screen toward me. "At present, your husband has no authorization to access your records. You have never signed one for anyone. Do you want to change that?" "No, keep it as it is." "Are you sure? Some patients add their spouses for convenience." "I am sure." I sat straighter. "But I want to ask something directly." "Go ahead. If he calls this office and says he is concerned about my mental health, then asks for your opinion about it, what do you do?" Dr. Patel's expression did not change. "We can receive information from him, but we cannot confirm or disclose anything from your chart without your permission." She paused. "And I am going to address the second part because I think that is what you are really asking. I do not prepare reports about parenting, fitness, or custody at a family member's request, whether the request comes from your husband or from you. I am your obstetrician. I monitor your health and the baby's health. I was not planning to ask you to write anything." "I know. I am making the boundary clear so you do not have to wonder about it." She smiled for the first time during the visit. "What I can give you is something else. I can give you a plan." She printed 2 pages. "Appointments every 2 weeks through week 36, then weekly. A consultation with the hospital's perinatal mental health specialist, to schedule if I felt I needed it. A list of symptoms requiring an immediate call. Sleep guidance." The postpartum support section listed Hannah Cole. "Take these home and read them. Do not try to do everything in 1 week." She handed me the pages. "And Rachel, one last thing. You do not have to pretend you have no emotions. It would be unusual not to worry in the 3rd trimester. What I need from you is honesty, like you gave me this morning. That is enough." I left the clinic at 10:20, carrying 2 pages and an appointment card. Sitting in my car, I read both pages from beginning to end. Not one line mentioned Caleb. Not one line called me a victim. There were only dates, times, phone numbers, and names. For days, I had been looking for evidence strong enough to prove I was stable. Now I had 2 pages documenting a plan that would help me live stably. Those were different things, and it took me 9 days to understand the difference. I photographed both pages, sent them to Olivia, then sent them to Hannah with one sentence. "Your name is in all 3 sections." she replied 2 minutes later. I know. I'm going to buy towels. I was still smiling when the phone vibrated again. Diane Morgan. The night after tomorrow, 7 o'clock at my house. The whole family needs to sit down because of Clara. Caleb will be there. Then a second message arrived exactly 10 seconds later. No lawyers, family only. I did not answer that message until 9 that night. I left it on the screen all afternoon while I processed 4 claims and ate a sandwich at my desk. No lawyers. Family only. 6 words, sent exactly 10 seconds after the previous message, which meant she had written both in advance and pressed send twice in a row. It was not an invitation. It was a condition of entry. At 9, I typed 3 sentences, deleted 2, and sent the remaining one. I will be there at 7. I did not say I would come alone. I did not say I would not come alone. She had not asked, and I was not required to answer a question that had not been asked. Diane replied 3 minutes later. Good, I'm making chicken Thursday night. On the morning of day 11, I sat in Olivia's conference room for the 3rd time in 9 days. She placed the 11-page printout in the center of the table beside a blank sheet of paper and her pen. Before we discuss anything else, she said, I need you to state your goals for tomorrow night. In your words, not mine. I do not sign. That is one. What else? I thought, I want to hear them say it themselves. Good, that is 2. She wrote both down. I need you to agree to a 3rd before you enter that house. You must leave safely. You are 32 weeks pregnant. If anyone touches you, blocks a door, or you become short of breath, you stand up and leave. No explanation, no goodbye. I agree. Good. Now let's discuss me. She put down her pen. I will be in my car on a public street a few houses away from hers. Close enough to come in if you text me, but not parked directly in front of the house like a threat. She said no lawyers. She may say anything she wants. Olivia gave the slightest shrug. Rachel, I am making this clear because I do not want you to think we are plotting something. You have the right to legal advice. No one can take that right away with a text message. You promised her nothing. You said you would come, and you will come. That is the full extent of your commitment. What if they throw you out? Then you and I leave together. She continued without pausing. Now 3 things we agree not to do. Tell me. 1. You do not record. No phone hidden in a pocket, no app running in the background, no one standing outside a window. I do not record either. Why? I thought. Because your record is clean. She tapped the papers with one finger. Everything you have is something someone sent to you or something you had the right to access. That is why it holds up. Add a secret recording, and you hand them exactly what they are looking for. A story about an out-of-control wife collecting evidence against her husband's family. Do not give them that gift. What is 2? You do not bring the external drive or your financial files. Bring 1 copy of the agreement, identification, and your phone so you can contact me. What about the voicemail? The original remains on your phone. You do not open it, hand anyone the device, or use it during the meeting. I have a separate copy, in addition to the 2 you saved. She paused. 3. You do not walk in intending to humiliate anyone. No projector, no long script. We are not staging a trial in a living room. You arrive, you do not sign, you ask what you need to ask, and you leave. I looked at the 3 lines she had written on the blank page. The night before, I had imagined a different scene. I stood in the middle of the living room, played the voicemail, and the 3 of them sat in silence while Ashley Reed's voice came out of my phone. I had imagined Diane's face. I had imagined it more times than I wanted to admit. I wanted to tell Olivia I needed that scene, that after days of being called emotional, I deserved 1 minute no one could argue with. Okay, I said. My 3 boundaries. I do not sign. I do not debate my mental state. I do not let Diane make decisions for me. Olivia wrote all 3 down, folded the paper in half, and pushed it toward me. Read these 3 lines again before you ring the doorbell. On the afternoon of day 12, I arrived at Hannah's house at 4. She already knew. I had called the night before and told her enough. The location, the time, that Caleb and Diane would be there, and that Olivia would park nearby. What do you need me to do? she asked, handing me a glass of iced tea. Keep this. I gave her an envelope. Backup copies, statements, screenshots of messages, the agreement. I'm bringing only one copy of the agreement. I'll put it in the top drawer. Remember the time, I go in at 7. If I haven't texted by 9, call Olivia first. Do not call me. I saved her number. Hannah leaned against the kitchen counter. Do you want me to come with you? I looked at her. Part of me wanted to say yes. I wanted her beside me. I wanted her to speak for me when Diane began using that voice of hers. No, I said. If you go in, it becomes your family against theirs. I need to say my part myself. Hannah nodded. She did not ask again, and I was grateful for that. At 5:10, Caleb called. I was sitting in my car in a grocery store parking lot with the engine off. Are you there yet? He asked. No, it's 2 hours away. I know you don't want to come tonight. His voice softened, the voice he used with hesitant clients. But I think this is a chance to save something. We can come through this without destroying everything, Rachel, for the baby's sake. This was the point where I usually began explaining. For 7 years, I had always explained. I told him how I felt, what I needed, what I hoped for, and he listened, and nothing changed. I will be there at 7, I said. That's all you're going to say? Yes. He was silent for a beat. Fine, I'll see you at Mom's. At 6:40, I parked half a block from Diane's house. Olivia's car was already there, parked across the street with the interior lights off. She did not wave. She only looked at me through the windshield and nodded once. I took the folded paper from my bag and read the 3 lines. At 6:58, I rang the bell. Diane opened the door with an apron tied around her waist and the smell of roasted chicken behind her. Come in, Rachel, it's cold. I had sat in her living room hundreds of times. The cream-colored sofa, the wedding photograph of Caleb and me hanging to the left of the fireplace, still there. Caleb stood when I entered. And in the armchair by the window, both hands on her knees, wearing a gray sweater, sat Ashley Reed. She did not stand. She looked at me, then lowered her eyes. No one introduced her as a client. No one said she was only stopping by. Diane walked around me, picked up a plate from the coffee table, and moved it aside without offering one word about why that woman was present at an evening meant for family only. It was the clearest answer I had received in 12 days. Sit here, Rachel. Diane pointed to the center of the sofa. I sat down with my purse in my lap. The 11-page agreement lay open on the coffee table in front of me. Not to page 1. To the last page. The page with 3 signature lines. The line bearing the name Rachel Morgan was closest to me. And across that line, its point aimed toward me, lay a pen. Diane poured tea for me before sitting down. She placed the cup on a fabric coaster, exactly a handspan from the pen, then took the chair across from me and smoothed her apron over her knees. First, I want to say no one here wants to hurt you, she said. We are sitting down together as adults. Calmly, no fighting. You are pregnant, and I do not want you put through anything more. I kept both hands on my purse and did not touch the tea. About Caleb, she continued, I know. I have known for some time. She said it as lightly as if she were talking about the weather. How long? I asked. That is not important. It is important to me. Rachel, she exhaled. I am trying to tell you this family is not going to fall apart publicly. Caleb has a reputation in his profession. He spent 7 years building it through referrals. You know how Nashville is, everything spreads in 3 days. If this gets out, he will not be the only one affected. The baby will grow up with it too. You are telling me not to tell anyone. I am telling you not to make a spectacle. Caleb sat on the edge of the sofa 2 seats away from me. He leaned his elbows on his knees and laced his hands together. The posture of someone about to deliver something rehearsed. Rachel, I am not going to lie to you anymore, he said. Our marriage has been over for a long time. You know that. I know that. Neither of us said it out loud. Since when? There is no exact date. You just said a long time, so you can answer when your relationship with her began. He looked down at his hands. That does not help anything tonight. You are not answering. I do not see any benefit in answering. I let that sentence remain in the room for about 3 seconds. No one filled the silence. Ashley sat straighter in the armchair. Can I say something? She looked at me, then at Diane, then back at me. I am not here to replace you. I want you to know that. What are you here to do? To make everyone honest? She spoke faster. I think the worst thing for the baby would be growing up in a house where everyone is pretending. I grew up that way. My parents stayed together until I was 16, and I wish they had told the truth from the beginning. You are telling me you are here for my daughter's benefit? She could not answer that. Diane leaned forward. I think we should discuss the practical part. She put a hand on the papers and turned them slightly toward me. I wrote everything down. Have you read it? Yes. Then you see that it is reasonable. I picked up the agreement, turned back to page 3, and read aloud. During the postpartum recovery period, anticipated to last 6 to 12 weeks, Rachel will reside at the home of Hannah Cole in East Nashville. I turned another page. Caleb Morgan will continue to occupy the marital residence at our home address. I put the papers back on the table. You wrote that I will leave my own home, take my daughter, and stay in my sister's house for 3 months while he remains in the house with the nursery I spent 4 years preparing. You make it sound terrible when you say it that way. I am reading it exactly as written. Rachel, after giving birth you will not be able to manage on your own. Her voice hardened slightly. You need someone to cook, someone to watch the baby while you sleep. At Hannah's you have your sister. At your house, who do you have? Caleb works all day. Then why does he need to keep the house? No one answered. Ashley spoke, and she chose the wrong moment. You need to recover, everyone says that. The first 6 weeks are. Go on, I said. She stopped. I turned toward Diane. I am asking one question, and I want a direct answer. Who decided that after I give birth, I will not be capable of making decisions? The room went silent. I heard the oven in the kitchen beep once, and shut off. Diane looked at Caleb. Caleb looked down at the rug. Ashley looked toward the window. 3 people, 3 directions, and no one looking at me. That was the answer. No one has decided anything, Diane said. Everyone is only worried about you. You wrote that during the first 6 weeks, Caleb will make decisions about Clara's medical care, nutrition, and schedule. Not me. That is not concern. That is a clause. It is temporary. There is no end date in the document. You are picking apart every word. I am reading every word. You wrote them. Caleb looked up. Enough! He pushed the agreement toward me, and this time the pen slid with it and stopped against my finger. Sign it, Rachel. It is temporary. 3 months. After 3 months we sit down and revise anything you want. I promise. I looked at the pen. It was a cheap blue ballpoint with the logo of his real estate office printed on the barrel. For about 2 seconds, I saw exactly what would happen if I picked it up. Immediate relief in the room, Diane pouring more tea, someone talking about roasted chicken, me driving home and never having to endure another evening like this one. Then I saw page 5. I pulled my hand back and placed it in my lap. I am not signing. Why? Because I do not agree to it. You can revise it. Then bring the revised version to my attorney. That was the first time I said those 2 words in that room. Diane sat straighter. You have a lawyer? Yes. I said no lawyers. You told me to come. I came. Caleb stood from the sofa. See? He spoke to Diane, not to me. This is exactly what I told you. She does not communicate with me anymore. She disappears all afternoon without texting. She will not let me talk to the doctor. Now she hired a lawyer behind my back. He turned toward me. Rachel, you are 32 weeks pregnant and you cannot even sign one paper to protect your child. Do you understand how that looks from the outside? This is exactly what I am worried about. Exactly. He stood there with one hand pointing at the agreement, using my refusal to sign as evidence that I was unstable. He did not know I had heard that sentence before. Not from him. I reached into my purse, took out my phone, and typed one word into the message I had prepared at 6 that evening. Now. I pressed send and placed the phone face down in my lap. Who did you text? Caleb asked. I did not answer. Rachel, who did you just text? The doorbell rang. Diane did not stand immediately. She looked at me first, then went into the hallway. I heard the deadbolt, then her voice. I'm sorry. Who are you? I'm Olivia Grant. I represent Rachel Morgan. She is inside and asked me to come in. This is my private home, and this is a family matter. I understand. I am here at my client's request. If you do not want me inside, Rachel will come outside and the conversation ends here. There was a silence of about 4 seconds. Then footsteps crossed the hardwood floor, and Olivia entered the living room. She wore a gray wool coat and carried a slim briefcase and her phone. She did not look at Caleb or Ashley. She walked directly to me. "Are you all right?" "I'm all right." She stood beside the arm of the sofa and turned toward the room. "I will be brief. I represent Rachel. She has decided not to continue any discussion about marital property or Clara without legal advice." Caleb was still standing. "We're having a family conversation. Please leave." "I will leave when Rachel leaves." Olivia looked down at the coffee table. "And I will clarify this now." She picked up the pen and placed it on the farthest edge of the table, beyond my reach. "Rachel will not sign this document tonight. She will not sign any other version tonight either. If the three of you wish to make a proposal, send it in writing to my office." Diane had returned to the room. She stood beside the fireplace with her arms crossed. "You are making this into far more than it is. We are only trying to help the baby." "If this is only an offer of help," Olivia said, "why was this 11-page agreement prepared before Rachel walked in?" Diane did not answer. "It contains provisions about where Rachel will live, use of the house, time with Clara, decision-making during the first weeks, and confidentiality regarding Mr. Morgan's relationship with Miss Reed." Olivia placed her briefcase on the table. "This is not an impromptu family discussion. That is irrelevant." "It is directly relevant." Olivia turned to me. "Rachel, the decision is yours." This was the moment I had imagined dozens of times over 12 days. I looked at Ashley first. She sat on the edge of the armchair with her hands clenched together. Then I looked at Caleb, who had just used my refusal to sign as proof that I was unstable. "Play it," I said. Olivia placed her phone in the center of the coffee table, between the untouched tea and the 11-page agreement. "This is a copy of a voicemail sent directly to Rachel Morgan's phone at 6:52 a.m. on Monday. The original remains preserved in its original condition." She pressed play. There was the sound of an engine, a turn signal. Ashley's voice came through, unguarded and unperformed, the voice of someone driving and accustomed to talking to the person on the other end. "Cale, I just left the Franklin place. I should be there in 15 minutes. I called the property manager. They're holding the unit for us through the end of the month. You said we had to wait until after she gives birth, but they need an answer about the lease this week. I can't sign it alone." A short pause. A car horn in the distance. "Oh, your mom called me this morning. She brought up yesterday again. She said it was fine, not to worry. No one noticed the name thing. Then she brought up that idea from before." Then the sentence came through. "Your mom said that after the baby is born, all we have to do is prove she's unstable. I think it's a little extreme, but she said the first few months are the easiest time. Everyone's exhausted, everyone cries, and—" A pause. "Wait." Fabric rustled. Plastic struck plastic. No, that's not." The voicemail cut off in the middle of the word. The phone screen turned off by itself. No one in that room breathed loudly enough to hear. Ashley lifted a hand over her mouth. She did not look at me. She stared at the phone on the table as though it had betrayed her. "That's my voice," she said very quietly. "It's being misinterpreted." Caleb spoke quickly, and he spoke to Olivia rather than to me. "It is less than a minute taken out of context." She was repeating something someone else said. "It was not anyone's plan." "Then who was the someone else?" Olivia asked. "You are trying to trap me." "I am only asking who said it first, if Miss Reed was repeating it." Caleb turned to Ashley. "What did you tell me about that call? You said you called the wrong number and left nothing." Ashley lowered her hand. "I do not remember what I told you then." "You made that sentence up." "I did not make anything up." Her voice rose. "You and your mother discussed this with me. You said to let Rachel give birth and then everything would be easier. When I asked what easier meant, you told me not to worry." "Ashley, you said you would move in with me after she gave birth." Ashley turned toward Diane. "You knew too. You told me Rachel would be too exhausted to object." Diane kept her arms crossed. "I never said anyone should take another woman's child," she said. "I said a woman who has just given birth needs help. That is what I believe. That is still what I believe. Rachel, You know I never wanted to hurt you. You put your own name into the agreement, I said. You wrote that I would leave my house. You wrote that you would have regular access to Clara. You wrote all of that before she was born. I wrote it because someone had to think ahead. Caleb sat on the edge of the sofa. He turned toward me, and his voice changed completely. Rachel. He extended one hand without touching me, resting it on the cushion between us. I was wrong. I am saying it plainly. I was wrong. I will not argue one more sentence. He spoke quickly. But listen to me for 1 minute. If this becomes public, I lose everything. My business depends on referrals. If one client knows, 30 people will know. I will have nothing left to support Clara. He glanced at Olivia, then looked back at me. We handle this privately. No public filing. I will sign anything you want. Set the terms and I will agree to all of them. Just do not let this affect my career. That was the most honest sentence he spoke all evening. He did not ask me to forgive him. He did not ask whether I was hurt. He asked me to keep it quiet. I sat still for about 3 seconds. Part of me still wanted to accept the offer. 7 years did not disappear in 12 days. If I nodded, I would leave that house with a husband who owed me everything, and there was a kind of appeal in that. But I had listened to the voicemail twice in my car and once in Olivia's office. This was the 4th time. And every time, the most important sentence was about what they intended to do after my daughter was born. No, I said. Rachel. You heard me. No. I stood. I had to brace one hand on the arm of the sofa to do it. And I let them watch. 12 days ago, I walked into a shower where all 3 people in this room already knew what was happening. I opened gifts. I thanked everyone. Then I sent a thank you note to every guest, including you. Ashley did not look up. Then you sat together and wrote 11 pages about the first months of my daughter's life. You decided where I would sleep. You decided who would care for her. You decided who would make important decisions before Clara even had her name on a birth certificate. I looked at Diane, then at Caleb. You did not come here to protect my child. You came here to take her before she was born. No one said anything. Olivia picked up the phone. I handed her the copy of the 11-page agreement I had brought, and she placed it in her briefcase. Send all further communication to my office, she said. My card is here. She placed a business card beside the untouched tea. I walked into the hallway. Diane followed 2 steps. Rachel, think carefully. Once you walk through that door, everything will be different. I know, I said. That is why I am walking out. It was colder outside than when I had arrived. Olivia walked beside me to the curb and waited until I was inside my car. You kept all 3 boundaries, she said through the lowered window. Nothing is finished, is it? No. She looked at me. There has been no ruling tonight and no parenting plan. You simply refused to sign a document that did not protect you. She tapped the roof of the car lightly. That was all you needed to do tonight. I drove to Hannah's house. She was waiting on the porch with the outside light on. The next morning, Olivia called at 9:10. I just filed the divorce petition. The clerk's office confirmed receipt. She paused. I also sent notice to Caleb that you will not sign any private agreement. Any proposal involving Clara will go through counsel and the formal process after she is born. Caleb called me 17 times during the first 2 days after Olivia filed for divorce. I did not answer once. On the 18th call, he sent a message. You do not need to do this through lawyers. I am your husband. I forwarded the message to Olivia and did not reply. She called me that afternoon. From now on, all communication regarding property, the house, and any proposal involving Clara will go through my office and Caleb's attorney. His counsel contacted us this morning. What did they say? They said your refusal to sign the agreement concerned their client? She read the sentence in a reporting tone. I responded that the document had never taken effect and that you had no obligation to sign it. They did not repeat the point. That was all? That was all. Rachel, most of this process will be letters and dates. It will not look like the other night, and that is a good thing. There was one question that took me 3 nights to decide. Whether Caleb should be told about the remaining prenatal appointments. At 34 weeks, I sat in my car outside the clinic holding my phone and considered saying nothing. He had missed 5 of 8 important appointments. Maybe he would not ask now either. I texted Olivia. What am I required to tell him? She called back within 2 minutes. Caleb has no right to your private medical records and no automatic right to attend every appointment. But you said you did not want to cut him off from reasonable information about Clara. She paused. You may send brief updates through me. Information about the baby only, not your entire medical chart. From that day on, after each appointment, I sent Olivia 3 lines: gestational week, Clara's heart rate, and whether anything abnormal had been found. She forwarded them to Caleb's attorney within 24 hours. Caleb acknowledged none of those updates during the next 4 weeks. At 36 weeks, I moved into Hannah's house. I brought 2 suitcases of clothes, my hospital bag, the newborn supplies Olivia had approved, and 4 boxes of personal records and document copies. I left the household furniture, the crib that had taken 4 hours to assemble, and the rocking chair by the window. Before locking the door, I photographed every room and sent the pictures to Olivia with the date and time. You are not taking the crib? Hannah asked as I carried in the last box. No, it was purchased from the joint account. Then where will Clara sleep? I will buy another one. I asked Olivia first. The next afternoon, Hannah drove me to buy it. We assembled it in 40 minutes because this time I knew which step had to come first. It sat against the left wall, 4 feet 4 inches long, leaving almost 20 inches exactly as I had measured on day 8. Diane called the hospital when I was 38 weeks pregnant. I knew because a member of the birth registration staff called me immediately afterward. A woman named Diane Morgan asked about the maternity visitor process and when you might be admitted, she said. We did not confirm that you are a patient and did not provide any information. I am calling so you are aware. My visitor list has not changed? It has not. Hannah Cole only. Then leave it that way. I hung up and sat still on the edge of the bed. I wanted to call Diane and let her know I knew what she had just done. I did not. I recorded the date and time, sent it to Olivia, and put down the phone. Diane was not allowed into my room. That was all I needed. Not a punishment. Only a patient's boundary documented in the hospital record. Clara Rose Morgan was born at 4:52 at 39 weeks and 2 days. Labor began at 9 the previous evening. Hannah drove. She left her slippers in the kitchen and ran barefoot to the car, and I laughed in the middle of a contraction. Almost 8 hours later, Clara gave her first cry. The delivery was uncomplicated. She weighed 7 pounds, 1 ounce. Her cry was small but furious, and the nurse placed her on my chest before I could even ask. I could not form a sentence. I only looked at the wet black hair and the tiny 5-fingered hand opening and closing. 4 years of treatment. Nearly 11 months of Caleb building another life. 11 pages written in advance about the first weeks of hers. And Clara lay there, belonging to none of those plans. Hello, baby, I said. Hannah stood beside the bed and cried aloud. At 6:15 that morning, I texted Olivia. Clara was born at 4:52. Mother and baby are healthy. Please notify Caleb's side. She replied 4 minutes later. I am sending notice now. Rest. Caleb texted at 7:20. I just heard. Is she okay? She is fine. 7 pounds, 1 ounce. Can I come? I looked at the message for a long time. I had given birth less than 3 hours earlier. I had not slept or showered and was nursing for the second time while a nurse stood beside me showing me how to support Clara's head. Not today, I wrote. Olivia will arrange a visit tomorrow afternoon under hospital rules. He did not respond directly. 40 minutes later, Olivia confirmed that both attorneys had agreed to 3 o'clock the next afternoon for 30 minutes in the maternity unit visitation room, not my patient room. Caleb arrived on time and alone. He wore a dress shirt and carried a teddy bear with the price tag still attached. Hannah walked with me to the visitation room and sat on the other side. Caleb stared at Clara for a long time before asking, "Can I hold her?" I handed her to him and showed him how to support her head. He sat with Clara in his arms and could not speak for almost a minute. She looks like you, he said. She looks like a newborn. He gave a very short laugh. Then his face changed. Rachel. Don't. I was only going to say. Caleb, not here, not today. You have half an hour with her. Use it for her. He fell silent. For the next 20 minutes, he only looked at Clara. He did not mention the agreement, the house, or my mental state. When the time was almost over, he handed her back. His hands were awkward as he transferred her into my arms. "When can I see her again?" he asked. "The lawyers will arrange it." He nodded and left the room. There was no shouting, no security, no confrontation at the hospital. I carried Clara back to my room, placed her in the bassinet, and stood watching her sleep. During the weeks before, I had thought everything was about proving what Caleb had done. The voicemail, the apartment, the missed appointments, and the agreement. But watching him hold Clara for the first time, I understood something else. She would not grow up on what Caleb wrote or promised. She would grow up on whether he showed up consistently. That was the question he had to answer with his behavior. 2 weeks later, the first parenting visit took place at Hannah's house, 90 minutes, with me in the home. Caleb arrived 10 minutes early holding a brand new stiff-covered notebook and a pen. He wrote the date at the top of the page, then looked at me. "How often does she eat?" "Every 2.5 hours?" I said. "Sometimes every 2. She does not follow a clock." He wrote it down. Then he kept asking, and I answered each question. How long she usually slept, how much milk went in each bottle, why she had to be burped, which cries meant hunger, why there could not be a pillow in the crib. During those 90 minutes, he filled 2 pages. He changed 2 diapers and had to redo both. The second time, I showed him from the beginning, and he did not argue. Near the end, Clara cried and would not settle. He carried her back and forth across the kitchen, then stopped. "What am I doing wrong?" "Nothing. She is hungry." He handed her to me. On the way out, he stopped in the doorway and said without turning around, "I don't know anything." "No one does at first," I said. That was the kindest sentence I said to him in 6 weeks. The first visits were all short, 90 minutes, twice a week, during the day, with me in the house. Olivia explained that the schedule was not punishment. "Clara is very young and needs to eat often," she said. "Short, consistent visits let Caleb learn to care for her without disrupting her feeding and sleep. The time can expand as Clara gets older, and if he continues to attend reliably." He attended reliably. I documented both sides, exactly as Olivia required. The days he came, the days he was late, the day he canceled for a showing, then asked to reschedule for the next day, instead of abandoning the visit. During the first 4 months, he attended 29 of 32 visits. I gave the log to Olivia. She read the final number and looked at me. "This number helps Caleb." "It is true." I pushed the page toward her. "I am not keeping records to make him look worse. I am keeping them so they are accurate." In the 3rd month, the court required both of us to complete a co-parenting education course. We registered for different class times. Caleb completed his course. The certificate went to both attorneys and into the file. When Clara was 5 months old, both sides agreed to a temporary parenting plan and submitted it for court approval. There was no lengthy contested hearing. No one played the voicemail for a judge. I was the primary physical caregiver. Caleb had 3 fixed visits each week. His time expanded in stages if he continued participating consistently. He continued to show up. By the time Clara was almost 1, 2 of the 3 visits had expanded into longer daytime periods. Caleb still could not change the schedule on his own, but he no longer needed me in the same room reminding him of each step. No line said I had won. No line said he was being punished because of Ashley Reed. "You understand why, don't you?" Olivia asked when she handed me the plan. "Because infidelity does not determine whether someone can be a father." "Correct. And the voicemail does not decide the outcome by itself." She placed a hand on the file. "It only shows that a plan was discussed. Everything else shows what each person actually did." The file contained the voicemail, Diane's messages, the 11-page agreement, the joint account statements, the schedule of 5 appointments Caleb missed, the childbirth class he did not attend, my postpartum support plan, and the log of his visits with Clara. No single piece of evidence saved me. The entire sequence of events made it impossible for anyone to turn their words into truth merely by repeating them often enough. The house was resolved in the 7th month. Caleb wanted to keep it. His attorney proposed that he buy out my share and pay me over 4 years. Diane called me for the first time in months. "That is the family home," she said. "Clara should have somewhere familiar to return to." She has never lived there for a single day, Diane. She went silent. I think it was the first time she had heard me call her by her first name. I did not object because I wanted Caleb to lose the house. I refused because 4 years of installment payments meant 4 more years of my finances depending on him. The house was sold. I signed the closing documents at the title company's office and never returned. Ashley left Caleb around the 8th month. I knew because he mentioned it when he came to pick up Clara. She moved out. I did not ask. I know. He fastened Clara into her car seat. She said the life I promised her never happened. I asked nothing else. He offered nothing else. I did not feel triumphant. I only thought that Ashley had finally seen what took me nearly a year to see. Caleb's promises were always easier than the part where he had to carry them out. Diane asked to see Clara when she was 9 months old. She contacted Olivia instead of coming to the house or messaging me directly. My first answer in my head was, no. But I did not want to use Clara to return to Diane what she had done to me. She may see Clara during Caleb's parenting time, I told Olivia. Caleb must be present, no separate pickups, no overnights, and she may not take Clara anywhere outside the parenting plan. Diane agreed. Every later visit stayed within those boundaries. The divorce was finalized when Clara was 10 months old. Olivia sent me the judgment on a Thursday afternoon. I read it at Hannah's kitchen table, placed it in the document box, and went to prepare Clara's bottle. There was no sound announcing that a 7-year marriage had ended. I did not go back to Caleb. I returned to work after maternity leave and rented a 2-bedroom apartment near Hannah's house. She helped me paint Clara's room. This time, I chose the color from the beginning without asking anyone's opinion. When Clara was almost 1, I made an album of her first year. I included the ultrasound image, a picture of Clara just after birth, a photograph of Hannah holding her on the porch, and one photograph of Caleb holding her for the first time. I considered that picture for a long time and included it anyway. Caleb betrayed me. That did not erase the fact that he was Clara's father. When I reached the final page, I took out a sheet of paper, folded into quarters. The baby shower guest list. Near the bottom, handwritten in blue ink in Diane Morgan's slanted script, was the name Ashley Reed. I opened the paper under the kitchen light and looked at it. That day, I did not know what kind of evidence I was holding. I only knew there was a name that should not have been there, and I needed to look at it again when no one else was in the room telling me everything was completely normal. That was what I kept from all of it. Not the feeling when Caleb begged me to keep quiet. Not Ashley's face when she heard her own voice coming from a phone in the living room. The moment when I saw something that did not make sense and did not force myself to explain it away. I attached the list to the final page of the album, whole and untrimmed. Ashley's name was still there, but it no longer made me feel replaced in my own day. It only marked the day I began to trust what I saw. I closed the album and walked into Clara's room. She lay in the crib with one hand raised over her head, breathing evenly. The room was smaller than the nursery in the old house, but everything in it stood where I had chosen to place it. They had tried to write my daughter's future before she had the chance to be born, but Clara was not born as a clause in their agreement. She was born in my arms, with a name I had chosen, and a life no one would ever again be allowed to decide behind my back. I am Rebecca Nolan, 42 years old, and I have worked as a school counselor in Denver for 16 years. At 10:06 on Monday morning, a woman I had never met called to ask whether I wanted to wire the money or use a card to pay the remaining $28,000 for my sister-in-law's wedding. I had never signed a contract with her. But before the call ended, she said my name was listed as the financial guarantor, next to an electronic signature and a copy of my driver's license. 3 minutes earlier, I had still been explaining to a student that he did not have to pay to submit the FAFSA. He sat in the plastic chair across from my desk, both hands gripping the straps of his backpack. A website had asked his family to pay a fee to expedite the processing of the financial aid application. I turned the screen toward him, opened the correct official site, and pointed to the word Times Free Times in the acronym. FAFSA is free to submit, I said. You do not have to pay that fee. 16 years of doing this work had taught me that what was a small amount to one person could determine another person's entire future. My phone vibrated on the desk. An unfamiliar number appeared. Madison, Jason's younger sister, was getting married in 12 days. so I assumed the call might be related to the event. I answered. Rebecca Nolan. Hello, Miss Nolan. This is Vanessa Cole, the event director at Silver Peak Lodge. I could hear a keyboard in the background. I'm calling to confirm the payment method for the remaining balance. Would you like to send a wire transfer or use a card? What remaining balance? $28,000 for the wedding of Madison Nolan and Luke Parker. I heard every word clearly. They simply did not match anything I had ever agreed to. Vanessa, I think you have the wrong person. I did not sign any contract with Silver Peak Lodge. The typing stopped. Let me check. There was a brief silence. The total contract value is $46,000. $18,000 has been paid. The remaining $28,000 is due by Friday. You are listed as the financial guarantor. I put one hand on the edge of my desk. Based on what document? We have your electronic signature and a copy of your driver's license in the file. The student looked up. I realized I had stood without remembering when I had pushed my chair back. Could you wait for me in the hallway for a few minutes? He picked up his backpack and stepped outside. I closed the door before continuing. Vanessa, that is not my signature. I understand. I can send you the PDF to review. I gave her my work email address. One character at a time. One more thing, I said. Do not contact Jason. Not yet. Vanessa paused. Jason Nolan is listed as the financial contact in the file. I looked through the window in the door. The student stood in the hallway, looking down at the notes he had just taken. He had no idea that in less than 3 minutes, I had discovered my name on a contract I had never signed. I need to read the document before anyone knows I am disputing the signature. I'll note your request, Vanessa said. The email is being sent now. The file arrived almost immediately. I sat down and opened it. The first page listed Madison Nolan and Luke Parker. Total value, $46,000. Jason was listed as the financial contact. My name appeared below his. Rebecca Nolan payment guarantor. I scrolled to the last page. The signature slanted to the right. The R had a large loop at the top. The tail of the N stretched out and dipped downward. It looked like my signature. I took a piece of scratch paper, signed my name in the lower corner, and held it beside the screen. The two signatures were almost identical, but my hand had never made the signature on that contract. Beside it was a copy of my driver's license. My first instinct was to call Jason immediately. I did not. I did not yet know what Jason had done. I only knew my identity had been used on a contract I had never signed. Vanessa, I said, where did the $18,000 payment come from? All I can see is that it was a direct transfer. The system does not display the full bank name. Can you see the last 4 digits? Yes. Read them to me. Vanessa read 4 numbers. The bell rang in the hallway to signal the change of periods. The sound seemed to come from very far away. Those 4 digits did not belong to the joint account Jason and I shared. They were the last 4 digits of the college account I had opened when Sophie was 3 years old, with the promise that she would never have to choose a school based only on money we did not have. An hour earlier, I had been standing in our bedroom, holding 2 dresses on hangers and trying to decide which one looked less like something I would wear to a funeral. I had worn the navy one a few times. The gray one still had the tags on it. Jason stood in the doorway, tying his tie, and watching me in the mirror. The gray one, he said. The blue one makes you look like you're headed to a parent conference. I go to parent conferences all the time. Exactly. And this is not a parent conference. He pulled the knot snug against his collar. Can you decide today? Madison needs to know the color palette. The color palette. Yes. So the colors coordinate in the pictures. He said it as though it were obvious and I was deliberately refusing to understand. It's only 12 days away, Rebecca. This is the most important day of her life. I hung the gray dress on the closet doorknob. In the weeks of preparation, I had heard the phrase "the most important day of her life" so many times that it had become background noise. Downstairs, Sophie was already sitting at the table with a blue plastic binder open in front of her. She had labeled the front times college plan times in block letters on a strip of masking tape. Inside were school lists, program information, scholarship deadlines, and a spreadsheet she had built herself that I was not allowed to edit. Sophie was 16, but she took planning for college very seriously. "Mom," Sophie said without looking up, I'm comparing two environmental engineering programs. One of them has more field hours. She turned the laptop toward me. On the screen was a picture of a group of students standing in a creek, wearing chest waders and holding test tubes. They have a virtual information session next weekend, Sophie said. Can we watch it together? Yes. I poured coffee. I'll put it on my calendar. You'll forget. I'll set an alarm. Sophie typed into her spreadsheet and added another row. I already put you on the attendee list. Jason came down the stairs, picked up his car keys from the counter, and checked his phone, in the same order he did every morning. Dad, Sophie said, do you think going out of state is worth it? He did not look up from the screen. Worth what? The higher tuition? But if the 529 keeps growing the way it has the last few years, and I add scholarships, then I'd have to borrow less than I thought. Sophie spoke calmly, as though solving a math problem. I wanted to ask Mom what the latest balance is so I can update the spreadsheet. I lifted my coffee and took a sip. I'll pull it up at the end of the month and tell you. I remember those exact words because later I would need to remember precisely what I had said to my daughter that morning. Jason put his phone face down on the counter. Sophie, he said, don't get hung up on one number. You should focus on applying for scholarships. I am applying. Then apply for more. He shrugged. One school is as good as another if you work hard enough. You can also go to community college and transfer. Nobody cares where you spend your freshman year. I didn't say I wasn't willing to work hard. Sophie's voice rose slightly. I just want to know how much I have so I can plan accurately. You're 16. You do not have to calculate everything right now. I set down my cup. Sophie looked at the blue binder and closed it. I knew that was how she withdrew from a conversation without slamming a door. Jason, I said, why are you so tense? I'm not tense. She only asked about the balance in an account meant for her. He turned to look at me. For a few seconds I thought I was going to get an honest answer. You're the problem, he said. You turn everything into a spreadsheet. Madison is about to have the biggest day of her life, and we're sitting here talking about out-of-state tuition. I never mentioned the wedding. You didn't have to. It's in your tone. He picked up his keys. You spend all day listening to students worry about money, then you bring that anxiety home and look at everything through it. Sophie stood, tucked the binder under one arm, and went upstairs. She did not say goodbye to either of us. Jason watched her go and exhaled. I'll talk to her later. I wanted to ask what he planned to say. I wanted to ask why one question about tuition made him lose his composure when he could talk about Madison's flowers and band for weeks without getting tired. But 16 years as a counselor had taught me not to push a conversation farther than it could bear. At the time, I truly believed my husband was simply exhausted from carrying the burden of his sister's wedding. He stopped at the door with one hand on the knob. Rebecca, I need one thing from you. What? On the day will you smile? His voice softened. No matter what you think about the cost or about Madison, just for one day. Let her have a perfect day. Have I ever ruined anyone's wedding? He did not laugh. He only nodded as if he had gotten what he needed and walked out. I washed my cup, turned off the kitchen light, went upstairs, and knocked on Sophie's door to tell her I had set an alarm for the virtual information session. She said thank you through the closed door. Then I drove to school, opened my office, and called in my first student. Exactly 1 hour later, the phone on my desk began to vibrate. I canceled 2 lunchtime appointments and wrote on the note I taped to my door. In a meeting back at 1. Then I sat down and read the contract from the first page. The first page contained the event information. Madison Nolan and Luke Parker, 145 guests, total value $46,000. Jason was listed as the financial contact. The last page was the part I needed. Financial guarantor. 3 fields. The first held my name. The second held my home address, including the zip code. The third held an email address. I read that address 4 times before I saw what was wrong. My real email had 2 consecutive C's in the middle. The email in the contract had only 1. I opened a blank document, typed the 2 addresses side by side, and enlarged them. Placed next to each other, the difference was obvious, but on a form packed with text, they looked similar enough that no one would stop to check. I searched my inbox for Silver Peak Lodge, Madison's name, and the outstanding amount. There was no confirmation email, no contract, no payment reminder. That other address had not been created for me to see. It had been created so every email sent in my name would go to a different inbox. I called Vanessa back. I need you to confirm a few details in the file. I'll answer whatever the system allows me to disclose, she said. What address were the confirmation emails sent to? Vanessa read back the address with one C missing. When was the electronic signature recorded? I heard typing. 6 weeks ago. I wrote the date on the scratch paper beside the signature I had just made. 6 weeks earlier, Jason had stood in the bathroom doorway holding my wallet. He said our auto insurer needed a new photo of my driver's license because the old one on file had expired. I had said, "Go ahead and take it." I remembered the sound of his office door closing. I also remembered that I had not thought about it again because, at the time, I had no reason to be suspicious. What about the copy of the driver's license? It was uploaded the same day, Vanessa said, 4 minutes before the signature was recorded. I looked at the 2 timestamps on the paper. The image of my driver's license had been uploaded first. The signature in my name appeared 4 minutes later. I sat very still, both feet flat on the floor. Not because I was dizzy. The opposite. Every detail had suddenly become clear. The email address off by 1 character. The driver's license image, the signature, and Jason's name in the financial contacts section. My first instinct was to call Jason, tell him to explain, and wait for an answer reasonable enough to turn all of this into a mistake. I looked again at the words Times Payment Guarantor. If I called now, the person who knew this file best would know I had found it. I created a new folder and named it Times Silver Peak Lodge. Vanessa, I need you to send me 4 more things. I'm taking notes. The signed contract, a record of the system emails sent to the guarantor, with dates and times, the file upload log, and the list of contacts registered for the event, including their roles. I'll need to verify whether I am authorized to provide the contact list. I understand. Vanessa was silent for a few seconds. Miss Nolan, I need to make one thing clear. The event contract is still active, and the remaining balance is still due. If you deny the signature, I can record the dispute and send the file to management for review. I cannot decide who is right. I'm not asking you to decide. I pulled the scratch paper closer. I'm asking you to record that the person named as guarantor denies signing. I can do that. Does that cancel the event? No, the event remains on the books. The $18,000 already paid is non-refundable, and the due date for the remaining balance does not change. While we verify the signature, we will pause any effort to collect the $28,000 from you and redirect the payment request to the renter. Madison. The renter, Vanessa said. I sat up straighter. I did not need to cancel the contract. I did not need to call vendors or threaten anyone. I only needed to make clear that my name had been placed in the guarantee section without my consent. One more thing, I said. My request from this morning still stands. Do not proactively call Jason or tell him that I contacted you. I am not obligated to proactively notify him, Vanessa said, but if the renter or the financial contact asks directly about the file's status, I have to answer accurately based on the information we have. That is enough. The first files arrived in my inbox within 10 minutes. I downloaded the contract, the email information, and the upload log into the new folder, then saved a second copy. In the log, the image of my driver's license appeared on the same day as the signature. The contact list had 3 lines. Madison Nolan renter. Luke Parker cosigner. Jason Nolan Times primary financial contact. Jason's name appeared in the financial contact section. My name appeared in the section assigning responsibility for payment. I stared at those 2 lines until the end of period bell rang in the hallway. Locker doors slammed one after another. A group of students laughed loudly, then quickly fell quiet. I peeled the note off my door, crumpled it, and threw it into the trash. Then I opened a browser, entered the address for the 529 plan management site, and typed the username I had used since Sophie was 3. I entered my password. Incorrect login information. I typed it again more slowly and checked the caps lock key. Incorrect login information. I had to wait on the identity verification line. While I waited, I looked through my office window at the faculty parking lot. A school bus was backing into a space, making a steady beeping sound. I counted each beep because if I did not keep my mind on something specific, I would call Jason. "Thank you for holding. I need to verify a few details." I gave the last 4 digits of my social security number, my date of birth, and the name of the beneficiary on the account. "Sophie Nolan," I said. "Thank you, Miss Nolan. The system shows that the password was changed. I'll send you a verification code so you can reset it." A few minutes later, I was able to log in. The dashboard appeared. I had opened that page many times over the years, usually at the end of the year, when the house was quiet and I wanted to see how much Sophie's fund had grown. The balance box sat in the upper left corner. Ling Mei Yuan. I did not stand up. I did not make a sound. The heater in my office switched on. I realized I had been holding my breath and forced myself to inhale. Then I did what my work had taught me to do whenever a number was wrong. I did not stare at the result. I looked for what had created it. I opened the account settings. The alert email had been changed to an address I did not recognize. Paper statements had been turned off. The backup phone number was not mine. Its last 4 digits matched the number Jason still used. I stared at those 3 lines for a long time. I did not yet know who had made the changes, but that person had not merely accessed the account. They had changed the way the system communicated with me. I opened the transaction history. There were only 2 large withdrawals. Withdrawal $35,000. Withdrawal $26,000. Both had been transferred to the same bank account, ending in 4 familiar digits. The joint account Jason and I shared. $61,000 had left Sophie's college fund. I switched to our bank portal. The 2 deposits into the joint account matched the 2 withdrawals exactly. After each deposit, multiple outgoing transfers had been made over the following days. By the end of each round, almost none of that money remained. I still checked the joint account to pay bills, but the large amounts had moved through between my logins. The money had not been held there as savings. It had only passed through. I pulled my chair closer to the desk and opened a blank document. At the top I typed, Sophie's 529 Fund. Below it I wrote, current balance, $0. First withdrawal, $35,000. Second withdrawal, $26,000. Receiving account, joint account. Alert email changed. Paper statements turned off. Backup phone number is not mine. I read the list again. My first instinct was still to call Jason, but if he knew I had regained access to the account, he would also know exactly what I was looking at. I called the plan administrator again. This time, after verifying my identity, I was transferred to the account services department. "I need to confirm 2 withdrawal transactions," I said. The representative read the amounts back to me. "Both requests were submitted online through the account in your name. I did not make them." There was a pause on the other end. "Are you saying you did not initiate or authorize either transaction?" "Correct. I am the account owner. I did not request the $35,000 withdrawal. I did not request the $26,000 withdrawal either. I discovered them today." "Do you know who might have had access to the login information?" I looked at the backup phone number on the screen. "My husband could access devices and records in our home," I said, "but I did not give him authority over this account. He is not the account owner, an authorized user, or the beneficiary." I did not say Jason had made the 2 transactions. I did not yet have evidence that allowed me to say that. The representative typed for several seconds. "I will flag the account as disputed and freeze new transactions during the review. This will not automatically return the money already withdrawn, but it will open a case for investigation." What should I preserve? Download the statements, activity history, contact information changes, and the reference numbers for both transactions. We will also send confirmation that the account has been flagged. I understand. Miss Nolan, you should also preserve any related emails and speak with an attorney. I will. I ended the call and began downloading documents. The activity history showed that the alert email, statement preference, and backup phone number had all been changed before the 2 withdrawal requests appeared. I saved. Account statements. Transaction history. Contact information change history. The login log the system allowed me to download. Reference numbers for both withdrawals. Confirmation that the account was disputed. I placed everything in a new folder named 529 Sophie, then saved a second copy somewhere separate from the shared computer at home. I completed every step in order. I did not call Jason. I did not call Madison. I did not text Carol. I saved only what I could prove. A little before 1 in the afternoon, I reopened the joint account statement for one final review. The sunlight had shifted to the edge of my desk. In the hallway, student voices and slamming lockers echoed one after another. I found the first $35,000 deposit and reviewed the transactions immediately after it. The first line was an $18,000 transfer. The description was cut off on the screen. I widened the memo column. Silver Peak Lodge deposit Madison Nolan wedding. Early that afternoon, I sat in my office with the joint account statement open on my screen. 7 lines. That was all it had taken to spend $61,000. I opened a blank spreadsheet and started typing. Not because I needed a computer to add 7 numbers. 16 years as a school counselor had taught me that money only became real when each amount was placed on its own clear line. 18,000 Silver Peak Lodge. Deposit. 11 perdebit. Nula Bridal Shop. 9,500 band. Sound and lighting. 7,500 flowers and decor. 6,000 photography and video. 5,500 honeymoon deposit. 3,500 welcome party and guest gifts. I entered the formula in the final cell and pressed enter. 6,110, not $1 over, not $1 short. I stared at that number longer than any other line on the screen. I did not yet know whether the expenses had been planned around the fund's balance or whether the fund had been drained in stages to pay for things Madison had already chosen. But the result was the same. Every dollar meant for Sophie had been used. I clicked the line for flowers and decor. $7,500. I remembered an evening at Carol's house. She had flipped through a wedding magazine at the kitchen table and said silk flowers would show in the pictures, while pictures lasted forever. She said it a second time while looking at me, as though waiting for me to object. I had not objected. At the time, I was thinking about Sophie's laptop. It was old, and I had offered to buy her a new one so she could prepare her college applications. Sophie had shaken her head. "It's okay, Mom, I can use the computers in the school library." Save the money. I had been proud of her for being thoughtful. Now I looked at the $7,500 spent on flowers and understood that Sophie had saved money for people who had not saved anything for her. I moved to the photography and video line. $6,000. Earlier, I had suggested that Jason set aside money for a college visit trip with Sophie. He had looked at the cost sheet I prepared and said, money was tight that year and we should wait. I had believed him. I had treated it as a joint decision by 2 people trying to balance every need in the family. I did not put those memories into the spreadsheet. They did not prove who accessed the account. They also did not prove who knew where the money came from. They only showed me how many explanations I had accepted without asking another question. I moved the cursor back to the second line. Jedinast, Nula Bridal Shop. I knew that dress. Madison had once shown Carol a picture during a family dinner. It had long lace sleeves and a row of tiny buttons down the back. Carol had covered her mouth with one hand as though she were looking at something too beautiful to describe. Madison laughed and said she had thought she could never afford it. Then she said everything had been taken care of. I remembered looking at Jason. He offered no explanation, and Madison only said, "Jason handled it." I had assumed my husband had once again promised more than he could afford. I had even blamed myself for feeling irritated. Madison only got married once. The family had repeated that sentence often enough to make every question about money sound selfish. At the time, I had taken Jason's silence as proof that he had the expenses under control. I did not know he was using money that had never been meant for a wedding. I opened the transaction details. The store's name appeared at the top. Below it were the payment code, processing date and amount, $11,000. The statement did not include an invoice. It only told me where the money had gone. I copied the store's name and opened the family's shared email account. Jason often forwarded emails with invoices or attachments there so he could open them on the computer at home. I searched for the store's name. A purchase confirmation email appeared. Madison had sent the invoice to Jason, and Jason had then forwarded it to the shared inbox. The customer's name was Madison Nolan. The description listed a wedding gown and alterations. Directly above the attachment was a line Madison had written to Jason. "I'll pay Sophie back later. Maybe." I read it once. Then I read it again. All morning, I had tried to hold on to one possibility. Jason might have told Madison he was using a bonus or savings. Madison might have accepted the dress without knowing it was being paid for with Sophie's college fund. The line she wrote in that email eliminated that possibility. She knew whose money it was. She knew she was benefiting from money intended for Sophie. And the final word told me repayment had never been a commitment. Maybe. My first instinct was to take a screenshot and send it directly to Madison. No question, no accusation. Just let her look at the sentence she had written. I opened the messaging app and found her name. My fingers stopped over the screen. If I sent it, Madison would call Jason. Jason would know I had accessed the shared inbox. Both of them would know exactly how much I had found. I closed the app. Instead, I downloaded the email and attached invoice, saved them in the 529 Sophie folder, and created a second copy. Then I captured the full screen, including the sender, recipient, amount, Madison's name, and the note. I did not message Madison. I did not question Jason. I kept doing the only thing that could protect me at that moment, preserving what they did not know I had seen. I returned to the 7-line spreadsheet. Venue deposit, wedding gown, band, flowers, photography, honeymoon, guest gifts. $61,000 had not vanished in one confusing transaction. It had been divided into specific items, specific services, and one perfect day for Madison. That morning, my question had been who took the money. By early afternoon, I had another question. Did Madison know where it came from? I had hoped the answer was no. I no longer needed to ask her. The answer was in the email Madison sent with the invoice for the $11,000 dress. "I'll pay Sophie back later." Maybe. I arrived home late that afternoon. Jason's car was not in the garage. Sophie had texted that she would be home late after school. That gave me almost 2 hours alone in an empty house, and I knew exactly how I was going to use them. A few years earlier, Jason and I had created a shared inbox for bills, insurance documents, and Sophie's school paperwork. We both had access. I only opened it when I needed to download a document or check an invoice. I opened the laptop at the kitchen table and signed in. The inbox held hundreds of unread messages, most of them advertisements. I typed Madison's name into the search bar. Many results appeared. Most were harmless. Reservation confirmations, links to the wedding registry, sample invitation pictures Carol had sent to the family. Then I saw a thread titled Times Payment Plan, forwarded from Jason's private inbox to the shared account. I opened it and scrolled to the first message. Madison. "Are you sure? I don't want to sign the venue contract and then have to cancel. Does Rebecca check that account?" Jason. "She only looks at it at the end of the year. I already handled the alerts. Go ahead and sign." I read the sentence times I already handled the alerts times 3 times. Not that he would tell me later. Not that he would replace the money before I found out. He wrote it as something already completed. Madison. "What about paying it back? How much was your bonus last year?" Jason. "Enough to start. I'll figure out the rest later. Sophie has at least 18 months before college." Madison. "What does enough to start mean? 61,000 isn't something you can put back with one bonus, Jason. I need to know where I stand." I stopped. The line Madison had written when she sent the dress invoice told me she knew the money belonged to Sophie. This thread showed that she also knew Jason's promise to repay it had no real amount or plan behind it. She had realized the bonus was not enough before the wedding was paid for. Jason. "I'll handle it. Your job is not to bring this up around Rebecca. Don't talk about the flowers. Don't talk about the venue. Don't say who paid for what. We'll deal with it after the wedding." Madison. "Okay." One word. No objection. No request that Jason stop. No question about whether Sophie agreed. At that point, The last possibility I had been preserving for Madison disappeared. She had not been surprised after the money was spent. She knew in advance that Jason could not replace the full amount with the bonus he kept mentioning, and she still agreed to remain silent until after the wedding. I kept scrolling. After the deposit was transferred, Jason forwarded the thread to Carol and Frank with one short line. "The deposit is done. Nobody mentioned money at Sunday dinner." Carol replied, "Carol, I know you're worried, but Madison only gets married once. Sophie has scholarships, community college, and student loans. She has many options. Madison only has her family." I put both hands flat on the table. For 16 years, I had sat across from families who had to calculate every dollar of tuition, rent, and books. I knew that she can borrow did not mean a child paid no price. It only meant that today's money would become that child's obligation for years afterward. Carol wrote it as if student debt were a ready-made source of money waiting for Sophie to surrender her fund to Madison. Frank's name appeared in the recipient field of the entire thread. I searched for each of his responses. There were none. I could not know when Frank had opened each email. But he had received the entire exchange and had never objected in the thread. I used to call his silence gentleness. Sitting in front of the screen that day, I was no longer sure those were the same thing. The final message sat at the bottom of the thread. "Madison, what if Rebecca finds out before the wedding? Jason, don't let her find out before. Let everything happen. When it's time to tell Sophie, I'll say the market went down, the fund didn't grow as expected, and she has to adjust her school list. Sophie is only 16. She doesn't read investment reports." I read the final sentence and kept my hands on the table. Everything I had found before that point described what had already happened. Contact information changed, money withdrawn, invoices paid. This email described what Jason still intended to do. He had not only taken Sophie's money, he had prepared an explanation designed to make her believe no one had taken anything. He intended to turn a deliberate choice into a bad investment year, then ask Sophie to shrink her plans. In the entire thread, no one asked whether Sophie agreed. I downloaded the email thread, preserving the sender, recipient, and timestamps. I saved screenshots of every message in the 529 Sophie folder, then backed them up to an external drive and a private storage location Jason could not access. I did not reply to the thread. I did not forward it to anyone in the family. I signed out of the shared inbox and closed the laptop. The kitchen was quiet. Afternoon light stretched across the table and touched the chair where Sophie sat every morning with her college plan binder. I thought about Jason saying the market had fallen. I thought about the way he had chosen both the words and the timing of the lie he planned to tell our daughter. The garage door opened as the sky began to darken. Jason came in carrying a white pastry box tied with a ribbon. He set it on the island and lifted the lid. Inside were small pieces of cake, each marked with a paper label. "The bakery sent samples," he said, taking off his coat. "I have to choose soon." He turned to me and smiled, the smile he always used when he wanted to draw me back toward him. "Will you help me choose? I can't tell one from another." I took 2 plates from the cabinet and set them on the kitchen island. It was the first choice I had been forced to make since the call at 10:06 that morning. If I refused, Jason would ask why, and I was not ready for him to know what I had found. "Put them out," I said. Sophie came home not long afterward, dropped her backpack on a chair, and stopped when she saw the cake box. "What is that?" "Wedding cake samples." Jason pushed the box toward her. "Try one. I need another opinion." Sophie sat on a stool, picked up a small piece, and took a bite. "It's good." She looked at the paper label in the cake. "Is it expensive?" "Why do you ask?" Sophie shrugged. "I'm guessing one piece of this cake costs about the same as a college textbook." Jason laughed. He laughed louder than the joke required and kept going one beat after Sophie had fallen silent. I stood on the other side of the island with a piece of cake on my plate, watching him close the box too carefully. Sophie took another piece and stood. "I still have chemistry homework." She carried the cake upstairs. I tasted the piece on my plate. It was so soft and sweet that there was almost no other flavor left. "Is it good?" Jason asked. "It's fine." I set down my fork. "Has the wedding been paid for in full?" He was rearranging the labels in the box. His hands did not stop. "Almost, Why are you asking? All through the planning, I haven't heard anyone say what the total cost is. Because you don't need to worry about it. He closed the lid. Mom and Dad helped with some. I used my bonus. Madison and Luke covered their share. The rest is just paperwork. Paperwork? Documents for the venue. Resorts like that make you sign a lot of things. I carried both plates to the sink. I turned on the faucet and let the water cover the silence between us. What about the 28,000? Behind me, the sound of Jason adjusting the cake box stopped. I shut off the water, dried my hands, and turned around. He was looking at me, not startled, not pale, just watching as though trying to determine how much I knew. Who told you that number? Does it matter? Yes. He leaned against the island. If Madison called you, I need to know. I told everyone that anything involving money had to go through me. He had told them. That sentence confirmed part of the email thread Jason did not know I had read. The venue is still owed $28,000, I said. How are you planning to pay it? I'm working on it. That is not an answer, Rebecca. He exhaled. Places like that always want a financial reference behind the contract. It's just paperwork. It does not mean that person will actually have to pay. It is only a name in the file. I stood still. I had asked how he planned to pay. He answered by talking about a name in a contract. Is my name in that file, Jason? He looked down at the cake box and adjusted the ribbon. Do you really want to have this conversation tonight? That is a yes or no question. I don't remember every line in a stack of papers I handled about 6 weeks ago. I let the answer sit between us. He had not said no. My instinct was to pull out my phone, open the page with my name, and place it in front of him. I thought about the final payment deadline. I thought about Jason calling Vanessa as soon as he knew I had the contract. I still had not spoken to an attorney. I left the phone in my pocket. All right, I said. Jason looked up. Relief crossed his face before he could hide it. Rebecca, listen. He came around the island and lowered his voice. There are 12 days left. 145 guests have made plans to come. If there is anything in the paperwork you don't like, a name, a signature, whatever, we can deal with it after the wedding. I looked at him. I had asked whether my name was in the file. I had never mentioned a signature. Jason continued. One signature should not be the reason my sister's wedding is ruined. I kept my eyes on his face. Okay, I said. He put a hand on my arm and gave it a small squeeze as though we had reached an agreement, then carried the cake box to the refrigerator. I stayed in the kitchen, wiping the island even though it was already clean. My hands were shaking, but I did not call him back. Jason believed I would stay silent. Not because he believed he had done nothing wrong. He was betting that I would not want to ruin the wedding and would not want Sophie to know what her father had done. He had taken our daughter's money, then relied on her pain to keep me quiet. That night, after the house had gone silent, I sat alone in my car outside the garage and opened my phone. I found Maya Chen's number. I had never called her before, but I knew I could not take another step without understanding exactly what I needed to protect. I wrote, Hello, Miss Chen. My name is Rebecca Nolan. I need to meet with you before 8 tomorrow morning. I have a contract, statements, and related emails. This is urgent. Maya Chen's office was on the 4th floor of an office building. At 7:45 Tuesday morning, she was the only person there. Maya opened the door with a cup of coffee in one hand and pointed to the long conference room table. Lay everything out. I had printed every document the night before. I arranged them in separate stacks in the order I had found them. The Silver Peak Lodge contract. The guarantor section has my name, address, and electronic signature. The guarantor email is one character different from my real address. A copy of my driver's license was uploaded immediately before the signature appeared. Maya sat down and pulled the first stack toward her. This is the 529 account history. The alert email was changed, paper statements were turned off, and the backup phone number was replaced with the number Jason still uses. There were 2 withdrawals, $35,000 and $26,000. Both went into the joint account and were transferred out over the following days. She kept turning pages. These are the 7 expenditures, totaling exactly $61,000. The email Madison sent with the dress purchase confirmation includes a line about paying Sophie back, and this is the email thread between Jason, Madison, Carol, and Frank. Maya spent the most time on the email stack. She did not skim. When she reached the end, she went back to one passage and rested her hand on the pages. Rebecca, I need to ask you one question. What have you done since yesterday afternoon? I asked the venue to record that I deny signing the guarantee. I told the plan administrator I did not make the 2 withdrawals. The account has been marked as disputed and new transactions have been frozen. Did you call any vendors? The florist? The band? The bridal shop? No. Did you empty or transfer money out of the joint account? No. Did you threaten Jason or Madison? No. Have you told Sophie? Not yet. Maya leaned back in her chair. Then you did the most important things correctly and avoided the reactions that could have made this file more complicated. She set down her coffee. Now I'm going to tell you what you must not do. First, do not call vendors and demand that they cancel services. You are not the person who hired the florist, band, or photographer. Interfering with their contracts could create unnecessary additional disputes. I understand. Second, do not empty the joint account, hide assets, or change ownership documents. I know you want to protect what is left, but you have to do it in a way you can clearly explain to a court. What if Jason empties it? I'll prepare a notice to preserve assets and tell you how to secure the accounts you are legally entitled to control. Maya raised another finger. Third, do not threaten him. Do not text that you will cancel the wedding, call the police, or make him lose his job. From now on, treat every message as something that could be read to a judge. She looked directly at me. Fourth, do not use Sophie as a messenger. She does not call Jason, Madison, or her grandparents to ask questions for you. When Sophie learns the truth, she has the right to react, but you do not place responsibility for solving this on her shoulders. I looked down at the stacks of paper. Maya, should I make sure the wedding does not happen? No. She answered immediately. Your goal is not to destroy a wedding. Your goal is to protect your name, your credit, your assets, and Sophie's education fund. She pushed the contract toward me. You do not need to cancel anything. You only need to formally deny an obligation you never accepted. After that, the remaining $28,000 becomes the responsibility of the renter and the people who promised to pay it. I sat with that sentence. Since the day before, I had thought I had only 2 choices: remain silent so the wedding could continue, or actively destroy it. Maya had just shown me a third option. I could stop carrying responsibility for a decision I had never made. So, what do we do? Maya pulled a blank sheet of paper toward her and began to write. 6 objectives, in this exact order. 1. Deny liability for the $28,000. I'll send a formal dispute letter to Silver Peak Lodge stating that you did not sign and did not authorize anyone to sign for you. 2. Preserve evidence. I will keep one complete set of the documents. You do not delete emails, messages, account histories, or any response from the family. 3. Shut down unauthorized financial access, change passwords, separate devices, and remove Jason from accounts he has no legal right to use. 4. Determine what can still be recovered: deposits, services not yet performed, merchandise that can be returned. We need to know what portion of the $61,000 can still come back. 5. Prevent any new debt from being created in your name. 6. Prepare the divorce filing. I'll draft it. You do not have to decide today when to file. I stopped at item 5. He already took the money. What new debt could there be? Maya tapped the tip of her pen against the paper. We do not yet know the full scope of the information he can access, but someone used your driver's license and signature in a contract. Until we know everything, we have to protect your credit. How? Place credit alerts, change security information, and require direct verification before any new loan or account can be opened. I'll give you a checklist after this meeting. She asked me to list every financial document Jason could access in the house. I named them one by one. Maya wrote each one down but did not conclude that he had used any of them. When the page was almost full, she set down her pen. One more thing. I looked at her. Maya rested her hand on Jason's email thread. How was he planning to explain a zero balance to Sophie? Maya's question followed me through Tuesday morning. I met with students, signed paperwork, and sat through a meeting. In every quiet moment, my mind returned to the same question. What was Jason going to say when Sophie asked where her college money had gone? Early that afternoon, I asked to leave school early. Our family had a shared cloud storage folder for tax documents, insurance, the mortgage, and home repair receipts. Jason and I both had access. I opened the folder and sorted the files by modification date. A new subfolder appeared at the top of the list. Sophie Plan. I had never seen it. Before opening it, I captured the folder name, file list, and modification dates. Then I downloaded copies to my personal computer so I would not alter any of the originals. I sat at the kitchen table and opened the first file. It was a spreadsheet showing the value of the 529 fund. The first rows showed the balance rising steadily from year to year. Then, near the bottom, the numbers dropped sharply. The notes column used two phrases: market adjustment, slow recovery. I opened the real statement in another window and placed the two tables side by side. None of the numbers in the final section of Jason's spreadsheet matched the account's actual history. The fund had not declined because of the market. The money had been withdrawn. This spreadsheet was not created to track the fund. It was created to explain a low balance without mentioning the $35,000 and $26,000 transactions. The next file was named Letter to Sophie Draft. I opened it. Jason wrote that the market had been unpredictable in recent years. He wrote that her parents had done everything they could, but the fund's value had not grown as expected. He told Sophie she should not see borrowing money as a failure because many American students did the same thing. Then he suggested that she adjust her school list. Community college for the first 2 years. Transfer afterward. Prioritize in-state tuition. Do not choose a school only because of a field program or a beautiful campus. I stopped reading there. It was the same argument Jason had used at the kitchen table. When Sophie asked about going out of state, he told her she could attend community college and transfer. He had presented it like a casual suggestion from a father rushing out the door. It was not casual. He had prepared the explanation in advance. The third file was a comparison chart for community college and a 4-year university. Next to tuition were columns for housing, books, and the amount that might have to be borrowed. The next file was a 10-year repayment schedule. The borrower's name was blank. But the monthly payments had already been calculated. I looked at those numbers and thought of Sophie sitting with her college plan binder, trying to calculate everything so her education would not become a burden to me. Jason had built a different spreadsheet, one that calculated how to turn the money he took into debt someone else would have to repay. The next file made my hand stop on the trackpad. Its name was Parent Plus Rebecca. It was not yet an application that could be submitted. Sophie had not selected a school, the academic year had not been entered, and the final certification was blank. But Jason had prepared almost all of my information in a draft: full name, home address, date of birth, social security number, contact information, Sophie's name and my relationship to her. Next to that was a link to the studentaid.gov portal and a list of steps to complete after Sophie selected a school. The final line said, Rebecca logs in and confirms. I scrolled down to the notes. A Parent Plus loan is not a loan in the student's name. The parent is the borrower and is responsible for repayment. The amount can be as high as the remaining cost of attendance after other aid. I knew that because I had explained it to many families. I also knew the application could not be validly submitted without the borrower's studentaid.gov account and electronic confirmation. Jason could not complete it for me yet. He needed me to log in myself. He needed me to confirm it myself. I sat staring at that line until the screen dimmed from inactivity. Then I touched the trackpad to wake it again. I understood the sequence he had prepared. First, the false spreadsheet showing the market reducing the fund. Then the letter saying her parents had done everything they could. Next, the school comparison chart and repayment plan. Finally, the Parent Plus draft in my name. He was not only planning to lie to Sophie, he was planning to put me inside the lie. He would force me to choose between telling our daughter that her father had taken her college fund or putting a loan in my own name to replace the missing money. I stood, poured a glass of water, and held it with both hands until they stopped tightening around it. When I returned to the table, I opened the next file. It was a bonus notice from Jason's employer. Estimated performance bonus, $18,000 before taxes. $18,000 before taxes. In the email thread, Madison had asked whether the bonus would be enough to replace the $61,000. Jason answered that it was enough to start and that he would figure out the rest later. This bonus notice had been created before the email thread. He knew the real amount when he answered Madison. He knew 18,000 could not replace 61,000. I opened the file properties and captured the creation date. Then I saved a copy of the notice in the private evidence folder. I did not message Maya immediately. I wanted to read everything before describing any of it, so every sentence I said afterward would be based on documents rather than anger. The final file was a short document made up of bullet points. Begin with the market decline. Emphasize that her parents tried. Do not mention the amount withdrawn. Do not mention the wedding. Present community college as the reasonable option. Say borrowing is normal. I read each line. This was not a passing thought. Jason had arranged the order of the conversation he planned to have with our daughter. He had chosen what to say, what to hide, and how to make Sophie believe that changing her dreams was her own reasonable choice. There was a blank space at the bottom of the document. Below it was a single line, separate from the list. I enlarged the screen. Rebecca will agree. She will not let Sophie know her father did this. The restaurant had a rooftop terrace overlooking the mountains, and Madison had reserved the entire outdoor space for about 30 guests on Saturday afternoon. 8 days before the wedding, I arrived a few minutes late because I had sat in the car preparing myself to walk in. For the past 4 days, I had learned how to stand in front of Jason and act as though I knew nothing. I had not yet tried to do that among 30 people celebrating a wedding paid for with Sophie's money. The terrace had a wall of white flowers, a champagne cart, and wooden signs with cursive lettering set on the tables. I did not know which of those items belonged to the 7 expenses I had found. That was something I had not anticipated. Ever since I saw the statement, every beautiful thing connected to the wedding made me wonder how much Sophie had paid for it. Madison sat in the center of the terrace on a high-backed wicker chair, opening gifts one by one. Carol sat beside her, collecting wrapping paper and ribbons into a pile. I stood at the edge of the space with a glass of lemonade. A woman beside me turned. "You're Madison's sister-in-law, right?" "I'm Rebecca. Madison said you work at a school." "I'm a school counselor. That must be a difficult job." She looked toward Madison. "Have you seen the wedding dress yet?" Carol heard and turned around. "No one has seen it yet," she said loudly enough for the people nearby to hear. "But I have." She waited until everyone was paying attention, then said, $11,000. Lace, long sleeves, so beautiful that I told Madison she only gets married once and should not choose a dress based on price. People murmured with admiration. A few clapped. I held my glass at waist level. It was the first time I had heard another person say the number $11,000 aloud. For days, it had only been a line in my spreadsheet. Now it was a reason for the whole terrace to applaud, while Carol described the dress in the same voice she had used to say Sophie could borrow money for college. Madison stood after opening the final gift. She held up a glass of champagne and waited for everyone to turn back toward her. "I just want to say one thing." She looked at Jason. "At first, Luke and I planned to have something small, because that was what we could afford. Then Jason called me." Jason stood near the champagne cart with a glass in one hand. Madison continued. "He said, 'You only get married once. I'll handle it.'" She raised her glass toward him. "You saved my dream, Jason. I will never forget it." Everyone turned and applauded. Jason raised his glass and lowered his head as though the attention embarrassed him. I knew the dress, flowers, band, and venue had been paid for with Sophie's fund. But in front of 30 people, Jason stood there like a generous brother who had used his own money to save his sister's wedding. Luke stepped beside Madison and put one hand behind her back. "I want to add something," he said. "I'm not used to accepting large amounts of money from other people, so at first I was uncomfortable." He looked at Jason. "But after the wedding, I'm going to sit down with you and make a repayment plan. I do not want this to be a gift. I want to treat it as a loan." He said it clearly in front of every guest. I looked at Luke. He sounded embarrassed to be discussing money in public. He thanked Jason as though Jason himself had given them the money and as though it could be repaid directly to him. Luke had not appeared in the email thread about the 529 fund. What he said made me think he did not know the real source of the money. My first instinct was to walk over and ask what Madison had told him, but if I spoke then, Luke would question Madison. Madison would call Jason. Both would know I had read the records and emails. I set down my lemonade and walked inside the restaurant. Madison caught up with me in the hallway. "Rebecca," I turned. She stood in the middle of the corridor with her arms crossed. The smile she had worn on the terrace was gone. "I need to ask you something." "I'm listening." "Silver Peak says the guarantee has still not been confirmed." She tilted her head. "Have you taken care of it?" "I have not agreed to guarantee any amount, Madison." Her face changed for one brief beat, then immediately returned to normal. "Are you serious?" "Yes." Madison lowered her voice. 145 people have bought tickets and reserved rooms. Luke's family arranged their trip. You understand that if something happens at the last minute, everyone will want to know who caused it, don't you? It sounds like you have thought about that. Of course I have. She stepped closer. This is the final week before the wedding. You may not like the cost. You may not like me. But do not turn my wedding day into a place where you prove some point. I let her finish. Then I asked, "Madison, you just told 30 people that Jason had taken care of everything. Luke also said he planned to repay Jason. So? If Jason has already paid, why does Silver Peak still need my guarantee signature?" Madison opened her mouth. I waited. She had an answer for every expression of gratitude on the terrace. She had an answer for what 145 guests would think. She had an answer for why I had to remain silent. But she did not have an answer to that question. Outside on the terrace, someone lightly tapped a champagne glass. Laughter followed immediately. Madison adjusted the strap of her dress and looked directly at me. "You would never dare do that in front of 145 people." On Monday of the wedding week, Maya called me at 9 in the morning. "Take a half day today," she said. "We need to finish protecting your name and your credit." We worked from 10 until early afternoon in the fourth-floor conference room, with a two-sided checklist and a stack of forms. The first item was the formal dispute letter to Silver Peak Lodge. Maya read the draft to me paragraph by paragraph. The letter stated that I, Rebecca A. Nolan, did not sign the Silver Peak Lodge contract, did not authorize anyone to sign on my behalf, and did not agree to become the financial guarantor. It also stated that the email address in the guarantor file was not my email address. Attached was a declaration I signed, a sample of my actual signature, and a copy of identification that I personally provided for verification purposes. "Read it carefully before you sign," Maya said. "This will be your official statement. Every later document will be compared against it." I read every line. Nothing in it said Jason had created the signature. Nothing in it said Madison had committed a crime. The document stated only what I could affirm. My name had been used. The signature had not been made by me. I had not agreed to guarantee the payment. I signed. The second task was securing the accounts held solely in my name. Maya had divided the list into two columns. The first column said, individual accounts, personal email, 529 plan, studentaid.gov account, online tax records, cell phone carrier account, credit cards held solely in my name, evidence storage. For each account, I created a new password that I did not use anywhere else. I moved two-factor authentication to my own phone number, checked the recovery email, and signed out devices I did not recognize. The 529 password had already been reset when I discovered the zero balance. That day, I reviewed every recovery setting and stored the backup codes somewhere Jason could not access. The second column said, joint accounts, joint bank account, family email account, shared cloud folder. "You do not lock Jason out of these," Maya said. "He has the same lawful access you do. You do not change the passwords, delete data, or make assets disappear." I understand. "You preserve what is already there." I downloaded copies of emails, device lists, and the login histories the systems allowed me to export. I did not change Jason's access. The shared emails device list showed a laptop being used at times when I had not logged in. I saved that information. I did not click sign out. The third task was my credit. I placed a separate credit freeze with all 3 credit bureaus. Each one issued a different recovery code. I saved the codes in the private archive and printed another copy for Maya to keep with the file. A credit freeze did not erase my history. It simply prevented a new loan or line of credit from being opened in my name until I personally lifted the freeze. What about studentaid.gov? I asked. Check it now. I logged into the account in my name. I changed the password, recovery email, verification phone number, and reactivated 2-factor authentication using my own device. Then I checked the financial aid application section. No Parent Plus application had been submitted. No loan was being processed. The draft Jason had prepared was still only a file in the cloud folder. It could not become a valid loan unless I logged in and certified it myself. I leaned back and exhaled. Done, I said. No one can use that account without going through me. Maya looked at the screen. That is what matters. Not because we know he will try. Because from now on, he no longer has the opportunity to do it without your knowledge. The fourth task took place at the bank branch. Maya came with me. We met with the manager and provided a copy of the dispute letter and my identity verification documents. The bank added an alert to my customer profile. Any change to an account held solely in my name at that bank had to be verified directly through my phone number or by my appearing at the branch. Any new credit request at that bank would also require additional review. The joint account remained accessible to both Jason and me. I did not transfer money. I did not empty the account. I did not change ownership. The fifth task was preserving potential recovery. Maya sent a request to the 529 administrator to maintain the disputed status, preserve the full system history, and remove recovery information I had not authorized. She also prepared record preservation notices for the vendors that had received money from the joint account. The notices required them to retain contracts, invoices, payment records, and information about any refunds. You cannot make them send the money directly to you, I said. Correct, Maya replied, but I can require them not to delete records and to disclose if a refund is issued. Then we can ask that the money be addressed in the property settlement. So it cannot disappear again. Exactly. Early that afternoon, I called Silver Peak Lodge. Vanessa Cole answered. Vanessa, my attorney sent a dispute letter this morning. I want to confirm Silver Peak received it. We received it and forwarded it to management and legal counsel, she said. The file has been updated. Can you tell me the current status? I'll tell you exactly what the system says. Vanessa paused as though reading. First, the guarantee in your name is disputed. While it is under review, Silver Peak has suspended all efforts to collect the $28,000 from you. All right. Second, the renter's contract remains active. If the renter pays the full $28,000 before the deadline, the event can proceed under the current terms. What is the deadline? 9 p.m., Friday during the rehearsal dinner. So my dispute letter did not change it? No. It also did not automatically cancel the event. It only means Silver Peak does not have an approved replacement guarantor and cannot rely on the disputed signature to collect from you. I understand. Vanessa continued. The renter still has the right to pay the remaining balance. If they do, we will host the event as scheduled. I am not asking Silver Peak to cancel or change any term, I said. I'll note that. I am also not asking you to keep this secret from the renter. If they ask about the file's status, answer truthfully. We will communicate with the parties to the contract through our ordinary process, Vanessa said. I will not make a separate call outside that process solely to describe the conversation between you and your attorney. That is enough. I thanked her and ended the call. Maya sat at the other end of the table. You did not ask the venue to cancel the event, she said. No. You also did not ask them to move the deadline earlier. I have no right to do that. Correct. I straightened the stack of papers. I do not want to interfere with their contract. If Madison, Luke, and Jason find $28,000, the wedding still happens. And if they do not, then Silver Peak follows the contract. Maya lightly tapped the end of her pen on the table. His family will not see it that way. I know. They will say you set a trap and waited until the last minute. I did not set a trap. I looked at the copy of the guarantee page in front of me. They spent $61,000 when none of them had $61,000. The only thing holding the rest of the wedding up is my name in the contract. I placed a finger on the line times payment guarantor. I am only removing my name from an obligation I never accepted. Maya watched me for a few seconds. They still think you will sign at the last minute, she said. That is why none of them is truly panicking. They believe that once the guests have arrived and the clock is almost out, you will not be able to withstand the pressure. I know, when they put the pen in front of you, remember what you did today. You did not cancel the wedding. You did not move money. You did not call vendors. You protected your identity. I nodded. On the way home, I stopped at the grocery store to buy dinner. I stood in front of the produce section for a long time without putting anything in my cart. I thought about Sophie. She would come home, open the refrigerator, and ask what we were having for dinner. She still believed the 529 fund was intact. She still believed her question at the kitchen table had only irritated her father because he was tired. Over the past few days, I had protected the things that could be locked with passwords, authentication codes, and an attorney's letter. One person in the house was still unprotected from the lie. I could not protect Sophie with a password. I took out my phone and texted Maya. I am telling Sophie tonight. Maya replied, tell her only the facts you can prove. Do not give her the worst emails. Sophie is your daughter, not a jury. A second message appeared immediately afterward. They still think your signature is the final door. Let them walk up to it and knock. On Monday night, Jason went out with his sales team. I waited until Sophie finished dinner and started loading dishes into the dishwasher. Can you sit down for a minute? I need to talk to you. She turned around with a bowl still in her hands. I watched her read my face for a second. Did someone die? No one died. Is something wrong with you and Dad? Yes. But I need you to sit down so I can explain it correctly. I pulled out a chair for her. I had practiced my opening sentence many times in the car. None of them worked when she was actually sitting in front of me. I'm going to tell you what I know for certain, I said. Only what I have evidence for. If there is something I am not sure about, I will tell you I am not sure. Okay? Okay. She put both hands on the table. Your 529 fund, the account I opened when you were 3. I opened the laptop and turned the screen toward her. Before 2 withdrawals, it had $61,000 in it. Sophie looked at the number. Her eyes brightened for half a second, before she understood that I had used the past tense. Before 2 withdrawals? There was one withdrawal for $35,000, then another for $26,000. I scrolled down so she could see both transactions. The current balance is 0. She said nothing. She looked at the screen, then at me, then back at the screen. Her right hand gripped the edge of the table. I did not make or authorize those 2 withdrawals, I said. I found them last week. I disputed them with the plan administrator, and I am working with an attorney to recover as much as possible. Who took it? I knew that question would come, but I still had to pause before answering. The account changes and the emails I found show that your father was involved. The alert email was changed, paper statements were turned off, and the backup phone number was replaced with the number he still uses. What did he take it for? Aunt Madison's wedding. Sophie sat very still. Then she gave a short laugh with no humor in it. I asked him right at this table, she said. I asked what the latest balance was. I remember. He told me not to get hung up on one number. I remember. She released the edge of the table and put her hands in her lap. Did Aunt Madison know? I have evidence that she knew the money came from your college fund. There is a note she wrote on the dress paperwork and an email where she asked your father whether I checked the account. What about Grandma? And Grandpa? Your grandmother replied in the email thread and said you could rely on scholarships, community college, or student loans. Your grandfather received the entire thread. I did not see him object or ask them to stop. Sophie looked toward the kitchen window. It was dark outside, and the glass reflected only the kitchen and the 2 of us. Can you show me? I turned the laptop closer to her. I'll show you the balance and the 2 withdrawals. This affects you directly, so I am not hiding it from you. What about the emails? Not tonight. Why? Because they contain things people wrote about you. I kept my voice even. I will not lie about what they say, but I do not want you to read every word while you are just finding out. Later, after you have had time, If you still want to see them, we can talk about it again. Sophie did not argue. I had prepared for her to argue. There is one more thing I have to tell you, I said. Your father had already prepared an explanation for you. What explanation? There is a draft letter saying the market went down, the fund did not grow as expected, and you should narrow your school list. There is also a spreadsheet designed to make the balance look as though it declined because of the market. The numbers do not match the real statements. Sophie looked up. Dad was going to lie to me. That is what the documents show. Not that he took it and planned to pay it back, then tell me. She spoke slowly, checking each step. He wrote the lie before I knew. Yes. I took a breath. He also prepared a parent plus draft in my name. That is a loan in the parent's name, not the student's. It could not be submitted without me logging in and certifying it myself. Sophie looked at me. He was going to make you borrow back the money he took? I cannot know exactly what he planned to say to me when the time came, but the documents show that he prepared for me to take out a loan after telling you the fund had lost money in the market. She stood up. For a few seconds I thought she was going upstairs. Instead, she went to her backpack, took out the blue binder, and brought it back to the table. She did not open it. She put both hands on the cover. My spreadsheet is all wrong, she said. Yes. I calculated out-of-state tuition, housing, scholarships, and the fund. Her voice stayed steady, but it began to thin. I even made a worst-case scenario. Sophie, in my worst-case scenario, there was still money in the fund. She looked at me. I never considered zero. I reached across the table. Sophie did not take my hand, but she did not pull hers away. We sat quietly for a while. I want to ask you something, she said. Okay. Are you going to cancel the wedding? It was the question I had prepared for most carefully, but I still paused so she would hear exactly what I meant. No. I am not canceling the wedding. I am only refusing to pay more. I do not understand. Silver Peak Lodge is still owed $28,000. The contract lists me as guarantor with a signature I did not make. I have formally denied that signature. Now the people who signed the contract and spent the money have to handle the rest themselves. I held her gaze. I did not call any vendors and cancel services. The wedding can still happen if they pay. I only removed my name from an obligation I never agreed to. What if they cannot pay? Then the consequences belong to the people who made those decisions. Not you, and not me. Sophie nodded once. I have one more question. She looked down at the binder. Do you want me to hate Dad? The question hit a place I had not prepared for. No, I said. I want you to know the truth. You have the right to be angry, sad, still love him, not want to speak to him, or not know what you feel yet. I will not ask you to take sides. Even if Dad asks? Even then, you are not responsible for refereeing adults. Sophie picked up the binder, stood, and tucked it under one arm. At the foot of the stairs, she stopped. Friday is the rehearsal dinner. Yes. Am I still on the guest list? I turned fully toward her. Sophie, you do not have to go. I can say you are not attending and offer no further explanation. No one has the right to force you to answer questions. I know. She stood at the bottom of the stairs with one hand on the railing. Her voice was very calm. I am going. I want to hear them thank Dad while I am sitting there. Carol called me Tuesday night. Rebecca, can you come to my house for dinner at 7? I'm making chicken. She did not ask whether Sophie was coming. That alone told me it was not a dinner invitation. When I arrived, Jason's and Madison's cars were already outside. There was no chicken. The dining table had been cleared. A stack of papers sat in the center. Jason sat on the left. Madison sat on the right. Frank sat at the head of the table with a cup of coffee. Carol pointed to the chair across from her. Sit down, Rebecca. I sat, placed my bag beneath the chair, and kept my coat on. Carol folded her hands on the table. I'll be direct. The family has discussed this, and we think the situation is being misunderstood. No one stole from anyone. Jason only borrowed money from Sophie's fund. She paused. It was a family loan. She said it as though resolving a minor misunderstanding about a schedule. All right, I said. Then I have a few questions about this loan. Go ahead. What is the interest rate? No one answered. What is the repayment date? Carol looked at Jason. I am the account owner, I said. I did not sign a loan agreement. So who borrowed from whom? Rebecca, Jason began. This is not. Madison. I turned to her. How much will you repay each month? Madison crossed her arms. I am not the borrower. Jason borrowed it. You received the benefit of the money. That is between Jason and me. $61,000 was in my daughter's education fund. I kept my voice normal. How much of it did you receive? Madison did not answer. I turned back to Jason. If this was a family loan and everyone at this table knew, why was the alert email changed to an address I did not know? Why were paper statements turned off? Why was the verification phone number replaced with yours? No one spoke. Jason placed both hands on the table. Because you would not have agreed. Carol snapped her head toward him. Jason did not look at her. He looked at me. I thought about asking you, he said. I knew exactly what you would say. You would open a spreadsheet, calculate how much the money should have grown, and say no. Then Madison would have to get married in a backyard with home-cooked food. So, you changed my email. I handled a problem. I let that sentence remain on the table. Jason had just confirmed that he knew I would refuse. He had not forgotten to ask. He had not misunderstood his authority. He had deliberately changed the information to remove me from a decision about an account in my name. Frank stirred his coffee. This should be resolved within the family, he said. It was the first sentence he had spoken since I arrived. I am sitting in the middle of the family, I replied. I mean, do not bring outsiders into it. Who are the outsiders, Frank? He did not answer. He lifted his cup and drank. Madison pushed her chair back. Fine, I'll be direct. She looked at me. Sophie still has 18 months before college. During that time, she can apply for scholarships, work, or choose an in-state school. She put one hand on the edge of the table. I only have one wedding day. That day cannot be done over. Did you ask Sophie? Ask her what? Whether she agreed to let you use $61,000 from her education fund. She is only 16. Exactly. I nodded. She is 16. She was not asked, was not told, and yet she is the only person who has to change her future because of decisions made by the people at this table. Madison looked at me. Rebecca, you are overreacting. And you wrote in the email with the dress invoice that you would pay Sophie back later. Maybe. Madison stood so fast her chair moved. One hand gripped the chair back. Her face changed as soon as she realized I had seen the note. Carol spoke louder than necessary. That is enough. She pushed the papers toward me. I am giving you this. I did not touch them. What is it? A new guarantee form. Silver Peak sent it to Madison after the old file was disputed. Carol placed a pen on top. You only have to sign the last page. $28,000. If you sign, the guarantee can be reconfirmed and the venue can continue processing the contract as before. Then the family will make a plan for Jason to repay Sophie. Carol looked directly at me. I promise. What secures your promise? She blinked. I'm asking seriously, I said. Do you and Frank have $28,000 to stand behind that promise? If this is truly only a short-term loan, why don't you sign? Our retirement money is for retirement. Her voice hardened. We cannot go back to work and earn it again. Sophie is 16. She has not even started working yet. She has her whole life ahead of her. I looked at Carol. She had just stated the rule governing the entire room. The youngest person should lose the most because she still had time to make it back. Carol pushed the pen closer to me. One more thing, she said, softening her voice. Do not tell Sophie. I did not answer. She does not need to know. She will look at her father differently forever, Rebecca. You cannot take that back. Carol put her hand on the papers. You sign. The family handles the rest. Later, when the money is repaid, this will only be a difficult period the family got through. Jason watched me. Madison still stood beside her chair. Frank set down his cup. I looked at the pen lying on the papers beneath the kitchen light. This was what they had believed from the beginning. Not that I would never find out. They believed that once I did, I would still sign because I would choose to keep Sophie from learning what her father had done. The entire plan rested on one assumption about me. I looked at Carol. Sophie already knows. She did not understand immediately. What did you say? I told her Monday night. Sophie knows the current balance is 0. She knows there were 2 withdrawals. She knows the money was used for the wedding. Madison dropped back into her chair. Oh my God, she said. She also knows Jason prepared a letter saying the market went down, I continued. I found it in the shared folder Jason and I both use. Frank's coffee cup stopped in his hand. Carol sat straighter. Her eyes moved from me to Jason and then to the papers, as though searching for another argument. Jason shot to his feet. The chair behind him fell to the floor. What did you tell her? No one picked up the chair. What did you tell her? The balance, I said. The 2 withdrawals, and where the money went. You showed her the statements? Who did you want her to hear it from? Jason stood there with his hands on his hips, breathing hard through his mouth. Carol said his name softly, but he did not turn around. Go home, he said to me. Now. I picked up my bag and left the table. Jason followed in his own car. When I reached home, he was already standing in the kitchen beneath the ceiling light. Do you know what you just did? It was not really a question. You changed the way Sophie sees her father. Forever. You cannot take that back, Rebecca. Sophie is upstairs. He lowered his voice, but the anger remained. You should have told me first. When were you going to tell her? At the right time. When was the right time? When I had a solution. Jason opened the refrigerator and closed it without taking anything. When I could sit down and explain what happened, then tell her how I was going to fix it. Not while all I had was a hole. After the wedding. He was silent. You planned to tell Sophie after the wedding, I said. You wrote that in the email to Madison. You read my email. You forwarded it to the shared account. Jason leaned back against the counter, both hands braced behind him. I watched him abandon that argument and search for another direction. It was what he always did when a sales conversation did not go according to plan. All right. His voice softened. I need you to do one thing. Call Vanessa Cole tomorrow morning. For what? Tell her you are withdrawing the dispute. Tell her it was a family misunderstanding and has been resolved. That is all. After the wedding, I will put everything back in order. No, you have not even thought about it. You used my name and signature in a $46,000 contract. If I call and say it was only a misunderstanding, I will turn a signature I did not make into an obligation I voluntarily accept. Then accept it. He raised both hands. We are married. The money in this house is family money. I moved money from one family account to a family need. You are making this bigger than it has to be. The 529 account is in my name. Because you opened it. Correct. I am the account owner and Sophie is the beneficiary. You are not the owner, an authorized user, or someone with the right to withdraw money. I will pay it back. With what? My bonus plus? $18,000 before taxes. I said the number evenly, as though reading a line into the record. The bonus notice was in the shared folder. You knew that amount before you withdrew $61,000. Jason did not ask where I found the document. That is what I remember most clearly about that moment. He was not surprised the document existed. He was only surprised that I had seen it. Sophie can borrow, he said. I looked at him. A lot of students take out loans, Rebecca. You work at a school. You know it is common. She is smart. She can borrow and repay it after graduation. Then why did Madison not borrow? He opened his mouth but did not answer. Madison is 31 and employed. Luke is employed too. If borrowing money for something you want is normal, why did no one suggest that Madison borrow $28,000 for her own wedding? Jason stood in the middle of the kitchen. I let the silence continue. I'm going to bed, he finally said. He went upstairs. A short while later, his office door closed. I sat at the kitchen table in the dim light. A while later, Jason came back down. He stood at the bottom of the stairs with his phone in his hand. I cannot access the 529 account. Correct. The verification codes no longer go to my number. Correct. You changed everything? I restored control of the account held in my name. Jason looked down at his phone, swiped the screen, and typed again. I restored control of the account held in my name. Jason looked down at his phone, swiped the screen, and typed again. One more thing. His voice dropped. Your credit file is frozen. At all 3 credit bureaus. Jason tightened his grip on the phone. One more thing. His voice dropped. Your credit file is frozen. At all 3 credit bureaus. He looked up. It was the first time that night his face truly changed. Not when I said Sophie knew. Not when I mentioned the $18,000 bonus. It was when he realized he could no longer continue using my financial information. You froze your credit. Yes. Do you know how difficult that makes everything? For whom? He did not answer. I looked at the phone in his hand. You just tried to use my credit profile for another financing application, didn't you? Jason lowered the phone to his side. I am looking for options. In my name. I am trying to save the wedding. No. You are trying to create another obligation in my name after I said no. He turned his face away. What about Silver Peak? He asked. What did you do with the venue? Maya sent a formal dispute letter Monday morning. It states clearly that I did not sign and did not authorize anyone to sign for me. What did they say? They are reviewing the file and have suspended every effort to collect the $28,000 from me. The contract deadline remains unchanged. Then who has to pay? The renter and the people who actually promised to pay. Madison. The renter, I said. Jason stood at the bottom of the stairs for a long time. I could see him recalculating every option, the bonus, his parents' money, Luke, services that could be cut, and the remaining balance. For the first time, none of those numbers rested on my shoulders. What do you want? He asked. I want Sophie's money restored, and I want my name removed from every contract, loan, and obligation I did not accept. That is not an answer. That is the entire answer. Jason put the phone in his pocket. You know what could happen Friday, don't you? His voice softened, almost sad. 145 guests are preparing to come. If there is no money, everything could collapse in front of them. It could. And everyone will ask why. He looked directly at me. I will tell them. I will tell every one of them that the wedding could not continue because you decided not to sign. I sat still in the kitchen and looked at my husband standing beneath the stairs. Then you will have to tell them what kind of signature it was, I said, and why I was being asked to make it. Immediately after our confrontation Tuesday night, with only 3 days left before the rehearsal dinner, Jason took his phone into the garage. He stayed there for more than an hour. The garage connected to the kitchen through a thin wooden door we had always planned to replace. I did not stand there listening. I cleaned the kitchen, and pieces of his voice came through the door. I know my credit is good, but I need the money in 3 days. If I borrow or withdraw from the 401, what are the taxes and penalties? What if the plan requires my wife's signature? When Jason came back inside, he said nothing about those calls. The next morning, Carol called me. Rebecca, I want to ask you something. If Frank and I withdraw $28,000 from our retirement account, can we get it back? Are you asking me or the account administrator? I'm asking you because you understand these financial documents. If you and Frank withdraw the money, it will leave the account. There may also be taxes or penalties, depending on the account type. You would only get it back if someone repaid you. Carol was silent. No, she said. We cannot do that. That is our retirement money. I understand. Do not say it like that. I truly understand why you do not want to lose your retirement money. Carol hung up. She had called to ask what would happen if she personally accepted the risk the whole family still expected Sophie to accept. When the answer was that she might lose money, she said no. Wednesday night, Madison brought Luke to the house. I opened the door. Luke carried a paper bag, as he usually did when visiting. Madison stood half a step ahead of him. Is Jason home? She asked. They sat in the living room. I remained in the kitchen, separated by an open doorway. I have $11,000, Luke said. That is all my savings. I plan to use it as a down payment on a house, but I can give it to the venue. 11,000, Jason said. That still leaves 17,000. Luke paused. You told me the venue had been paid. There is a balance caught up in something. Caught up how? Paperwork. The guarantor. Who is the guarantor? No one answered immediately. Rebecca, Madison said. She refuses to confirm it. I stood in the kitchen with a dish towel in my hand. I could have stepped out, opened the contract, and shown Luke my name in the guarantee section. But if I did, Jason would immediately know I was listening. The conversation would shift from Luke's questions to a confrontation with me. I stayed in the kitchen. "Why won't Rebecca confirm?" Luke asked. "That is private between my wife and me," Jason said. "It does not concern you." Luke was silent for a long time. "Jason," his voice changed. "Tell me the truth, where did the money for the venue come from?" "I told you. My bonus and savings." "Then why is there still a balance?" "Because the wedding cost more than expected." Jason spoke faster than usual. "The resort added all kinds of charges. Have you ever planned a wedding for 145 guests?" "No," Luke said. "I also never wanted a wedding like this." "Luke," Madison warned. He did not respond to her. "I will provide 11,000, Luke said. "But before I do, I want to see the contract and every payment already made." The room fell silent. Jason did not answer immediately. "I'll find the records," he finally said. Luke and Madison left not long afterward. From the kitchen doorway, I watched their car leave. Luke still did not know the money came from Sophie's 529 fund. But for the first time, he was no longer accepting Jason's word without asking to see documents. Thursday was Jason's last full day to find $28,000 before the rehearsal dinner. That evening, he placed 2 sheets of paper in front of me at the kitchen table. Sophie was upstairs. The document had been printed on our home printer. I knew Jason had drafted it because an extra parenthesis remained on the 4th line. Internal agreement between Jason M. Nolan and Rebecca A. Nolan. I read the entire document. 4 terms. 1. Jason agreed to repay $61,000 to Sophie's education fund within 3 years, on a quarterly payment schedule. 2. Rebecca would sign the new guarantee form and confirm to Silver Peak Lodge that she was responsible for the remaining $28,000. 3. Neither party would discuss the matter further with Sophie, and they would present a unified explanation about the status of the fund. 4. Rebecca would withdraw every dispute concerning the signature in the Silver Peak Lodge contract, and confirm that the signature had been placed there with her consent. I read item 4 again. Jason was not only asking me to assume another $28,000, he was asking me to sign a document saying that a signature I had never made had been placed in the contract with my consent. "You know you want the money restored," Jason said. "This is a written commitment to repay it. There is a schedule. It is all in black and white. What more do you want?" "Where will the money for this schedule come from?" 3 years is 12 quarters. I have bonuses, commissions, and I'll cut expenses. You spent all week trying to find 28,000 and still did not find it. I put down the document. Now you are promising to find 61,000. This is different. It is a long-term plan. What about item 3? He looked down at the table. Item 3 says you and I will give Sophie a unified explanation. I read the line again. You still want me to lie to her? I want Sophie to have a story she can live with. She already has a story. It is the truth. Rebecca. Jason leaned forward. Tomorrow is the rehearsal dinner, then the wedding. There are 145 guests. You sign this and confirm with Silver Peak, and everything continues. I have 3 years to fix it. He placed one finger on the last page. If you do not sign, everything could fall apart in front of the whole family. Fall apart on whom? On Sophie, he answered immediately. She will sit there and watch everyone turn against each other, and she will know it all began with her money. I looked at Jason. 6 weeks earlier, he had bet that I would stay silent to protect Sophie. Now that Sophie knew, he was betting that I would sign to protect her from the consequences. He still used the same thing to pressure me, my love for my daughter. I pushed the 2 pages toward him. No, you have not even thought about it. I have been thinking since I saw the 0 balance. I stood. You asked what I want beyond a 3-year promise. I pointed to the final clause. I want not to sign a document saying I agreed to let you use my signature. Jason did not pick up the papers. The 2 pages remained on the table after he left the kitchen. I photographed each page clearly and sent copies to Maya. Near 11 that night, my phone vibrated. A message from Madison. Tomorrow I will stand up and thank Jason in front of everyone. You should have your smile ready. Vanessa Cole's email arrived at 9:15 Friday morning. The recipients were Madison Nolan, Luke Parker, Jason Nolan, and me. Subject: Silver Peak Lodge contract final payment deadline notice. Vanessa wrote briefly and clearly. Silver Peak Lodge had to receive the remaining $28,000 by 9 that night. The file showed that the guarantee in my name was disputed and that no replacement guarantee form had been signed. If the venue did not receive full payment by the deadline, the contract would be considered unpaid. Use of the Aspen Ballroom and the outdoor ceremony area for the next day would be suspended. Silver Peak would also stop equipment installation and any other event preparation dependent on that contract. Guest rooms that had already been individually reserved and paid for would remain under their separate terms. Unbooked rooms in the wedding block would be returned to the general inventory. The final line said, "Tonight's rehearsal dinner has been paid in full and will proceed as scheduled." I read the email at my desk between 2 student appointments. Then I read the last line again. About 60 people would still sit beneath lights and floral decorations that night. The wedding the next day had less than 12 hours left to be saved. I replied, "Received. Thank you." A few minutes later, Jason texted, "You have less than 12 hours. I did not reply. I took the afternoon off and went home. Maya had sent me a list of what I could bring if the family publicly blamed me. I followed it item by item. First was the 529 account statement. I redacted the account number, address, and every unnecessary identifying detail. What remained showed only the balance before the 2 withdrawals, the $35,000 transaction, the $26,000 transaction, and the current 0 balance. Next was the table of 7 expenses totaling $61,000. Then came a passage from Madison's email, asking Jason whether I checked the account. Another passage showed Jason saying he would tell Sophie the market had fallen and the fund had not grown as expected. Finally, I included the dispute letter to Silver Peak Lodge on Maya's firm letterhead, stating that I did not sign and did not authorize anyone to sign for me. I did not bring the full email thread. I did not bring the copy of my driver's license. I did not bring tax information or any document containing a social security number. Maya kept the divorce papers and the other legal documents. I placed the 5 redacted documents in a gray file pouch, the kind I used for scholarship records. Maya called in the middle of the afternoon. "Rebecca, are you ready?" "Yes." "I want to repeat 3 things." "I'm listening." "First, do not read the insulting things written about Sophie. Use only the lines proving the source of the money, the concealment, and the explanation Jason prepared." "Understood." Second, do not give anyone unnecessary private information. No full account numbers, no social security numbers, no tax records. If an answer would require that information, say all further communication must go through me. Understood. Third, speak only if someone publicly blames you or uses Sophie to justify what they did, not merely because someone says something that angers you. What if no one does either of those things? Eat dinner, take Sophie home, and let the 9 o'clock deadline run. Maya paused. The file pouch is not a revenge plan. The work you needed to do has already been done. You are carrying evidence only, so you cannot be forced into silence in front of a public lie. Will you be at Silver Peak? I'll be nearby, but I will not attend the family dinner. If you need me, text. All right. Sophie came home late that afternoon. She went straight upstairs. A little while later, she came down in a dark blue dress. "Is this okay, Mom?" "Yes." I looked at her standing at the bottom of the stairs. "Sophie, I have to ask one last time. You do not have to go. I can simply say you are not attending. No one has the right to demand an explanation. I know. If you go, we will leave whenever you want." Sophie came down the rest of the stairs. "Are you planning to stand up and say something?" "I am not going there to give a speech." I pointed to the file pouch. "But if someone tells everyone I caused the wedding to fail, or uses you to justify taking the money, I will answer with what I can prove." "Will you tell them everything?" "No. Only what is necessary." Sophie looked at the gray pouch on the table. "I still want to go." "Tell me why," she thought before answering. "If I do not go, they will still talk about me. People will say poor Sophie or that it is better I was not there. I do not want to be the only person absent from my own story." She adjusted the strap of her dress. "And I want to hear Aunt Madison thank Dad while I am sitting there. I need to know whether she can really say it in front of me." I stayed silent for a few seconds. In my work, I had heard many students say something painful but completely clear. When that happened, my job was not to deny how they felt. My job was to make sure they understood they had the right to stop. All right, I said. But you do not have to answer anyone, and you do not have to stay until the end. I understand. Jason came home, changed clothes, and left first in his own car. Before closing the door, he said, "Both of you be there before 7. I did not answer. I went to Sophie's room to get her coat. The Blue Times College Plan Times binder was on her desk, closed with a rubber band wrapped around it. I looked at it, then at Sophie. "Do you want to bring it?" She looked at the binder for a moment. "Yes." Sophie carried it downstairs herself and placed it in the gray file pouch beside the statement showing the zero balance. The final road up to Silver Peak Lodge was steep and winding. At each curve, the pine forest opened onto darker stretches of valley. Sophie sat in the passenger seat, holding her phone but not looking at the screen. 6:40, she said as we entered the parking lot. 2 hours and 20 minutes remained before the 9 o'clock deadline. Silver Peak Lodge was a large timber and stone building set against the mountainside. From the parking lot, almost every window was lit. We entered the main lobby. The first thing I saw was flowers. White flowers stood on both sides of the entrance, wrapped around the stair railings, and filled small vases along the hallway. I lightly touched one petal as I passed. It was cold and still damp. $7,500 flowers and decor. Sophie slowed down. A wooden sign edged in brass stood on the reception desk. "Welcome to the Nolan Parker wedding." Beside it were cloth gift bags, each printed with Madison and Luke's names and tied with twine. $3,500 welcome party and guest gifts. Sophie looked at the bags but said nothing. We continued down the hallway. Both ballroom doors were open. Inside, the technical crew moved speakers, cables, and lighting trusses into place. Someone tested a microphone on stage. 1, 2, 1, 2, $9,500 band, sound, and lighting. Sophie stood outside the door for a few seconds. I did not ask what she was thinking. I did not need to repeat the numbers. She had seen the 7 expense table before we left home. Now those lines were no longer on a sheet of paper. They stood in front of her as flowers, gifts, speakers, and lights. Sophie turned away first. The rehearsal dinner room was beside the ballroom. About 60 places had been set. A seating chart stood on a wooden easel at the door. I found our names. Table 2. Jason Nolan, Rebecca Nolan, Sophie Nolan, Carol Nolan, Frank Nolan. My name sat among the people who knew Sophie's money had been used and had still asked me to remain silent. Jason stood in one corner with several of Luke's guests. He held a beer in one hand. The other kept reaching into his pocket for his phone. He checked the screen, put it away, then pulled it out again a few minutes later. No message made his shoulders relax. Madison entered when nearly everyone had arrived. She wore a short white dress and a sash that said Times Bride. She moved around the room, hugging guests and thanking each person for coming. When she saw Sophie and me, her eyes stopped for one beat. Then she turned to another table. Carol walked directly to Sophie. She rested a hand on the back of the chair beside her. "Sit next to me." Sophie looked at her. "Yes, Grandma." Carol patted Sophie's shoulder, then turned to ask a server about the order of the courses. She used the voice of someone controlling the room. The server answered in the polite voice of someone serving a customer. Luke arrived after Madison. He went directly to Jason. They exchanged a few words. Jason put a hand on Luke's shoulder and gave a longer answer with a smile. Luke did not smile back. He nodded, then walked over to stand alone beside the window. I did not know what Jason had said, but Luke did not look like someone who had received a reassuring answer. I knew Maya was near the resort, but she was not attending dinner. My phone remained in my pocket, and her number was at the top of my contact list. At 7:30, Vanessa Cole appeared in the dining room doorway holding a clipboard. She spoke briefly to the service manager, then looked toward me. Vanessa tilted her head toward the hallway. I stood and went outside. We stopped in the corridor between the dining room and the lobby. Through the large windows, the valley had turned deep blue. "Miss Nolan," Vanessa said, "I need to update you on the file. The renter and the other contacts have received the same information." I'm listening. As of 7:30, Silver Peak has not received the $28,000. The deadline remains 9 p.m. Has the contract been amended? No, we have not received a new guarantee form or an approved replacement payment. Vanessa looked down at the clipboard. Jason asked whether the resort could accept a partial payment tonight and allow a written promise for the balance later. I told him any amendment had to be approved in writing by management before the deadline. No amendment has been approved. I nodded. So preparation continues until 9? Yes, the teams are working under the current schedule. If full payment is not received before 9, we will follow the notice sent this morning. Through the ballroom doors, I could still hear the microphone test and the sound of metal trusses being lifted. You do not need me to confirm anything? I asked. No, Vanessa answered immediately. You denied the guarantee. I am not asking you to approve or reject any event activity. All right. I only need to confirm one point for the record. She looked directly at me. You have not asked Silver Peak to cancel, stop early, or change any service, correct? Correct. I have not asked for any change. I looked at the clock on the wall at the end of the hallway. Follow the contract. 9 o'clock means 9 o'clock. Vanessa recorded my answer. If payment is not received, I will notify the renter and the relevant departments as soon as the deadline passes. Thank you. I returned to the dining room. Sophie sat at table 2 with her back straight and both hands in her lap. Carol sat beside her, speaking to Frank across Sophie. I had just pulled out my chair when Carol stood. Rebecca, come outside with me for a moment. She held her purse. Behind Carol, Jason and Madison also stood. Frank braced one hand on the table and slowly rose with them. There is a small room at the end of the hallway, Carol said. It will only take 5 minutes. She opened her purse. Carol took out a folded stack of papers and a pen. The small room was at the end of the hallway beside the rear patio exit. Inside were a round table, 6 chairs, and a window overlooking the outdoor ceremony area, where rows of white chairs had already been set up. Carol entered last and closed the door. Sit down, Rebecca. I'll stand. She placed the papers on the table and smoothed them with her palm. The pen lay across the last page. It is almost 8, Carol softened her voice. You sign here and everything ends. Madison gets married tomorrow, the guests go home, and then the family has time to arrange the rest. Ends? You know what I mean. Jason stepped half a pace forward. I will repay it, Rebecca. Every dollar. I gave you a schedule, and I will sign any commitment you want. Tonight I only need the guarantee for the $28,000. You need a guarantor, Silver Peak approves, I said. That is why you still need my signature. Jason did not answer. Frank sat in one of the chairs with both hands on his knees. Rebecca, he said, I am not good at talking about things like this, but there are about 60 people eating dinner outside. Tomorrow there will be 145 guests. This is the family's chance to get through this without anyone being humiliated. It was the longest sentence Frank had said to me since this began. Did you read the email thread? He looked down at his hands. Yes. Did you object or ask them to stop? Frank did not answer. Madison leaned against the wall beside the window with her arms crossed. The white Times Bride Times sash still hung over her arm. 145 guests arranged travel, she said. People bought tickets, reserved rooms, and took time off work to be here. Do you understand what will happen if everything collapses at the last minute? Madison, did you know where the venue deposit came from? Her posture did not change. I knew it was money from Sophie's education fund, she said. I did not know you would turn it into this. The room went silent. Madison had just admitted aloud what until then I had only in emails and documents. She knew before the money was spent. When did you know? Before I signed the venue contract. I looked at Carol. You heard her, didn't you? Carol did not answer. I turned back to Madison. Then I have one question. Who gave you the right to decide that Sophie would have to borrow money for college? No one decided anything. Someone did. I stepped closer to the table. Someone looked at the 529 account held in my name for a 16-year-old child and decided that money could be used for your wedding. Madison pushed away from the wall. Sophie can borrow. Her voice rose. A lot of students borrow money. She is smart, she can earn scholarships, choose a cheaper school, and repay the loans after graduation. She raised one hand. She will still be fine. The door opened. Sophie stood in the doorway. I did not know how much she had heard. One hand still rested on the knob. She was not crying. Her face was simply focused, as it was when she tried to understand a difficult problem. No one spoke. Sophie stepped inside and closed the door. Aunt Madison. Sophie, Jason began. I am talking to Aunt Madison. She did not look at her father. You just said I could borrow money. Madison looked at Jason, then at Carol. You can say it to me, Sophie said. I'm here. I did not mean that. I only have one question. Sophie stood a few steps from the table. Do you have a plan to repay the money that was used? Jason will. I am not asking about Dad. Sophie's voice stayed even. $11,000 from my fund paid for your dress. Do you have a plan to repay that part? Madison opened her mouth and closed it. I do not have a specific schedule yet, she said. I'll work it out after the wedding. Sophie looked at her for a few seconds. Then she gave a very small nod, as though recording an answer. Okay. I stepped closer to Sophie but did not touch her. She had asked what she needed to ask. I would not let the negotiation fall onto her shoulders. Carol pushed the papers toward me. The pen slid with them and stopped near the table's edge. Rebecca, she said more quickly, there is more than an hour left. Sign it. What happened between everyone can be handled later, but tonight you have to sign. I looked down at the papers. The last page had a blank signature line. Beneath it were the words, Financial Guarantor. I picked up the pen. Jason exhaled. Madison uncrossed her arms. I set the pen beside the papers and pushed both back toward Carol. You can sign your own name. Carol did not move. If you believe Jason will repay everything, put your name on this form and let Silver Peak verify you. I kept my voice normal. If this is only a short delay in payment, the risk to you is the same risk everyone is asking Sophie to accept. Carol's hand remained flat on the table, less than a handspan from the pen. She did not reach for it. Frank, I said, can you guarantee it? He looked at the floor. I turned to Jason. You are the financial contact. You can submit your own name for Silver Peak to review. They will not accept me, Jason said. You already know that. Yes, I said. I know. I looked at Carol, Frank, and Madison. All of you know where the money came from. All of you say Sophie can get scholarships, attend community college, or take on debt because she has her whole life ahead of her. I pointed to the pen. But when $28,000 has to stand under the name of someone in this room, no one wants to pick it up. No one moved. Sophie stepped closer to the round table. She looked at the pen, then at each person, her grandmother, grandfather, aunt, and father. Sophie picked up the pen with 2 fingers, laid it neatly in the center of the table, and gently pushed it toward them. You can pay for this wedding yourselves. No one left the small room together. Sophie went first. I followed. We returned to table 2 and sat down. A few minutes later, Carol entered the dining room, smiled at a guest, and sat beside Sophie, as though she had only stepped out to check something minor. The appetizers had been cleared. The servers began bringing out the main course. About 60 guests sat around round tables. Candles burned on the tables, and a microphone stood on a stand at the front of the room. Luke spoke first. He held the microphone in both hands and kept it short. He thanked everyone for coming. He thanked his parents, then thanked Carol and Frank for welcoming him into the family. He said he was not used to speaking in public. People laughed. Luke did not mention money. He did not thank Jason either. I did not know how much Luke had figured out, but 3 days earlier he had said he would repay Jason after the wedding. That night, he did not mention Jason even once. Frank went next. He told a brief story about Madison as a child, wished her and Luke happiness, and sat down quickly. Carol took the microphone. She did not need notes. I have 2 children, she said, and tonight I want to say something I may not have said enough. She turned toward table 2. Jason has always been the one who takes care of the family. He always puts other people first, especially his sister. Carol's voice trembled slightly. Jason, I want to thank you, because you have never left anyone in this family to handle things alone. There was applause. Jason lowered his head as though uncomfortable with the praise. Sophie picked up her fork, cut a piece of food, and put it in her mouth. She chewed, swallowed, and set down the fork. I watched Carol return to her seat and adjust the napkin on her lap. Less than an hour earlier, she had sat less than a handspan from the guarantee pen and refused to reach for it. Now she was thanking Jason for never leaving anyone to handle things alone. Madison stood next with a glass of champagne. She rested one hand on Luke's shoulder. He placed his hand over hers but did not look toward Jason. I'll keep this short because everyone is still eating. There was a small laugh. When Luke and I first looked at the cost, we thought we would have to give up the wedding we wanted. The dining room gradually became quiet. Then my brother called. Madison turned toward Jason. He said, "You only get married once, I'll handle it." She raised her glass. "Jason, you saved my dream. I know it was not easy. I know you had to sacrifice a great deal, and I will never forget it." Jason raised his glass in return. Madison did not sit down yet. "I also learned something while planning this wedding." Her voice slowed. "Some people look at a wedding and see only invoices. Only numbers, costs, and things that can be added or subtracted on a spreadsheet." She did not look at me. She did not need to. Several people in the room had already turned toward table 2. Madison continued, "But family is not something you calculate. Family is something you invest in. When someone you love needs you, you do not ask where every dollar went." Jason looked directly at me. He lowered his eyes to the table, then looked up again. Only once. I understood the warning. "Do not." I leaned toward Sophie. "Do you want to go outside?" I asked very quietly. "I'll go with you. We can leave right now." Sophie set down her fork. "No. You do not have to hear the rest. I want to hear all of it." She looked directly at Madison. Madison raised her glass higher. "This wedding proves that love matters more than money." The room applauded. Several people raised their glasses. Luke stood beside Madison and lightly kissed her hair. I looked at the clock on the wall. 8:31. 29 minutes remained before the 9 o'clock deadline. Through the wall separating us from the ballroom, I heard a faint drum test. The technical crew was still preparing a wedding that had not been paid for in full. Madison took a sip of champagne and started to return to her chair. I remained seated. I did not stand because she had called me someone who only saw invoices. I stood because she had publicly turned taking Sophie's money into an act of love, while Sophie sat directly in front of her. I reached beside my chair and pulled the gray file pouch onto my lap. Sophie saw it. She said nothing. Before Madison had fully sat down, I stood. "May I have 1 minute?" The dining room turned toward me. I did not walk to the microphone. I stood at table 2 with one hand on the back of my chair and used the same voice I used during crowded parent meetings. "My name is Rebecca Nolan. I am Jason's wife." Chairs shifted across the floor. Jason lifted himself from his chair, then sat back down. "Madison just said one thing that is true. I do look at invoices. I look at numbers and ask where the money came from." I opened the file pouch. I removed the statement with all private information redacted and placed it face up on the table in front of me. No one at another table could read every line. But everyone could see the bold 0 balance at the bottom of the page. Carol said my name. Frank set down his cup. I looked across the room at Madison. She was still standing with the champagne glass in her hand. "Madison," I said, "would you like to tell Sophie whose money bought your $11,000 dress?" Madison set her champagne glass on the table. The glass struck the wood harder than she intended. "What are you doing?" "I am answering." Jason stood all the way up. "Rebecca, come outside and talk." "No." I did not look at him. "Madison just told 60 people that some people see only invoices. I am going to explain what those invoices are, and then I will sit down." No one in the dining room said anything. A server walking between the tables stopped with a tray in hand and backed toward the wall. I looked down at the statement on the table, but I did not need to read every line. "My daughter is 16. She has a 529 fund that I opened when she was 3. I am the account owner, and Sophie is the beneficiary." I spoke slowly and clearly without raising my voice. Before the money was withdrawn, the fund held $61,000. Then there was a $35,000 withdrawal and a $26,000 withdrawal. I pointed to the final line. "The current balance is 0. Someone at a nearby table drew in a sharp breath. I did not make or authorize either withdrawal. I discovered them only after Silver Peak Lodge called and asked how I wanted to pay the remaining $28,000. I placed the 7 expense table beside the statement. The money was divided into 7 payments. I read each line. $18,000 for the Silver Peak Lodge deposit, $11,000 for the wedding dress, $9,500 for the band, sound, and lighting, $7,500 for flowers and decor, $6,000 for photography and video, $5,500 for the honeymoon deposit, $3,500 for the welcome party and guest gifts. I looked up. The total is exactly $61,000, not $1 more. Luke stood. He did not look at me. He turned directly toward Madison. Did you know? Today. Luke aspire day. Did you know that money came from Sophie's college fund? Madison raised both hands. Jason said he would repay it. He said he had a bonus and would. I did not ask what Jason promised. Luke's voice was very low. I asked whether you knew where the money came from. Madison did not answer. I took a redacted email page from the pouch. I will read only one passage. I placed it on the table. In an email sent before the money was withdrawn, Madison asked Jason, "Are you sure? I do not want to sign the venue contract and then have to cancel. Does she check that account?" I stopped. Luke stood perfectly still. I watched him connect that question to everything he had heard during the past week. "You asked whether Rebecca checked the account," he said. "You did not ask where the money came from." Madison looked at him. "You knew." "Luke, I thought Jason would repay." I stood in front of everyone and said I would repay Jason. Luke's voice remained quiet. "While you knew the money was not his." Jason stepped away from his chair. "All right, that is enough." He spoke louder than everyone else. "This is a family matter and my wife is turning it into a spectacle." "There is one more document," I said. I removed a printout from the shared folder Jason and I used. This is a draft letter to Sophie. It was never sent. I looked around the room. The letter says the investment market declined, the fund did not grow as expected, and Sophie should narrow her school list. It suggests that she begin at community college and transfer later. I placed the document on the table. The letter was accompanied by a false spreadsheet showing the fund's value. The numbers do not match the real statements. I looked at Jason. "You were not going to tell her the money had been withdrawn. You were going to give her a spreadsheet and tell her the market reduced the fund." The dining room was so quiet that I heard the kitchen door close behind us. Sophie stood. She held nothing in her hands. She only turned toward her father. "Dad." Jason looked at her. "Sophie, sit down. You do not understand the whole situation. I understand the important part." Sophie's voice was soft but clear. "You did not lose my money in the market. You chose to use it. I did it for the family." Jason took one step toward her. "You are too young to understand that adults sometimes have to make difficult decisions." "I am family too." Jason stopped. Sophie did not sound angry. She spoke as though pointing out a missing term in an equation. "I have lived in that house with you for 16 years, she said. "I am family too." Jason did not answer. I took the final document from the pouch. "One more thing, and then I will sit down." I placed a copy of the contract's guarantee page on the table. In the Silver Peak Lodge contract, I am listed as the financial guarantor. There is an electronic signature in my name, sent to an email address almost identical to mine except for one missing character. I pointed to the attachment line. Immediately before the signature was recorded, a copy of my driver's license was uploaded to the file. I looked around the room. I did not sign that contract. I did not authorize anyone to sign for me. Maya sent a formal dispute letter on Monday morning of the wedding week. Jason turned toward me. "You just ruined my sister's wedding in front of 60 people. "I did not cancel anything," I said. "I refused to validate a signature I never made." Luke stepped away from his chair. "Madison." She looked at him. "I am going to ask you one last question. Think before you answer. Do not do this here. If Rebecca had not stood up tonight, when were you going to tell me?" Madison looked around the room. She looked at Jason, then at Carol. "Rebecca could have let the wedding happen," she said. She could have waited until after tomorrow and then everyone could have dealt with it. She chose to do this tonight, in front of everyone. Luke raised one hand. He did not argue. He only looked at Madison, and I saw the moment he understood that she was still talking about the person who revealed the truth, not about what she had done. Luke removed the white boutonniere from his lapel and placed it on the table. "The wedding tomorrow is not happening," he said. "I am postponing it." "Luke. Not only because of the money." He looked directly at Madison. "I can live with not having enough money. I cannot marry you tomorrow after learning that you let me stand up and thank Jason while you knew the money came from Sophie." He turned toward the door. Madison followed him, but Luke did not stop. Several of his relatives stood and left the room behind him. The clock on the wall passed 9. 2 minutes later, Vanessa Cole entered the dining room. She wore dark business attire and carried a clipboard. Vanessa went directly to Madison, the renter, not to me. "Miss Nolan, I need to notify you of the contract status." The dining room fell quiet. As of 9 p.m., Silver Peak Lodge has not received the $28,000 payment. We also have not received an approved replacement payment arrangement or guarantor. Vanessa spoke in a calm, professional voice. "Therefore, tomorrow's event cannot proceed under the current schedule. Access to the Aspen Ballroom and the outdoor ceremony area is suspended. Equipment installation must stop tonight." She looked down at the clipboard. "Guest rooms that were individually booked and paid for will remain reserved. Unbooked rooms in the event block will be returned to general inventory." Vanessa lowered the clipboard. "I am very sorry. Our staff will work with you directly regarding the next steps." She turned away. Through the open door, I saw the ballroom crew stop working. One person lowered a lighting truss. 2 others began coiling cables and pushing speakers toward a side door. The test lighting on the stage went dark. No one asked whether I wanted them to stop. No one needed my permission. 9 o'clock had arrived, the payment had not been made, and Silver Peak was simply following the contract. Carol walked around the table and grabbed my wrist. "Rebecca," she spoke quickly and quietly. "Pay it. They may still be able to rearrange things. The family can resolve the rest later." I gently removed her hand. "No, Carol. You are destroying an entire family. I do not have $28,000 to give this wedding." I looked at her. "And even if I did, I would not use it to replace the people who chose to spend Sophie's money." Jason stood in the middle of the dining room. Many guests had left their seats. "You are not divorcing me," he said. "You are only angry. You would not do that to Sophie." Maya entered from the hallway, with a man I had never met. The man walked directly to Jason and stopped 1 step away. "Are you Jason M. Nolan?" Jason looked at him. "Yes. I am serving you with legal papers." He handed Jason a thick envelope. Jason accepted it reflexively. Maya stood beside them and spoke quietly enough that only the nearest people could hear. "It contains a petition for divorce, a notice to preserve assets, and a request for temporary orders concerning the financial accounts and Sophie's education fund." She kept her voice professional. "From this point forward, all financial communication between you and Rebecca should go through my office." Jason stood, holding the envelope. Sophie walked around table 2. She came to me first and removed the blue plastic binder from the gray file pouch. Then she walked to her father and stopped about 3 feet away. Sophie did not raise the binder. She simply held it with both hands in front of her stomach, the way she always carried her college plan from the kitchen table to her room. "You chose her wedding," she said. Jason opened his mouth. "Mom is choosing my future." Jason moved out of the house 11 days after the rehearsal dinner. The temporary agreement stated clearly that he could not access, change information, or contact any financial institution concerning the 529 account held in my name with Sophie as beneficiary. He signed it. The rest took nearly 10 months. During the property division, the $61,000 withdrawn from Sophie's fund was assigned to Jason's side of the responsibility. Taxes, fees, and direct costs caused by restoring the account were also included in the amount he had to reimburse under the final agreement. The property Jason received was reduced accordingly. The remaining balance was divided into periodic payments transferred directly into the 529 fund on a mandatory schedule. He also signed an acknowledgement that he could not use my name, signature, personal information, or online accounts without my clear written consent. The divorce was finalized in the spring. I kept the house after recalculating the budget many times and confirming that Sophie and I could maintain it on my income. I did not prohibit Jason from seeing Sophie. I also did not decide for her what that relationship would look like. Sophie set her own boundaries. She saw her father when she felt ready. During the first few months, she did not stay overnight and did not attend dinners at Carol's house. Once, on the way home after seeing Jason, Sophie told me what she had said to him. "You can tell this story however you want, but you do not get to make Mom the person who caused it." "I did not ask how," Jason replied. The wedding did not take place on the scheduled date. Luke left Silver Peak Lodge that night. He and Madison continued talking for a while, but eventually Luke ended the engagement. He sent Sophie a message apologizing for standing up and thanking Jason at the rehearsal dinner. Sophie replied that Luke did not know the truth when he said those things. Madison lost several non-refundable deposits. Refunds that could still be recovered for unperformed services were applied to Sophie's reimbursement. She sold the $11,000 dress for only a fraction of its purchase price. All proceeds from the sale were placed into the repayment fund under the agreement Madison signed concerning the items from which she had directly benefited. Madison did not call Sophie. Carol called me many times during the first few months. Every call returned to the same sentence: "You destroyed Madison's wedding." The last time she said it, I answered, "Carol, the wedding could not continue because no one paid the remaining $28,000. I did not take that money away. It was never my responsibility." She was silent. "I also did not ask Luke to postpone the wedding," I continued. "He made that decision himself after learning what Madison had hidden from him." Carol hung up. Frank met Sophie once at a coffee shop near the school. He apologized and said Jason had made a mistake. Sophie replied, "A mistake does not continue through 2 withdrawals, 7 expenses, and a forged signature, Grandpa." Frank did not argue. The 529 fund was restored from several sources. Refunds still recoverable from vendors. Proceeds from the dress and other items that could be resold. Reimbursements Madison was required to make. The reduction in Jason's share of the marital property under the divorce settlement. His mandatory periodic repayments. And the amount I contributed each month after recalculating our household budget. Every amount recovered from Madison or a vendor was deducted from the remaining reimbursement balance. No amount was counted twice. The money did not return in one day. Some months the account increased by only a small amount. Some months Jason's payment arrived late, and Maya had to send notice through his attorney. But the payment schedule was enforced. Exactly 1 year after the day I saw the zero balance, the total recovered and replenished, without double counting, reached $61,000. I opened the new statement at the kitchen table. There was no unfamiliar alert email. Jason's phone number no longer appeared in the verification settings. There was not a single transaction I did not recognize. Sophie could continue applying to the schools she wanted without my taking out a Parent Plus loan to replace money that had been taken. She began her senior year of high school. She was preparing early applications to 3 schools with environmental engineering programs. She still applied for scholarships, but no longer with the feeling that she had to fill a hole someone else created. That summer, the 2 of us flew to Oregon for a college visit. The morning we reached the field research station, mist still hung low over the water. A student handed Sophie a pair of chest waders and showed her how to step into the creek to collect a sample. I stood on the bank and took pictures. Sophie turned to look at me, holding the sampling tube in both hands while water flowed around her knees. For the first time in a year, I looked at her standing inside her own plans for the future without seeing a wedding invoice behind her. As for me, I changed every password, verification setting, and method of storing documents in the house. No education account still shared login information. I also added a short section to the financial information sessions I gave parents at school, who actually owns a 529 account, how to review alerts, how to protect identity documents, and where to begin after discovering that financial information has been changed. I did not tell my story during those sessions. I only gave them the checklist of things I wished I had examined sooner. Last Saturday night, Sophie brought the blue binder down to the kitchen table. It was still the old binder, with the Times College Plan Times label written on masking tape. One corner of the label had yellowed, but she had never replaced it. Sophie opened the binder and spread the papers across the table. College visit schedule. Scholarship list with deadlines written in red ink. Early application deadlines. Information about the field program in Oregon. At the bottom was a new 4-year budget. Sophie had created columns for tuition, living expenses, expected scholarships, and the amount she might need to borrow in each scenario. The final column listed the current balance of the 529 fund, the real number. I showed her the updated statement and told her that whenever she wanted to check, we would log in together. "What is your worst-case scenario now?" I asked. Sophie turned the table toward me and pointed to one cell. "If I choose Oregon, I may still have to borrow a small amount," she said. "But I know exactly how much. And I know why." A year earlier, they had used $61,000 from Sophie's college fund to buy one perfect day for Madison. 1 year later, the full $61,000 was back in the fund, and the Times College Plan Times binder was once again on my kitchen table. This time, no one but my daughter had the right to decide the future inside it. It took me a long time to understand that protecting a family does not mean staying silent while one person sacrifices someone else's future to preserve their own happiness. No one had the right to take away Sophie's choices, whether they called it love, responsibility, or family. Because real love does not decide for another person. It protects their right to know the truth and choose their own path. When Victor looked me straight in the eye and told me I did not have enough leadership presence to head the film I had practically built with my own hands, I did not argue. I smiled, stood up, and drove home in silence. 3 days later, I turned on my phone and found 87 missed calls and an entire company descending into chaos. My name is Maya Bennett. I am 35 years old. And for nearly a decade, I played the sister who always gave in for the sake of the family and the employee, who quietly rescued every project without ever asking for credit. If you have ever sacrificed your entire career just to keep the peace in a family that never thinks you have given enough, tell me where you are watching from in the comments below. And do not forget to like and subscribe, because what happens next will show you exactly how the people who deliberately pushed me aside ended up destroying themselves with their own hands. The phone kept vibrating on the kitchen table, shattering the silence I had deliberately preserved for the past 3 days. 87 missed calls, 126 text messages, 14 emails marked urgent, 6 messages from Victor Lang, president of North Star Media, the man who, just 3 days earlier, had sat across from me in the private screening room and told me I did not have enough presence to be the public face of my own project. More than 30 calls from Derek, my brother-in-law, who had just been handed the executive producer position that should have been mine, and one short cold notice that told me the full scale of what was collapsing. Aurora Streaming was demanding that North Star prove its rights to use all the footage in Predators at the Edge within 24 hours. I opened the final voicemail. Derek's voice trembled through the speaker, with none of the confidence he had displayed when he accepted that title in front of the entire conference room. "Maya, every important file is offline. They're going to cancel the contract if you don't call back." I set the phone down on the table, poured a cup of coffee, and drank it slowly, as though it were an ordinary morning. Not the morning an entire media company was reeling because I was no longer there. You may be wondering how I could possibly be so calm. The answer is very simple. 3 days earlier, the same people calling me now had sat in a room, looked me straight in the eye, and told me I did not have what it took to lead my own film. So why, only 3 days later, did they need the very person they had just pushed aside to save everything? To understand what was really happening inside North Star Media's offices at that moment, I need to take you back 3 days, to the morning everything began to fall apart. That morning, I arrived at North Star 40 minutes earlier than usual. I wore the only blazer in my closet that I considered formal enough. I carried a thick color-coded binder containing the 8-episode release plan, a list of cinematographers, a licensing cost sheet, and the post-production roadmap for the next 18 months. I had spent 2 weeks preparing for that meeting. The truth was I had spent 3 years preparing for it. North Star's private screening room was on the 17th floor, a dark room with 12 gray velvet chairs and a screen that covered the entire front wall. When I walked in, the lights were already off, and the 90-second trailer for Predators at the Edge was playing on the screen. The opening shot showed a mother cheetah standing beside a dry riverbed, watching the muddy water while her 3 cubs huddled behind her legs. I knew exactly where that shot had been filmed, on what day, and under what lighting conditions. I was the one who signed the agreement to obtain it, then spent 3 straight nights in the editing room, finding the exact 4 seconds that would make an audience hold its breath. For 3 years, I had built the 8-episode structure for this film. I had watched thousands of hours of raw footage to select the shots that made it into the cut. I had rewritten the entire narration after the distributor rejected the first draft. I had saved the pilot edit when it nearly got canceled last November. And I was the one who persuaded Aurora Streaming to spend 40 minutes watching a wildlife documentary project that no one in the industry believed could sell. So when Victor Lang turned on the lights and said he wanted to discuss the future of this project, I believed I knew what his next sentence would be. Victor was 52, the president of North Star Media, a man who always appeared wearing an expensive watch and speaking in a voice trained to sound sincere under any circumstances. He placed my performance review on the table, 3 consecutive years of outstanding evaluations, and pushed it aside as though it were nothing more than a scrap of paper. "Maya," he began, "you are the most dedicated person I have ever worked with." I nodded. "Your post-production skills are rare. Honestly, I don't think anyone in this building can do what you do." I kept nodding, and in that moment, I genuinely believed those compliments were leading to something good. That was my mistake. I later understood a rule I should have learned long ago. When someone lists everything you are good at before delivering the next sentence, that next sentence will always begin with the word but. But for the executive producer position, Victor said, we need someone who can become the face of the project, someone who can stand in front of investors, the media, and our distribution partners. You do excellent work behind the scenes, Maya, but this role requires someone who can represent the project as a whole. He paused, then added the sentence I would replay in my head hundreds of times afterward. You don't have the leadership presence this position requires. Leadership presence. As he said those 2 words, my mind automatically replayed a different set of images. The nights I slept on the editing room couch because the cut had to be finished by 8 the next morning. The emails Derek sent after midnight asking me to take a quick look at a presentation he would deliver the next morning. Presentations I ultimately rewrote almost in their entirety. The revision history of every timeline file in the system, where my account name appeared on the final line again and again, month after month. I had presence. I had simply never been allowed to use it where anyone could see it. So, Victor concluded, the executive producer position on Predators at the Edge will go to Derek. I turned my head to the right. Derek Shaw, 33, director of content development, and my younger sister's husband, was leaning back in a gray velvet chair at the far end of the table. He was wearing a brand new navy suit. He did not look surprised at all. That was the first detail that told me something was wrong. No one receives a major promotion without showing at least some surprise. Derek had known in advance, and in the few seconds of silence that followed, as I looked at him and he looked back at me with the smile I had once believed was friendly, I understood that this meeting had never been a fair evaluation. The decision had been made before I entered the room. This was not simply a staffing decision. Derek pushed back his chair, stood, and walked around the table. He stopped beside me and placed his hand on the binder I had brought, the binder I had spent 2 weeks preparing for the position he had just been given. He did not pick it up. He simply rested his hand on it, like a man placing his hand on something that already belonged to him. "Don't worry, Maya," Derek said, his voice so gentle that everyone else in the room must have mistaken it for kindness. "I still need you to stay and handle the technical side." The technical side. 3 years of my work had just been renamed in front of me, in a room full of people, and not one person spoke up. But that was not what I would remember most about that morning. What I would remember was the object Derek pulled from his pocket as he said it, something whose true meaning only I understood. Victor's assistant brought the appointment documents into the room, placed them in front of Derek, and turned to the final page. Derek picked up the fountain pen he had just pulled from the inside pocket of his suit jacket. The barrel was jet black, the cap silver, with a tiny scratch near the clip. A scratch from the summer 3 years earlier, when the pen fell onto the tile floor in Lauren's kitchen during the party celebrating his new job. I remembered that scratch because I was the one who bent down and picked up the pen. It was the pen I had bought for him. The pen cost $480. I bought it at a store on Wilshire Boulevard on a Friday afternoon right after I got paid. Now that pen was being used to sign the decision, giving Derek the position that should have been mine. Derek signed his name. His strokes were slow, almost theatrical. Then he snapped the cap back on, click, and set the pen on the table, right beside the binder I had brought. To understand why that tiny sound sent a chill down my spine, you need to know where that pen came from. 3 years earlier, Derek had been unemployed for 7 months. He had left a small advertising agency after losing its largest client account, and no one else would hire him. Lauren had been married for only a year at the time. They were making payments on their house in Pasadena and had started selling their belongings to keep up with the bills. One night in March, Lauren called me just before 11. My younger sister cried on the phone for 40 minutes. She said Derek had stopped leaving the bedroom. She said she was afraid their marriage would not survive another 6 months. Then Lauren said the sentence I had heard in different forms my entire life. Maya, you're the only one who can help. At the time, North Star had an opening in content development. I was not in charge of hiring. But I had something else. Something that in this industry can sometimes be worth more than hiring authority. I had credibility. By then, I had been at North Star for 4 years, had saved 3 projects from cancellation, and had never referred anyone for a job. So when I knocked on Victor's door and told him I was personally vouching for this candidate, he asked only one question. "Are you sure, Maya?" I said I was. I put my own professional reputation on the line for a man I had never worked with. Derek was hired after 2 rounds of interviews. The celebration took place that weekend at Lauren's house. I brought the pen in a velvet box, along with a handwritten card. "Congratulations on your new beginning." Derek opened the box, lifted the pen, turned it beneath the kitchen light, and told everyone in the room that he would use it to sign his first major contract. My mother applauded. My father said Derek was going places. No one asked how Derek had gotten into North Star. That was the detail I only recognized years later. In my family, everything I accomplished was treated as a given, while everything Derek received was treated as proof of talent. The first problem surfaced 6 weeks after he started. Derek submitted a content proposal to a Canadian partner and mistook a low-quality preview file for the original distribution master. Because of that mistake, he promised an image quality North Star did not have the right to provide. If the partner discovered it, North Star would lose the contract, and Derek could lose his job after only 6 weeks. He called me at 11 that night, panicked. I stayed up until 4 in the morning rewriting the entire proposal, rebuilding the technical specification sheet, and submitting the corrected version under his name. I did it because I imagined Lauren's face if her husband got fired after only 6 weeks. That was the first time. Then came the second, the 5th, the 12th, the midnight emails, the text messages that began with, "Maya, can you take a look at this for me?" The presentations I rewrote from scratch, which he delivered the next morning and received approving nods and praise for his sharp strategic thinking. And somewhere along the way, something changed before I realized it. The times I helped Derek stop being help in his eyes. They became an obligation. By his 2nd year, Derek no longer asked. He simply forwarded files to me with the note, "Need by 9." By his 3rd year, he had begun describing my work to other people in a very particular way. A way that made everything I did sound mechanical and everything he did sound creative. In the screening room that day, after setting the pen on the table, Derek repeated that exact idea in front of the entire leadership team. "You're very good at finding the right clips, Maya. I'll handle the creative and strategic side." Finding the right clips. 11 international licensing agreements that I had personally negotiated with cinematographers in Kenya, Botswana, and India, all reduced to finding the right clips. I stared at the pen lying on the wooden table. In that moment, the way I saw Derek changed completely. I did not get angry. Anger would have been too easy for them to turn into evidence that I was bitter, unprofessional, and unfit for leadership. Instead, I began to see the entire truth clearly. The appointment documents had been prepared before the meeting began. The decision to give Derek the position had already been made. Then I remembered my mother's phone call the night before. I had been sitting in my living room, reviewing my executive producer presentation one last time. She called at 9 that night, asked no questions, made no small talk, and went straight to a subject she should have had no reason to know about. Her voice had been unusually urgent. And the thing she said to me that night was something I had deliberately dismissed until the moment I sat in the screening room and heard Derek's name announced. At 9 the night before, my phone lit up with my mother's name. I was sitting on the living room floor, my laptop open on the coffee table, reviewing my executive producer presentation for the 4th time. The final slide was the international release roadmap, which had taken me 2 weeks to build. I answered and wedged the phone between my shoulder and my ear. Maya, I need to talk to you about tomorrow. I stopped typing. The appointment meeting was internal North Star business. It had not been announced. It was not on the general calendar. Across the entire company, the number of people who knew exactly what the next day's meeting was about could be counted on one hand. My mother did not work in media. She was a retired elementary school teacher who lived in Pasadena and had never set foot in an editing room in her life. What's happening tomorrow? I asked, and I could hear myself trying to keep my voice normal. You know what I'm talking about. I closed my laptop. Where did you hear about it? Lauren told me that isn't important. She paused. What matters is that you think very carefully before you do anything that puts the family in an awkward position. I sat up straighter. What do you mean puts the family in an awkward position? And then my mother said what she had called to say. Don't compete with Derek. I stayed quiet long enough for her to fill the silence with reasons that had already been prepared, and that was what I realized in that moment. They had been prepared. She was not improvising. She was reading from a list. Lauren was pregnant. Her doctor said her blood pressure was a little high and she should avoid stress. She and Derek had just put a deposit on a new house in Glendale, and their loan application was waiting for bank approval. Derek's current salary did not meet the bank's requirements. If he got the promotion, his new income would make their application qualify. I understand, I said. You're telling me the bank needs Derek to get promoted? I'm telling you Lauren needs this more than you do. I heard the speakerphone click on, slippers moving across hardwood, and then my father's voice appeared. Thomas Bennett, a man who had avoided every difficult conversation his entire life, but always spoke at the very end to support my mother. Maya, my father said, family isn't always about calculating who deserves something more. I sat there on the living room floor, my closed laptop containing 3 years of my work beneath my hand, and listened to my father tell me that merit was a concept that should not be used. You're single, my mother continued. You have your own apartment, your own company, that wild frame thing. You aren't lacking anything. Lauren is about to have a baby. Wildframe Archives. She could not even remember its full name. But she remembered very clearly that it existed, and that its existence could be used as a reason I did not need anything else. This was not the first time my family had asked me to give up an opportunity for Lauren. When I was 15, I earned a place in a summer documentary filmmaking camp in Colorado. The tuition was exactly the amount Lauren needed for dance lessons that year. My mother sat on the edge of my bed and explained that I was stronger, that I would have other opportunities while Lauren was fragile and needed encouragement. When I was 23, I lent Lauren my savings so she could pay off her credit card debt. Lauren never repaid me. No one in the family ever mentioned it again, not even once. And now, at 35, I was sitting on my own floor, listening to my mother explain why I should give up my own film too. No, I said. One word. I did not even raise my voice. There was silence on the other end. I think it was the first time in years that my mother actually had to stop and process an answer from me. What did you say? I said no. I worked on that film for 3 years. I am not stepping aside from my own position so Derek can qualify for a bank loan. And then she said the sentence I would carry with me for weeks. The sentence that made me understand she did not see my work as something worth protecting. You always make everything about you. About me. She had just called 3 years of work on the film something I was making about myself. I told my mother I had to prepare for the next day, and I ended the call before she could answer. something I had never done in 35 years. That night, I still tried to believe my mother was merely worried about Lauren and did not truly understand what was happening at North Star. But the next morning, when Victor announced Derek's name, Derek's calm expression told me the call had not been advice. It had been a campaign to force me aside before the meeting began. My family already knew the outcome. They had not called to ask me to consider anything. They had called to make sure I did not cause trouble over a decision that was already final. The only question left was, who at North Star had told Lauren? In the screening room, I looked back. Victor was adjusting his cuff, satisfied like a man who had just completed the hardest part of his morning. Derek was holding the pen, turning it between two fingers, and Victor's assistant had just placed a second document on the table, a document no one had mentioned until then, and that had not appeared on the meeting agenda. The first page read, Update to Project Footage Library Management Authority. I read the title twice, then looked at the final page. The space for my signature was still blank. They wanted to give Derek approval authority over every decision involving the footage library, and they were waiting for me to agree. Victor's assistant pushed the document toward me, turned it right side up, and placed a ballpoint pen beside it. Not the fountain pen. The fountain pen was for the person signing the appointment. I was given a blue plastic ballpoint, the kind found in every conference room drawer in the building. It's just a formality, Maya, Victor said, to keep everything clear during the transition. I turned the first page, then the second. Then I began reading more slowly, because by the third page I realized this document had not been written the night before. Lawyers had drafted it. It cited specific clauses and even included an internal project code. Here's what it said, translated into ordinary language. Clause 1, Derek Shaw, in his capacity as executive producer, had authority to approve and coordinate all uses of footage within the project. Clause 2, I would continue to handle all post-production work. Clause 3, every communication between me and the contributing cinematographers had to go through Derek. Clause 4, North Star's proposed credit list had to be approved by the executive producer before it was submitted to the distributor. I read Clause 4 twice. Then I looked around the room and saw something that made the document's real purpose clear. No one was looking at me. Not because they were embarrassed. No one appeared surprised by the terms I had just read. This was not a meeting to consider options. This was a meeting to force me to accept a decision that had already been made. And in that moment, I realized I had been asking the wrong question all morning. I had been asking, why didn't they choose me? The right question should have been, why did they need me to stay so badly? Because if I truly was nothing more than the person who found the right clips, they would not have needed a 4-clause document to keep me doing all the work under Derek's authority. I set the document down. I did not sign it. Instead, I asked Victor one question, a very short, very technical question, the kind of question someone who supposedly lacked leadership presence should not have known to ask. Victor, does North Star intend to execute the final distribution license with Wildframe? The room went silent for 3 seconds. 3 seconds, I can assure you, is a very long time when 11 people are sitting in the same room. I saw Victor blink, just once. But I had worked with images for 12 years, and my job was to notice the instant a face changed. I looked at Derek, too. And Derek, the man who had just been given authority to approve footage use for the project, looked at me as though he did not understand what role Wildframe played in the film. That was when I knew for certain. Derek did not understand what he had just been given authority to manage. We'll handle the paperwork later, Victor said, recovering his normal cadence faster than I expected. Right now, you need to focus on supporting Derek. Paperwork. To understand the weight of that word, I need to explain something. And I will explain only half of it here, because the other half is what produced 87 missed calls on my phone 3 days later. Wildframe Archives was a company I founded 4 years earlier. At first, it was little more than a name I used to contract with freelance cinematographers I knew in Kenya, Botswana, and India. People North Star could never have reached because North Star did not know them, and they did not trust North Star. They trusted me. The critical licensing agreements for Predators at the Edge had all been executed through Wildframe, and the final distribution license, the document that would allow North Star to sell the film to Aurora Streaming, had never been signed. Victor knew. That was why he blinked. Derek did not know. That was why he sat there in silence. I looked at the document in front of me again. 4 clauses designed to ensure that the only person capable of signing that license remained in the editing room, while every decision had to pass through Derek. I did not argue. I had asked about the license, and Victor had chosen to treat it as paperwork that could be dealt with later. I no longer had any obligation to keep advising a company that had just handed control of my work to someone else. I reached up to my neck and removed my employee badge. It was the badge I had used to enter North Star every morning for 7 years. The photo had been taken when I was 28, with shorter hair and a face that still believed hard work was enough. I placed it on the table. I did not throw it. I did not slam it down. I placed it there, directly on top of the performance review Victor had pushed aside at the beginning of the meeting. I resign, I said, effective immediately. The entire room moved at once. Someone pulled back a chair. Someone said, "Maya, wait." The head of human resources began a sentence about 2 weeks' notice, and I did not hear the rest. Victor stood. For the first time that morning, he lost the voice he had trained so carefully. "You're overreacting. Sit down." I picked up my binder, the thick color-coded binder I had brought and spent 2 weeks preparing, and tucked it under my arm. "I'm not overreacting," I said. "I'm simply doing the very thing you all just said I wasn't capable of doing. I'm making a decision." Then I turned to Derek. He was still sitting there, the fountain pen between his fingers, his brand new Navy suit immaculate, the signed appointment document in front of him. I said the last words I would ever say to him inside that building. "Good luck finishing the film you said you created." And I walked out of the room. On my way to the door, I heard exactly one sound behind me. It was not anyone calling me back. It was the fountain pen falling onto the wooden table. Because in that moment, for the first time since I had entered the room, Derek was no longer smiling. The threat in the editing room. My desk was in the corner of the 4th floor editing room beside the window, a spot no one had wanted 7 years earlier, because the afternoon sun shone directly onto the monitor. I began packing. There was not much. A ceramic mug, 2 field notebooks, a small framed photo of Lauren and me when I was 20, standing outside our parents' house, a mechanical keyboard I had bought myself because the company-issued keyboard made my wrists ache after 8 straight hours of editing. I packed very slowly, and I noticed that my hands were not shaking at all. That surprised even me. Then the editing room door flew open. Derek came in without knocking, his face red and his tie loosened at the collar. He marched straight to my desk and stopped in exactly the spot where everyone seated in the 3 surrounding rows could not help but hear him. "What are you doing?" I kept placing the notebook in the box. "I'm packing my personal belongings." "You just humiliated the entire family. Do you understand that? What are Evelyn and Thomas going to think? What is Lauren going to think?" That was the first thing he chose to say to me. Not, "What happened?" Not, "Are you okay?" His first concern was what the family would think. "Go back to the conference room and sign that document," Derek said, lowering his voice into what he probably believed was a persuasive tone. "Victor is just trying to apply pressure. He doesn't really intend to control all your work. This is how people operate at this level, Maya. You aren't used to it because you spend all your time in the editing room." I looked up at him. "Did you read that document, Derek?" He hesitated. "I read it." "Then tell me what Clause 3 says." Silence. He did not know. He had just signed a document giving himself authority to approve footage use on an 8-episode project, and he had not read past the first page. Those 3 seconds of silence were enough to tell me Derek had never read the document. "This isn't a game," he said, changing direction. "Lauren and I already put down the deposit on the house. If I lose this position because you cause a scene, do you know what will happen to her and the baby?" Less than 30 minutes after receiving the title, Derek was already using the baby to pressure me. "You just told the entire conference room that you would handle the creative and strategic side," I replied. "So handle it." And at that exact moment, Victor appeared in the doorway. He did not lower his voice. That was the difference between Victor and Derek. Derek wanted to persuade me, while Victor wanted the entire 4th floor to hear what happened to anyone who dared walk out of his conference room. "Ms. Bennett," he used my last name for the first time in 7 years. "Before you walk through that door, I want you to understand exactly what happens next. The editing room went completely silent. 14 people and not a single keyboard moved. "I know every important production executive in this industry," Victor said. "I will tell them exactly what kind of person you are. Someone who abandoned a project midway because she did not get promoted." I closed the lid of the cardboard box. "And if Predators at the Edge misses its deadline by even one day because of what you did today, our legal department will sue you." I let him finish. "You need to understand why I did not respond to any of it. It was not because I was afraid. It was because, while Victor threatened me in front of 14 of his own employees, I was calculating something entirely different. At that moment, the most important thing was to distinguish clearly between property belonging to North Star and property belonging to Wild Frame." I removed my personal laptop from the dock. My machine, purchased with my money and registered to Wild Frame archives. I removed 2 Wild Frame backup drives from the drawer. They were not connected to the internal system and contained no data owned by North Star. I left behind every company-issued computer, monitor, and storage room key. I arranged them neatly in a row on the desk. I did not delete a single file. I did not alter a single line. I did not touch any North Star system. That detail later became the most important fact in the entire story when the matter reached the lawyers. Then, right there in front of Victor and Derek, I opened my laptop and drafted an email. Not a personal email. I sent it from the Wild Frame Archive's administrative address, copying North Star Legal, Victor, Derek, and Wild Frame's own archive mailbox to create a time-stamped record. It was very short, and I wrote it in the language I had used for 4 years while working with cinematographers on 3 continents. 1. Under the suspension provision applicable when usage rights are disputed in the licensing agreements, administrative access by North Star personnel to the original library, managed by Wild Frame Archives, was temporarily suspended. 2. All existing low-resolution proxy files in North Star's internal system would remain unchanged and would not be withdrawn. 3. Delivery of original resolution master files was temporarily suspended until North Star's usage rights for each source were verified in writing. 4. No data owned by North Star Media had been deleted, altered, or damaged. I read it once more, then I clicked send. The entire process took less than 4 minutes. "What did you just do?" Victor asked. "I just sent a notice," I said, closing my laptop. "In my capacity as a representative of an independent licensing partner, not as an employee. Because as of 20 minutes ago, I am no longer a North Star employee." That was the moment I saw something very interesting on Victor Lang's face. He did not understand. Victor had prepared every tool for dealing with an employee who resigned: the employment contract, notice requirements, reputational threats, and the legal department. But my status as an employee and my status as Wild Frame's representative were 2 different things. North Star had just allowed an employee to leave the building. At the same time, it had created a dispute with the partner managing the project's most important licenses. I lifted the cardboard box, tucked the laptop under my arm, and headed for the door. Behind me, in the second row of desks, I heard a computer mouse clicking repeatedly, then clicking faster. Derek had sat down at a workstation and opened the master library, probably to prove to Victor that I was bluffing. And on the screen, instead of the thousands of familiar thumbnails, appeared a message he had never seen in his 3 years there. "Access reauthentication required. The elevator doors close." The distance from my desk to the elevator was about 40 steps. I had walked that route thousands of times in 7 years, in every morning, out every evening, and many times out at 3 in the morning, when the entire floor was lit only by emergency lights and the hum of servers in the storage room. This time, I walked it carrying a cardboard box. No one said anything. 14 people were in the editing room. I knew every one of their names. I knew who was getting divorced, who had just had a baby, and who was trying to transfer to another department. I had stayed late to fix edits for at least 5 of them, without credit and without telling anyone. Not one person stood up. 2 people looked at me and then down at their keyboards. One person, Priya, who had joined 6 months earlier and whom I had taught the entire media management workflow, had red-rimmed eyes. But she said nothing either. I did not blame them. After Victor's threat, no one dared stand up for me. But I would not forget it either. I pressed the elevator button with my elbow because both hands were full. While I waited, I heard footsteps behind me. Derek. He stopped about 10 feet away, and this time his voice was completely different. No condescension, no attempt at persuasion, not even anger. Maya, restore the access. I did not turn around. I just sent an email explaining the verification process. I don't need a process. I need you to open it right now. The elevator doors slid open. I stepped inside, set the cardboard box on the floor, and turned to face him. And for the first time in 3 years, I saw something on Derek Shaw's face that I had never seen before. Not confidence, not arrogance, not a smile. Fear. He was not afraid because the film might miss its deadline. People do not go pale over a deadline. He was afraid for another reason, one I did not yet know, and would not discover for another 10 days. But in that moment, standing in the fourth floor elevator with a cardboard box at my feet, I registered his reaction. It told me Derek was afraid of something more serious than a delayed project. Have a good day, Derek, I said. And the elevator doors closed between us. I walked to the parking lot, placed the cardboard box on the back seat, got behind the wheel, and sat still for exactly 30 seconds. Then I took my phone out of my pocket. 4 messages had arrived in the previous 20 minutes. 1 from Victor, 1 from Human Resources, 2 from Lauren. I did not open any of them. I held down the power button, shut the phone off, and watched the screen go dark. Then I drove home in silence. No music, no radio. 40 minutes on the 110 in the middle of the morning. Slow enough for me to realize one thing. I had not cried. I kept waiting for it. It never came. When I reached my apartment, I did 3 things. First, I opened a bottle of red wine I had bought in February and kept in the cabinet for an occasion worth celebrating. I still was not sure that day qualified. I poured a glass anyway. Second, I changed out of my work clothes, hung the formal blazer in the closet, and put on an old t-shirt. Third, and the one that actually mattered, I sat at the kitchen table, opened my laptop, and went into the Wild Frame Archives folder. Now, I need to tell you something I deliberately held back until this point. Walking out of North Star that morning looked like an impulsive decision. Anyone watching would have thought so. A woman denied a promotion, wounded pride, employee badge removed, straight out the door. But my ability to make that decision had been built 4 years earlier. 4 years earlier, I handled post-production on an elephant documentary in Botswana. We used footage from a cinematographer named Samuel Otieno. When the film was released, Samuel's name was missing from the credits. His licensing fee was paid 11 months late. And when he complained, the company's legal department told him he had no direct contract. He had worked through an intermediary contractor, so he had no standing to make a claim. I sat in the editing room reading that email and understood something. In this industry, the person who captures the images does not always control how those images are used, paid for, or credited. So I founded Wild Frame Archives. At first, it was simply a small legal entity that allowed me to contract directly with freelance cinematographers and make sure they were paid on time and properly credited. But it had something North Star did not: relationships. Samuel introduced me to 2 other people in Kenya. Those 2 introduced me to a group in India. Over 4 years, Wild Frame became the licensing intermediary for 23 cinematographers in 9 countries. People who would not sign directly with an American studio but would sign with me because I paid on time and put their names on the screen. When Predators at the Edge began, North Star needed high-quality wildlife footage. It did not have the budget to shoot itself. They came to me. North Star approved Wild Frame as an independent licensing partner, and every agreement was reviewed by its legal department before execution. I still paid every cinematographer the full agreed licensing fee, but Wild Frame supplied footage to North Star at cost and charged almost no management fee. I did that because I still believed the company and I were on the same side. That night, sitting at the kitchen table with my unfinished glass of wine, I reopened the original agreement and carefully read every word of the clause I had cited in that morning's email. Section 7.3. The licensor may temporarily suspend delivery of original materials in the event of a breach of usage terms or a dispute concerning the scope of licensed rights until the matter is resolved in writing. I read it 3 times. That morning, Victor had given me a document granting Derek authority to approve every use of footage in the project, while requiring all communication between me and the cinematographers to go through him. But North Star had not amended its licensing agreement with Wildframe or verified whether that new structure fell within the scope of the rights already granted. That was why a dispute now existed over the scope of use. I had sabotaged nothing. I had simply exercised a clause North Star had signed after it changed the way footage would be managed without first addressing the licensor's rights. I closed the laptop. Then I did something I still consider the smartest decision I made in this entire story. I picked up my phone, still powered off, walked into the bedroom, opened the nightstand drawer, and placed it inside. Then I closed the drawer. I gave myself 72 hours, 3 days, no personal email, no text, not a single phone call. Wildframe's administrative address remained active. Every licensing request had to be submitted in writing, and the system automatically confirmed that it would be reviewed under the contractual process. I did not cut off the official channel of communication. I simply did not give Victor, Derek, or my family the opportunity to call me directly and drag me back into the role of fixing everything for them. Not because I was sulking, but because if I kept answering the phone, I would do exactly what I had done for 7 years: respond at midnight and solve problems that were no longer my responsibility. The only person who could stop me from rescuing them again was me. So I left the phone in the drawer. At the same time, 11 miles away on the 4th floor of North Star Media, Derek Shaw was sitting at a workstation in the empty editing room. Unable to access the master library, he opened the episode 1 timeline to see whether the edit still worked. The low-resolution proxies remained on the internal server, but the episode 1 timeline linked directly to the master files in Wildframe's library. The timeline loaded. The audio layers appeared normally. Narration normal, music normal. Then the first frame appeared on the preview monitor. Not the mother cheetah beside the dry riverbed. Only absolute black with 2 white words in the center. Media offline. The next 3 days were the quietest I had experienced in years. I will tell you about them in the exact order they happened, because that is what I actually did. And while I do, keep another image in mind: the 4th floor of North Star Media, where everything was moving in the opposite direction. What happened at North Star during those 3 days, I later learned from Priya, Marcus, and the email chain entered into the legal record. Day 1. I slept until 9 in the morning. That may sound trivial, but you need to know that during the 3 years I worked on Predators at the Edge, I could count on one hand the number of times I slept past 7. I got up, made coffee, and ran 6 kilometers around the lake at Echo Park. It was April, with gentle sunlight. I ran slowly, stopped twice, and had nowhere I needed to rush. At North Star, at 8:30 that morning, Derek called the entire post-production department into a conference room. He issued the first directive of his career as executive producer. I know the exact words because Priya later repeated them to me. Just relink the media. It's only a file path issue. Relink the media. In editing, when a file loses its connection, you can point the software to the file's new location. If the file still exists somewhere the system can access, the process takes less than a minute. But it works only if the original file remains in a location the system is authorized to access. By 10 that morning, a technician named Marcus identified the problem and emailed Derek. The explanation was simple: the master files were not in North Star's system and never had been. They were stored in Wildframe Archive's repository behind an authentication layer, and the paths in the timeline were merely pointers to a location North Star could no longer access. There were no master files inside North Star's system to relink. All that remained were the low-resolution proxy files. Day 2. I went to the farmer's market in Silver Lake. I bought tomatoes, a bunch of basil, and fresh salmon. For the first time in months, I cooked a real dinner. I ate at the table instead of in front of a screen. That afternoon, I read 2/3 of a book I had bought the year before. At North Star, Day 2 was when the problem stopped being merely technical and became a risk that the company might be unable to deliver the film. Someone suggested using the proxy files as a temporary solution. It sounded reasonable. Proxies are low-resolution copies of master files used during editing to reduce the load on the computer. I had left every proxy intact in their system. I had stated that explicitly in Clause 2 of my email. The problem was that the project's proxies were only 960 pixels wide. Aurora streaming required 4K delivery. They could scale a proxy up to a 4K frame, but they could not turn it into a compliant 4K master. Details discarded during compression could not be restored intact. On a large review screen, the image would look soft, break apart in the details, and fail Aurora's quality control review. By the afternoon of day 2, they tried another approach, locating a high-quality copy somewhere else. And they found one shot: the mother cheetah beside the dry riverbed, the opening shot of the trailer, the image Victor always showed off to investors. A 4K copy sat in a temporary storage folder from an internal review in January. They eagerly dropped it into the timeline, and across the image appeared a faint line of text running diagonally through the center of the screen. Wildframe Archives. Preview only. Not for distribution. A watermark. It was a watermarked 4K review copy, not a clean master licensed for delivery to a distributor. Every review copy we sent out carried a watermark. It was a standard procedure I established in the first year, precisely so no one could accidentally release an unlicensed version. Derek stared at the words on the screen and asked a question Marcus later repeated to me in a voice that still sounded disbelieving. Can we remove that text? Day 3. In the morning, I ran 8 kilometers. In the afternoon, I sat on the balcony and finished the book. That night, I went to sleep at 10. My personal phone remained in the drawer. I did not turn it on once. But Wildframe's administrative inbox remained active and continued recording every formal written request. At North Star, day 3 was when everyone confirmed that the real problem had never been merely offline files. While reviewing the project for replacement footage, the legal department had to reopen the licensing records for the entire film. At that point, they were forced to confirm in writing the scope of the problem Victor had dismissed in the conference room. They confirmed 3 things. First, 11 primary footage sources in the film had been licensed to North Star through Wildframe Archives, not directly from the cinematographers. Second, the existing license allowed North Star only to access, create test edits from, and use the material during development of the film. It did not yet include commercial distribution rights. Third, and the fact that silenced the entire 4th floor, the 90-second trailer North Star had sent to Aurora streaming had been incorporated into internal launch marketing materials. 4 shots in the trailer had been licensed only for editing and evaluation. They had not been cleared for promotion or distribution. In other words, North Star did not have sufficient rights to complete the sale and distribution of the film. Derek was ordered to explain himself at an emergency meeting that afternoon. He could not answer 3 basic questions. Question 1. What footage could replace the critical shots? He did not know because he had never reviewed the entire archive of raw footage. I maintained a separate tracking sheet that listed an alternative for every critical shot. Question 2. Who had granted the rights for each shot? He did not know. I knew the rights holder for every source because I had negotiated with each one personally. Question 3. Why did different clips have different terms of use? He did not know. Some clips could appear in an episode but not in advertising. Some required credits in a specific format. Some were licensed only for a limited period. Some required separate approval before inclusion in a trailer. Every contract was in North Star's legal files. But the tracking sheet showing where each shot could be used, within what scope and with what credit, was a document I updated every day. Derek had access to that document. He had simply never learned how to read it. For 3 years, Victor and Derek had called that work the technical side. It was not merely the technical side. It was the rights system that allowed the film to be edited, promoted, and distributed legally. They had forced out the person who understood that system, and only then realized no one else knew how to handle each individual shot. At 4 in the afternoon on day 3, an email arrived from Aurora Streaming's content department, addressed to Victor Lang and copied to both legal teams. The email remained polite, but its meaning was unmistakable. Aurora was preparing to suspend the deal. Aurora required North Star to produce a complete chain of title, the records proving North Star had valid rights to use and distribute every source of material in the film for all footage across the 8 episodes. The records had to be delivered before the legal review scheduled for the following afternoon. Deadline, 24 hours. Without them, the distribution agreement would be suspended. At that same moment, 11 miles away, I was asleep. And in my nightstand drawer, a phone that had been powered off for 72 hours was about to be turned back on. And with that, we are back exactly where this story began. The morning of day 4, 7:15. I opened the nightstand drawer and took out my phone. I held down the power button. The logo appeared. The screen lit up. Then, for about 15 seconds, the phone vibrated so continuously that I had to set it on the table to keep it from slipping out of my hand. 87 missed calls, 126 text messages, 14 urgent emails. I poured coffee first. Then I sat down and scrolled through the entire chain of notifications in chronological order. It took only a few minutes to realize the most interesting part was not the wording of any one message. It was the way the tone changed. Stage 1. Orders. The messages from day 1 were written in the voice of people who still believed they held the upper hand. Victor, 10:42 a.m. Ms. Bennett, restore access today. Human Resources, 11:15 a.m. Ms. Bennett, please respond so we can complete your separation paperwork and confirm company property. Derek, 2:30 p.m. Maya, stop overreacting. Open it back up, and then we'll sit down and talk. Not one person asked why I had done it. Not one person mentioned the email I sent, the one that stated the verification conditions in 4 short lines. They did not need to understand. They only needed me to comply. Stage 2. Threats. By the end of day 1, the tone shifted. Victor, 6:50 p.m. This is deliberate sabotage. Our legal department is preparing a case. At 8:12 p.m., an in-house North Star attorney sent a 3-paragraph email about the obligations of former employees, citing 2 provisions in my employment agreement. I read that letter most carefully. It told me one thing with precision. By the evening of day 1, North Star's legal department was still treating me primarily as a former employee. They had not yet fully confronted the fact that this was also a dispute between North Star and an independent licensing partner. Stage 3. Accusations. On day 2, my family joined in. My mother, 9:20 a.m. You're doing this to get revenge on Lauren, aren't you? I don't recognize you anymore. Lauren, 11:05 a.m. Maya, what you're doing is going to destroy my family. I'm pregnant. Do you understand what you're doing? My father, 1:40 p.m. One message. I'm disappointed in you. After 35 years, those words could still make me stop the same way they always had. I sat at the kitchen table, read them over and over, and allowed myself to feel them for a while. Then I set down the phone, stood, poured more coffee, and remembered that in all 3 days, not one person in my family had asked the simplest question: what happened to you? They knew Derek had lost access. They did not ask why I had resigned. That said everything that needed to be said. Stage 4, negotiation. On the morning of day 3, the tone changed again. Victor, 9 a.m. Maya, I think there has been a misunderstanding. I would like to invite you back with a more appropriate title and salary. We can discuss credit. 3 days earlier, Clause 4 had placed approval of the credits in Derek's hands. Now Victor was using that same issue as a bargaining chip. Derek, 11:30 a.m. I'm willing to share the executive producer title. Co-EP. Your name can even appear before mine. I read that message and laughed out loud, the first time I had laughed in 3 days. He was offering me half of a title he had not been capable of holding for 72 hours. Stage 5, pleading. By late afternoon on day 3, the tone finally became pleading. Victor, 5:15 p.m. Maya, please call me back anytime. I will answer. Derek, 7:48 p.m., a voicemail. The message I played at the beginning of this story. The trembling voice saying every important file was offline and they would lose the contract if I did not call back. But that was not the final message. The last message arrived at 6:32 that morning, 43 minutes before I turned on the phone. It was also from Derek, only 2 sentences. Lauren is crying. Evelyn is on her way to your apartment. I read it again. Evelyn did not want to call me. She had left home and was coming to my apartment. I looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. 7:34 a.m. The message had been sitting there for more than an hour. And at that exact moment, as though the previous 3 days of silence had only been a running start for this, someone pounded on the door. Not a knock. 3 hard, decisive blows. The kind of pounding people use when they believe the person inside is obligated to open the door. I set my coffee cup on the table. I walked into the hallway. I did not hurry. My heart did not seem to beat any faster either, and that continued to surprise me. At the door, I looked through the peephole, and I saw 4 people filling the narrow hallway outside my apartment. My mother stood in front, her raised hand not yet lowered. My father stood half a step behind her, hands in his pockets, eyes on the carpet. Lauren stood to the left, one hand on her pregnant belly, her eyes swollen and red. And at the very back, leaning against the hallway wall in a wrinkled shirt with his tie gone, stood Derek. My entire family. 7:34 in the morning. I stood there for several seconds, my hand on the deadbolt, and realized something with perfect clarity. This was not a visit. They had not come to ask whether I was all right. They had come to take back something they believed had always belonged to them. I unlocked the door and opened it. Derek was the first person inside. He did not wait to be invited. He pushed past my shoulder through the doorway, walked straight into the living room, and stopped in the middle of my home as though he had called the meeting. I left the door open and remained where I was watching him. 3 days earlier, this man had sat in North Star's screening room in a brand new navy suit, turning a fountain pen between 2 fingers, and told me he would handle the creative and strategic side. The man standing in my living room wore a white shirt so wrinkled that a horizontal crease was visible across his back. No tie, 2 buttons open at the collar, 3 days of stubble, bloodshot eyes with dark circles so deep I could see them from 10 feet away. The phone in his pocket vibrated. He did not answer. It vibrated again, then stopped, then started again. Throughout the conversation that followed, it never went more than 2 minutes without vibrating. "Open the footage library again," Derek said. No greeting, no question about how I had spent the past 3 days. The first thing he said to me in my own home was an order. I closed the door. My mother, my father, and Lauren had come inside and stood together near the hallway entrance. No one sat down. "Would you like something to drink?" I asked. "I have coffee." "Maya," his voice cracked slightly on the final syllable, "we have less than 9 hours." "Less than 9 hours until what?" And then he began talking. Fast, out of order, the way someone speaks after 3 sleepless nights and too many rehearsals in his own head. He needed 4 things. First, I had to restore access to the archive. Right then, on that laptop, in that room, in front of him. Second, I had to call Aurora Streaming directly. He already had the number of the content executive. Third, and this is the part I need you to hear carefully, I had to tell Aurora the entire 3-day disruption had been caused by a server failure, a technical problem on the storage provider's end. There was no dispute over the scope of usage rights. There was no licensing issue. Fourth, I had to return to North Star and work under him until the first 3 episodes were delivered to Aurora. After that, he said, "We can discuss your future." I let him finish all 4 points. Then I asked one question. "Derek, do you know what your third request would be called in a legal record?" He frowned. "It would be a false statement about the film's right status," I said. "You just asked me to provide false information to a partner in a major commercial distribution agreement, and you want me to make that statement in Wildframe's name." "It's just a way to smooth things over." "No, it's a way to make sure that if this comes apart later, my name is attached to the lie instead of yours." He fell silent. I was not sure Derek had considered that I would be the person held responsible for the lie. The phone in his pocket vibrated again. "Aren't you going to answer?" I asked. "It's Victor." "How long has he been calling?" Derek did not answer. I sat down in the armchair and asked the question I had waited 3 days to ask him directly. "Derek, you are the executive producer of that film. You were formally appointed in writing with your signature on the final page. So why don't you finish your own film?" The entire room went silent. I think it was the first time in 3 years anyone had asked him that question in those exact words. And his answer, I would remember it for a long time, because it showed me something I had still hoped I was wrong about. "Because you deliberately broke it," Derek said. In a single sentence, his voice shifted from pleading into something else. "You're jealous. You couldn't stand that I was chosen. So you cut off the system to prove no one can do anything without you. That's what this whole thing is, Maya. You're sabotaging my position." I looked at him. This man had brought my entire family to my apartment at 7 in the morning to beg me to save him. And even in the middle of begging, he could not stop himself from telling me the problem was my character. Derek was not pleading because he understood he had been wrong. He was pleading because he needed me to rescue him. The moment I refused, the arrogance returned. "All right," I said. "Then I will explain it one more time, very slowly." I took out my laptop, opened it, turned the screen toward him, and pulled up the licensing agreement between Wildframe Archives and North Star Media, signed by Victor Lang 3 years earlier. What I suspended was not North Star's system. North Star never possessed the master files. North Star has usage rights within the scope of the license, not ownership. Here is the clause. Here is the signature. Read it. He glanced at the screen for about 2 seconds. He did not read it. "I don't care about this paperwork," he said. "I care that Aurora will suspend the contract in less than 9 hours. "You don't care about the paperwork." I closed the laptop. "That is exactly why we are sitting here." Then I told him what I had considered very carefully during the past 3 days. The only correct answer. I will not restore access simply because you came here and demanded it. Maya, access will be restored only after North Star completes a valid distribution license for every source, agrees to commercial distribution fees with every rights holder, and commits in writing to the contractually required credits for the cinematographers whose images appear in the film. Everything must be in writing and handled through attorneys, not through a conversation in my living room at 7 in the morning. Derek stood there, clenching and unclenching his hands. "Do you know what you're doing to me?" "I know exactly what I'm doing," I said. "I am requiring North Star to pay the proper fees for the rights it wants to use. That is the most ordinary thing in this industry. It only feels unusual because, for 3 years, Wildframe charged almost no management fee, and I personally handled the entire process for North Star." His phone vibrated again. This time he pulled it out, looked at the screen, and I watched his face turn white. He did not answer. He shoved it back into his pocket, and in that exact moment, when Derek had run out of arguments and stood in the middle of my living room like a man with nowhere left to retreat, I heard footsteps on the hardwood behind me. My mother stepped forward. She placed a hand on Derek's arm and gently moved him aside, exactly the way she used to move Lauren when we were children whenever she was about to deliver the final word. Then she looked directly at me, and her voice changed completely. "No more anger, no more accusations." She turned to my family's real weapon, the one that had never failed in 35 years. "Maya," my mother said, "this is no longer about work. This is about family. The mortgage and the baby. This is about family." In my house, those 4 words had never meant "we will solve this together." They had always meant, "now it is your turn to pay the price." My mother sat on the edge of the sofa, her back straight and both hands on her knees. She did not remove her coat. It was the posture of someone who had come to complete a task, not to stay. And she began making her case, in order, as though she had arranged every point in her head during the drive over. "Lauren is almost 20 weeks pregnant." I glanced at Lauren. My younger sister was leaning against the wall with one hand on her belly, and I noticed that hand was shaking. "The doctor says Lauren's blood pressure is high. Lauren should not be under stress. Do you understand what that means, Maya? At almost 20 weeks? "I understand." "Lauren and Derek put a deposit on the house in Glendale. $45,000. If the loan does not close on time, that money could be lost." She paused, allowing the number to settle over the room. The loan application was updated to reflect Derek's new income. If Derek loses the position now, the bank may require another review. Lauren and Derek could lose the deposit, lose the house, and be left with additional debt while preparing for a baby. I sat quietly. I let her finish. Because I knew where she was going, and I wanted to hear her say it in her own words. "Maya," my mother said, lowering her voice, "you are punishing an unborn child." That was the sentence she'd come all the way to my apartment to deliver. In a single sentence, my mother turned North Star's decision into my fault, turned my protection of Wildframe's rights into an act of revenge, and placed an unborn child between us so that I could not object without appearing cruel. No one in that room mentioned that North Star had tried to force me to sign a document, granting Derek approval authority over footage while the master files remained under Wildframe's management. No one mentioned Victor threatening to destroy my career in front of 14 people. The only issue on the table was this: my licensing rights, my labor, and my savings needed to be used to rescue Lauren and Derek. My father spoke next. He remained standing with his hands in his pockets, speaking in the even tone I had heard for 35 years. The tone of a man who always believed he was neutral, when in reality, he was simply repeating the conclusion my mother had already written. "I think there is a way to make everything work out," he said. "It is very simple." Then he listed 3 steps. Step 1, I would call Victor Lang and apologize. He emphasized the word apologize as though it were a minor administrative formality. Step 2, I would return to North Star and work under Derek for 3 months, long enough to deliver the first 3 episodes to Aurora and stabilize Lauren and Derek's loan application. Step 3, after those 3 months, the family will forget this ever happened. I sat in the armchair in my own home and listened to my father propose that I apologize to the man who had denied my leadership ability, return to perform all the work under the person who had taken credit for it, and receive as my reward the family's willingness to forget the whole thing. Not apologize to me, not repair anything. Forget? I asked him one question. "Dad, what am I supposed to live on during those 3 months?" He blinked. I think it was the first question in their entire plan that no one had considered. "You have savings," my mother said. "Yes, I do. They are mine." "Exactly, you have them. That is what I am saying." And you see, she did not realize what she had just said. In my family system, having money was not a reason to leave me alone. It was a reason I was required to share it. Then Lauren began to cry. Lauren sat in the nearest dining chair, wrapped both arms around her stomach, and burst into tears. "Maya, you have always wanted me to fail," Lauren said between sobs. I turned to look at her. "Lauren, what did you just say?" "You have always been better than me. You did better in school, you have a better job, and you have your own company. Every time I'm about to get something, you prove to the whole family that I cannot do anything for myself. You like that, don't you?" I sat there in my apartment at 8 in the morning and listened to my younger sister describe my life. In Lauren's version, my success was an act directed against her. I did not become angry. That surprised me again. I only felt tired. A fatigue that had existed for so long I had once believed it was normal. "Lauren," I said, "I have never wanted you to fail. I have simply never been allowed to succeed without paying a price for it." "What is that supposed to mean?" My mother answered for me. "It means Maya is still angry about what happened when she was 23. The entire room went silent. I looked at my mother. "What did you just say?" "The issue with your savings." She said it lightly, almost impatiently, like someone forced to revisit an old matter too insignificant to discuss. "You kept that money for yourself while Lauren was being hounded by creditors. You think I don't remember? The whole family remembers, Maya. It has been 12 years, and you are still angry about it." I sat perfectly still, because that was not what had happened. It was not even close to what had happened. For 12 years, the version my family told one another was, Maya was selfish, Maya kept the money, Maya left Lauren to handle the problem alone. And I had never corrected it. Correcting it would have made dinner uncomfortable, and my lifelong assignment had been to make sure no one felt uncomfortable at dinner. I looked around my living room, my mother on the sofa, my father beside the window, Lauren crying in the dining chair, Derek leaning against the wall, his phone still vibrating in his pocket. 4 people who had finished constructing a story about me and lived inside it for so long that it had become their truth. I stood up. "All right," I said. "Since you brought it up, we are going to talk about it today." I walked to the kitchen table, picked up my laptop, and opened it. "But we are going to talk about all of it, from the beginning. And I am going to tell the part no one in this family has been willing to hear for 12 years. I placed the laptop on the dining table, turned my chair to face all 4 of them, and sat down. "When I was 23, I said, I worked 2 jobs. My mother tried to interrupt. I raised my hand. "You just told your version. Now I am telling mine. You will listen until I finish." She closed her mouth. I think it was the first time in my life I had interrupted my mother, and she had actually stopped. During the day, I worked as an assistant editor at an advertising agency. The salary barely covered rent and basic living expenses. At night, I worked the overnight shift at a print shop from 10 at night until 3 in the morning, printing posters for bars. I did that for 14 months. What does that have to do with? It has everything to do with it. Keep listening. I opened the laptop, typed a few keys, and turned the screen toward them. I saved $4,200. This is the spreadsheet I made back then. I still have it. I plan to use the money to buy an editing setup, a computer, a color-calibrated monitor, and a RAID drive. I could not keep borrowing the agency's machines after hours forever. I looked directly at my mother. Then that September, the credit card company began calling Lauren about $6,800 in debt. And you called me. Lauren stopped crying. She was looking at me. You did not ask how much money I had. You said, "Sell the computer?" You did not even know I had not bought it yet. In your mind, that computer was already something available to be liquidated. I never said that, my mother said. You did. I remember it exactly because I was standing in the print shop and had to step outside so I could hear you clearly. I paused. And I gave you the money. The room went silent. I transferred $4,200 into the account you sent me. Every dollar I had saved. I did not buy the computer. I borrowed another $2,600 from a friend to cover the rest of what Lauren needed, then spent the next 11 months repaying that loan. I opened the bank statement. Here is the transfer. Here is the $2,600 deposited into my account that same day. And here are the payments I made over the following 11 months. I looked at Lauren. You did not know any of that, did you? Lauren shook her head. Mom told me it was a loan I had given you, but she told you that she and Dad had taken care of the debt. I turned toward my mother. You knew. You were the person who sent me the account information and confirmed that the full amount had been received. My mother did not answer. What made everything clear was that she did not deny it. She only looked out the window. That was the first thing, I said. Now the second? I turned toward Derek. He was still leaning against the wall, and he had begun to guess what I was about to say. 3 years ago, you were unemployed for 7 months. You submitted 14 applications and did not receive a single interview. Maya, he said, do you know why no one called you? Because your resume was terrible. I know because I was the one who read it. I opened a folder on the laptop. I still have the file. It is named Derek_CV_V7_Maya.docx, version V7, which means there were 6 versions before it. I rewrote your entire experience section, rebuilt the structure, and wrote the cover letter. The version you submitted to North Star was the one I wrote. That's normal, my father said. Family members help one another. Yes, I agree. That is normal. I nodded. But 6 weeks after Derek started, I stayed awake until 4 in the morning, fixing the proposal he had sent to the Canadian partner with completely incorrect technical specifications. I looked at my father. 14 months later, I canceled a dental appointment to rewrite his pitch in 4 hours because a failed presentation could have cost him his job. Would you call that family helping family? My father did not answer. I searched every email and counted. Over 26 months, Derek sent me work after 10 at night 41 times, each with a deadline the following morning. I did not save those emails because I plan to use them. I saved them because I work in archives, and I archive everything. I opened another window. Now we have reached the part I think the whole family should hear. I turned the screen again so my parents could see it. 3 facts about the new executive producer of Predators at the Edge. Maya, that's enough, Derek said. I did not stop. First, in 3 years at North Star, Derek has never completed an edit of a full episode. Not an episode of this project, not an episode of any project. He does not know how to operate professional editing software at a professional level. Shut up. Second, the 90-second trailer he presented to the investment committee in November, the one praised for its outstanding cinematic vision. I edited it over 3 nights. I opened the trailer delivery email and the version history report exported from North Star's system before I resigned. My account is listed as the creator of the edit and the person who made the final revision. The delivery email also carries my name and a timestamp. Maya! Derek growled my name, And for the first time that morning, he stepped toward me. I did not stand. I did not lower my voice. Third, the idea of structuring 8 episodes around hunting seasons instead of species. The idea Aurora streaming bought. The idea that defines the entire film. Derek presented it at the February 17th meeting. I opened another email. I sent him that idea from my Wildframe address on February 11th, 6 days earlier. The email still has its original timestamp. I looked up at him. Would you like me to open the entire email chain, Derek? Right now, in front of Evelyn and Thomas? He was standing about 5 feet away. Derek did not deny it. He simply stood there with both hands clenched because he knew every statement I made had evidence behind it. Shut your mouth, he said, very quietly. No, I replied. I have been silent too long. Not today. I turned back to my parents. And now the third thing, the one I think everyone needs to understand most. I opened the licensing agreement. 3 years ago, North Star needed material for this project. They did not have the budget to shoot it themselves. They came to Wildframe, to me. I looked around the room. The cinematographers still received their full agreed fees, but Wildframe supplied the material to North Star at cost and charged almost no management fee. I did that because I believed the company and I were on the same side. I believed that if I contributed enough, eventually they would see me. I paused. That was my entire strategy during 7 years at North Star. Give so much that I became impossible to overlook. I looked around the room. 3 days ago, they sat in a room and told me I did not have what it took to lead, then handed me a document requiring me to confirm that Derek controlled approval of the credits. I closed the laptop. That strategy was wrong, not slightly wrong at its foundation. My mother spoke, but most of her earlier certainty was gone. Then tell North Star you want your name in the credits. They will put it there. What is the big deal? And that sentence opened the door to what I needed to say. Mom, I said, you still think I am an employee begging her boss for recognition? I stood. I'm no longer their employee. But even when I worked there, I never had only one role. North Star Media does not own Wildframe Archives. North Star does not own the original copyrights to the sources in that library. It has only the usage rights specifically granted in the agreements. I looked directly at Derek. I own Wildframe. I placed my hand on the laptop. The cinematographers own the images they created. Then I looked at my mother. And North Star has exactly the rights the contracts granted it. I paused. Nothing more. There was about 4 seconds of silence after I said that. Then my father laughed. Not mockingly. The laugh of someone who had heard something so absurd it did not deserve an argument. Maya, what are you talking about? You work in post-production. I used to work in post-production for North Star. I am also the owner of another company. Those two facts do not conflict. You don't have a company. I opened the laptop again, typed 4 keys, and turned the screen toward him. This is the certificate of formation. Wildframe Archives, LLC, registered in the state of California on June 19th, 4 years ago. This is the federal tax identification number. These are the tax returns for the past 3 years. My father looked at the screen. He could not read any of it. Not because the print was small, but because documents like that did not belong to his world. When did you do this? My mother asked. 4 years ago. Why didn't you tell anyone? That question made me pause. Mom, I did tell you 3 times. The first was at Thanksgiving dinner 4 years ago. You asked how I was doing, and I said I had just started a small media archive company. You said, "Oh, that's nice," and then turned to ask Lauren about the wedding. She said nothing. The second time was Dad's birthday. The third was the day Lauren announced her pregnancy. I was going to tell everyone Wildframe had just signed its largest independent contract to date, worth 5 figures. But I decided not to because that day belonged to Lauren. I lowered the laptop halfway. I did not hide it. I simply was never the subject. Then I explained. Slowly, using the simplest language I could, because I genuinely wanted them to understand. Not so I could win, but because I knew that if they did not understand, they would continue pressuring me to do something impossible. Wildframe is an independent legal entity. It is not a North Star department, subsidiary, or asset. It has its own bank account, its own insurance, and its own accountant. The cinematographers grant Wildframe authority to manage and sublicense their material within the scope of each agreement. North Star is not a party to those agreements. What North Star has is a usage license. That means it may use the material for a particular purpose within a particular scope. Its current license is a production license. It allows North Star to access and edit the material while making the film. It does not yet allow North Star to commercially distribute that film through a streaming platform. I looked at Derek, and 3 days ago, Victor gave me a document requiring me to confirm that Derek had authority to approve footage use in the project, control communications with the cinematographers, and approve credits before submission to the distributor. I looked directly at him. But an internal North Star document cannot expand the scope of the license Wildframe granted. The executive producer title may give you internal approval authority within the project. It does not create a right to control the master library or Wildframe's contracts. Then what did you take away? My father asked. I did not take anything. That is the entire point. I opened the email I had sent 3 days earlier. I did not delete a single North Star file. I did not touch its systems. I left every edit, proxy, and piece of internal North Star data exactly where it was. I only suspended delivery of the master files Wildframe has the right to manage and license, in accordance with the contract, until the scope of usage rights is verified and the distribution license is completed. I looked around the room. A supplier may suspend delivery when a customer has not completed the conditions for payment and use. That is ordinary business. But when I exercised that right, the family called me a saboteur. All of you have always treated my company's labor and authority as an internal resource North Star could use whenever it wanted. My mother shook her head, and I saw an expression on her face I had never seen before. She was no longer angry. She was confused. For the first time, the facts on paper did not fit the role my family had always assigned me. But Derek was not confused. I turned toward him and saw what I had been waiting for all morning. His face had gone white. Derek did not ask another question, object, or demand to see the documents. That reaction made me understand that he had known Wildframe was an independent legal entity. He had known for a long time. And in the moment I said it in front of Evelyn and Thomas, what frightened him was not being exposed. It was that this story was moving toward a place he did not want it to go. You knew, didn't you, Derek? I don't know anything. You worked at North Star for 3 years. During that time, you signed 4 internal footage use requests. Wildframe appears on the licensor line of all 4. He did not answer. Then he changed direction, exactly as I had expected. You think you're so smart? Some firmness returned to his voice. North Star is going to sue you. That is not a threat. Legal has already started the file. Breach of duty of loyalty, damage to the project, interference with a commercial contract. Do you know how much a lawsuit like that costs? Enough to drain my savings before the case ever reaches trial. Then you know you cannot afford it. Correct, I cannot. I looked directly at him. But if North Star sues, the scope of the licenses, approval emails, access history, and every record concerning footage use may become subject to production. I paused. Do you truly want those documents examined under oath, Derek? He stood motionless. And one more thing, I continued. You will never work in this industry again. Victor already said that to me 3 days ago. Would you like to add anything? Aurora will see you as the person who destroyed the deal, he said. You think they will take your side? They invested substantially and scheduled a release for this project. You are the one bringing it down. In this industry, your name will become one no one dares put on a contract. Then he lowered his voice and moved to the part he probably considered his smartest argument. But if you cooperate, I can put in a good word for you. I am the EP. My opinion carries weight with Victor. I can present this as a technical problem, with no one assigned blame. You come back, deliver the 3 episodes, the matter ends, and your name stays clean. I looked at him for a long time. Derek, 30 minutes ago, you walked into my home and accused me of sabotage driven by jealousy. Now you are offering to protect my reputation. Do you not see that both statements cannot be true? He did not answer, and then I noticed a detail. Throughout that entire threat, one subject had been completely absent. He had not mentioned money. He had not asked what North Star would have to pay in licensing fees. He had not mentioned the budget, additional costs, or the price Wildframe required. That proved nothing by itself. But a person trying to save a major project without ever asking what it would cost was difficult to ignore. I began to think the Aurora contract was not the only thing Derek feared. I looked at him. Red eyes, wrinkled shirt, the phone vibrating in his pocket for what must have been the 20th time. And the question that had followed me since the elevator became clearer than ever. Someone facing the loss of an executive producer title would be worried. He would not turn white. He would not bring an entire family to my apartment at 7 in the morning. He would not ask permission to lie to a streaming platform. Derek was not merely afraid of losing the film. He was afraid the film would be examined. I opened the laptop again and began typing, not for anyone else to see. I opened the notes application and listed the 4 footage use requests he had approved, along with their dates and reference numbers. Because if years in post-production and media management had taught me one thing, it was this. When someone's panic is out of proportion to the apparent damage, there may be another file that has not yet been opened. You approved request number 4 last August, I said, still looking at the screen. I reopened the old note attached to the record. It listed a secondary recipient code that you described as a North Star post-production vendor. The internal request had all the required approvals and identified post-production as the scope of use. So, at the time, I had no reason to think you were lying. I looked up. Do you remember that request? That was when everything in the room changed. Derek took one long step toward the dining table. But he was not the first person to touch the laptop. My father, the man who had spent nearly an hour standing by the window with his hands in his pockets, suddenly stepped forward, reached across the table, and grabbed the edge of my laptop. "That's enough, Maya," he said. "Give this to me." I placed one hand on the laptop lid and held it down. "Dad, take your hand off it." "I only want to see what you have in there. Take your hand off my computer." He did not. And you need to understand this. In 35 years, that was a boundary I had never drawn with my father. He had never needed to test it because I had never possessed anything he wanted to take. Now I did, and his first instinct after discovering that fact was to reach across the table. "Thomas," my mother said, sounding slightly concerned, but she did not tell him to stop. Derek took 2 more steps. He stood at the end of the dining table near the box containing Wildframe's 2 offline backup drives. Both were encrypted, disconnected from every device, and marked with orange tape. I saw his eyes flick down toward the box. That was the moment the nature of the situation changed. With my father holding the laptop and Derek looking at the backup drives, this was no longer merely a family argument. They were reaching for property and data I had a duty to protect. I tightened my grip on the edge of the computer and pulled the laptop free from my father's hand. Then I did 2 things. First, I opened the apartment's security camera application. I had installed the system 2 years earlier after the building was broken into 3 times in 1 month. One camera was in the hallway outside the door, and another was in the corner of the living room above the bookshelf. Both recorded continuously and saved footage to the cloud. They did not record audio. I turned the screen so all 4 of them could see themselves in real time. "The cameras have been recording since you entered," I said. "The complete video of the conversation from the past 2 hours has been saved." My father removed his hand from the table. Derek also stepped half a pace away from the box of drives. I opened the voice recorder application on my phone. "From this point forward, I will also record the audio. You have all been informed." I pressed record. Second, I opened the 911 call screen and placed my finger over the call button. I did not press it. I simply held up the screen for them to see. "Now I am going to make one thing clear," I said. My voice was so calm that it surprised even me. "This is my apartment. I pay the rent with my money. This laptop is the property of Wildframe Archives, LLC. Those backup drives contain footage and licensing data that 23 cinematographers entrusted my company to manage." I looked at each person in turn. "You have 30 seconds to leave my home." "Maya," my mother began. 25. "You cannot speak to your parents that way." 20. Then Lauren rose from the chair. Lauren walked into the center of the room, one hand still on her stomach, her face wet with tears, and looked at me in a way I would remember for a long time. "Maya, you are a monster," Lauren said. I did not answer. Not because it did not hurt. It did. but because I knew that if I opened my mouth to defend myself, I would return to the exact cycle I had spent nearly 2 hours escaping. 15, I said. You are destroying this family. My mother stood, picked up her purse, and her hand trembled. Do you understand? You are destroying your own family with your own hands. Then you will sit alone in this apartment and remember today. Maybe, I said, 10. My father walked toward the front door without looking at me. Lauren followed. At the threshold, she stopped and looked back, waiting for me to say something, waiting for me to do what I had done my entire life. Step forward, apologize, smooth everything over, keep it all intact. I did not step forward. Lauren left. Derek was last. He stopped in the doorway and turned to look at me. And in that moment, every trace of the man who had once sat in a leather chair, talking about the creative and strategic side, disappeared completely. This isn't over, Maya. I held his gaze. No, I said, it isn't. I closed the door. I locked the upper deadbolt, then the lower one. Then I fastened the security chain, something I had not used once in 4 years in that apartment. Then I stood there with my back against the door in the sudden silence of a room 4 people had just left. And finally I cried, not because of the executive producer title, not because of the film, not because of Derek, Victor, or Aurora streaming. I cried because they had come to take my access, my work, and my silence. No one had come to understand me. I cried for about 10 minutes. Then I washed my face, made fresh coffee, and sat at the table. Because the crying was finished, and there was a great deal of work to do. I did 3 things over the next 2 hours. I downloaded all the security camera footage, saved it in an encrypted cloud folder, and copied another version into WildFrame's backup storage. I separately preserved the audio recording beginning at the moment I notified all 4 of them. I prepared a list of every email file and timestamp connected to the 4 internal footage use requests Derek had approved. I did not analyze them further. I only cataloged each document and its storage location so they could be examined without altering the original data. And I wrote an email to Naomi Reed. Naomi was the intellectual property attorney I hired 4 years earlier to draft WildFrame's first agreement. She was 45, specialized in media, and had advised me to keep Section 7.3 when I considered deleting it for simplicity. Under our advisory agreement, Naomi still had read-only access to WildFrame's contract repository and licensing ledger. I wrote her a 2-page email covering the meeting, the appointment document, my resignation, the suspension notice, North Star's threatening letter, and that morning's visit. I clicked send at 11:40 a.m. Then I took a shower, and for the first time in 3 days, I was genuinely hungry. I was standing in the kitchen chopping an onion when my phone vibrated once on the table. Naomi replied much faster than I expected, less than 40 minutes later, and her response did not read like a lawyer's email. No greeting, no thank you for contacting me, no summary of the situation, only 2 lines. Maya, do not restore any access for North Star until I have finished verifying this, not even if they send a new license. I just found a highly unusual licensing transaction in the rights ledger. I stood still in the kitchen, the knife still in my hand, and read the second line again. I just found it, not you should check, not there may be a problem. She had already seen it. And I realized that in the entire 2-page email I had sent, I had not even mentioned Derek's 4 footage use requests, which meant the transaction was not in any record Derek had allowed me to see. Naomi Reed asked me to meet her at her office at 2 that afternoon. Instead of her main office, Naomi chose a small conference room at the end of the hallway, one without a glass door facing reception. I noticed that detail as soon as I entered. In 4 years of working together, Naomi had never closed both sets of doors before a meeting. She was 45, her hair neatly tied back, wearing a gray blazer, and on the table in front of her were 2 things: a cold cup of espresso and a file nearly 1.25 inches thick, placed face down. Sit, she said. Maya, have you eaten anything? No. Eat something. The next part may take away your appetite. Naomi's assistant brought in a boxed meal, set it beside me, and closed the door. First, Naomi said, opening her laptop, I need you to hear the good news because you look like someone who has not slept for 3 nights. I slept fine. Then you look like someone who just threw her entire family out of her home. That part is true. She opened North Star's threatening letter, the 3-paragraph letter its legal department sent on the evening of day 1, and turned the screen toward me. I have reviewed this letter, the licensing agreement, your suspension notice, and the audit logs exported by the infrastructure provider under a preservation request. Naomi held up 3 fingers. Now I am going to explain your legal position in ordinary language. 1. You did not delete, alter, or move Northstar data. The system logs show that your account did not affect a single internal Northstar file. She touched the screen. Those logs are stored on third-party infrastructure, not on a device under your control. They are very strong evidence against any allegation that you directly sabotaged data. 2. You did not interfere with Northstar property. You left its timelines, proxies, and internal data intact. What you suspended was delivery of master files Wildframe has the right to manage and license. Ownership and usage rights are different concepts, and the agreement distinguishes them very clearly. 3. Section 7.3 permits the licensor to suspend delivery of original materials when there is a breach of usage terms or a dispute concerning the scope of licensed rights. Naomi opened the document Victor had given me in the conference room. On April 19th, Northstar asked you to confirm that Derek had authority to approve footage use in the project, control communication with the cinematographers, and approve credits before submission to the distributor. She paused. That document does not transfer ownership, but it shows Northstar wanted to change who controlled footage use without amending its licensing agreement with Wildframe. That creates a genuine dispute over the scope of usage rights. Naomi took a sip of cold espresso. Derek's appointment as executive producer, by itself, would not have been enough to justify suspending the masters. The issue is the accompanying provisions and Northstar's attempt to change the footage management structure without clarifying the licensor's rights. What about the document they wanted me to sign? Even if you signed it as a Northstar employee, it would not automatically amend Wildframe's agreement. Naomi turned the screen toward me. To change the scope of usage rights, Northstar and Wildframe would have to execute a valid amendment as 2 independent legal entities. I sat quietly for a moment. So I am all right. You are in a strong legal position. Naomi looked directly at me. But I am not saying Northstar will not sue. A company can still file a claim even when its case is weak. What I am saying is that we have strong evidence to defend you. Honestly, if that dispute were the only issue, I would have sent you a short email and scheduled a conversation for next week. She placed a hand on the file lying face down on the table. But I asked you to come here immediately this afternoon. Because of the transaction you saw. Because of the transaction I saw. Naomi turned the laptop back toward herself and opened Wildframe's licensing ledger. After receiving your email, the first thing I did was search every transaction connected to Northstar. I found a licensing transaction that did not match any agreement I had ever drafted for Wildframe. That is when you sent me the warning email? Yes. She opened another window. Then, under the incident response authority in our advisory agreement, I instructed the infrastructure provider to preserve and export the audit logs from the previous 6 months. I wanted to determine where the transaction came from, who accessed the system, and whether any data had been altered. And I found a great deal that was unusual. Just not on your side. She turned the screen back toward me. Part 1, beginning on the afternoon of April 19th, after you sent the suspension notice, the system recorded 14 authentication requests from Northstar Media's IP range, using 4 different accounts. They tried to get back in. Some requests may have been automatic connections from editing software searching for the old paths. Naomi scrolled down, but 4 were initiated through the administrative interface using specific user accounts. All 4 were denied. She looked at me. Those login attempts alone are not enough to establish anyone's intent. The next part is more serious. Naomi opened 3 adjacent log entries. On April 20th, the system received 3 bulk copy requests. Each targeted the entire master directory associated with predators at the edge. The total volume was approximately 40 terabytes. I set down my fork. Did any of them succeed? No, the system blocked them at the authentication layer. Naomi enlarged the field identifying the request method. But these were not automatic actions from editing software. The requests were manually created through an administrative tool and targeted the full directory structure. 3 times? 3 times! after North Star had received written notice that master access was suspended. She folded her hands on the table. That does not allow me to conclude immediately who performed the actions. But it is serious enough to be treated as an access incident and to trigger evidence preservation. And the third part? Naomi looked up at me. The third part is why I told you not to restore North Star's access until I completed my verification. She typed a few keys. On April 21st, someone attempted to alter the metadata of 7 files in the shared staging space. That space does not contain master files. It contains only previews, sidecar metadata, and delivery documents. Northstar still had limited write access to support the post-production workflow. Specifically, someone attempted to change 2 fields, rights holder and source contract. I looked at her. They tried to change the owner's name. They tried to change the rights holder displayed in the metadata, Naomi corrected. That would not alter actual ownership or the real contract. But if successful, it could make a copy appear to come from a different licensing source. Did it work? No. Those 2 fields were locked at the administrative level. Northstar could upload delivery files into the staging space, but it could not alter the source data in the rights fields. Naomi pulled the 7 file names onto the screen. And here is the important detail. Those 7 files were not in episode 1, were not in the trailer, and had nothing to do with the deadline for Aurora's first 3 episodes. Then what were they? That is exactly the question I spent the rest of the morning answering. Naomi closed the laptop. You can take comfort in one thing. Every attempt failed, and every request was recorded with a timestamp account and IP address. The provider created an immutable audit copy. From that point forward, no one could quietly alter or delete the logs. She pushed the espresso aside. Then she placed her hand on the file lying face down on the table and turned it over. Now I need you to hear the rest while you're sitting down. I looked at the file. The first page was a reconciliation table comparing WildFrame's licensing ledger, related invoices, and the payment codes recorded in the transaction files. One column contained dates, one contained amounts, and one contained the name of a company I had never heard of. Naomi looked at me. Maya, Derek did not only take your credit. Naomi turned the file around, pushed it across the table toward me, and began speaking in the voice I imagine lawyers use when they know the person across from them is about to need a moment to breathe. This meeting took place at 2 the following afternoon. Naomi had spent nearly a full day preserving logs, reconciling the rights ledger, and reviewing the documents attached to the unusual transaction she had found. The 7 files targeted for metadata changes led me to one question, Naomi said. Why those 7 files? She turned to the second page. So I traced each file backward, reviewed its usage history, and compared it with WildFrame's licensing ledger. Naomi placed a finger on a table, and I found 17 separate licensing transactions, each tied to one clip. Every transaction was presented in WildFrame's name, but none had been approved through the company's process or reviewed against the rights holder's terms. I looked up. WildFrame did not approve a single transaction on this list. I know, Naomi said. That is the problem. She turned to the customer summary. 17 transactions covering 17 clips allocated among 5 customers. Naomi read each group. A German automaker used 3 clips in an off-road SUV advertising campaign. An East African tourism authority used 5 clips in a promotional film. An energy drink brand used 4 clips. The remaining 5 clips were split between 2 content production companies. I looked at the list. I recognized every clip. The herd of antelope crossing a river at sunrise. Samuel filmed it in the Mara after waiting 11 days. The lion cub falling and then standing again. Angeles, a cinematographer in Gujarat. She once told me it was the shot she was proudest of in her career. Now those images were appearing in advertising without WildFrame's approval and without review under the cinematographer's contracts. Who signed them? I asked. Naomi turned to the next page and pointed to the final box on the contract template. My name was there. Maya Bennett, Rights Manager, WildFrame Archives, LLC. Below it was an image of my signature. I sat in silence for a long time. I did not execute that signature. I know, Naomi said. She placed a technical report beside the contract. The contract displays only the image of your signature and your title block. There was no digital signature certificate, no confirmation email, and no log showing that you opened or approved the document. I looked at the signature again. Where did they get it? You previously used Northstar's document system to process certain routine records involving both Northstar and WildFrame. The image of your signature and your title template remained in the template library. Derek had access to that library. His position allowed him to create documents and use existing templates. That authority did not permit him to sign for you, but technically, a person with document creation access could insert an image of your signature into a PDF without you performing any signing action. I looked down at my hands. They were cold. So, to a buyer, it looked like a real contract. Yes, but there was more than the contract. Naomi turned another page. Each customer also received a letter appointing Silverline Creative LLC as WildFrame's collection agent, along with what appeared to be a complete set of payment instructions and vendor forms. Did those letters carry my name too? They carried WildFrame's name and displayed the same signature image. Naomi paused. We cannot yet determine the extent of each customer's due diligence, but most appear to have believed they were dealing with a collection agent authorized by WildFrame. Where did the money go? That was the question Naomi had been waiting for. She turned to the page with the company name I had never heard. Silverline Creative LLC. I have never heard that name. The company was registered in Nevada 16 months ago, with creative consulting listed as its business purpose. Naomi pointed to the corporate record. There is no website, no public client list, and no clear sign of business activity beyond the formation filing, a service address, and the receiving account listed in the contracts. Who is behind it? Nevada's records list Brandon Cole as Silverline's managing member. I closed my eyes. Brandon Cole. I had met him 3 times. At Lauren's wedding, at a barbecue in Pasadena, and once at a bar after an internal screening. Derek's best friend from college. Lauren's wedding best man. The paper structure is simple, Naomi said. The contracts claim to have been executed between WildFrame and the customer. The payment designation letters state that Silverline is an authorized collection agent. The customers paid Silverline. WildFrame received no money, and no transaction was recorded in the company's accounting system. How much in total? Naomi turned to the final page of that section and rotated it toward me. The total committed value of the 17 transactions was $650,000. I read the number 3 times. $650,000. That is the contract value, Naomi said. It is not the amount Silverline received in full. She placed 3 payment confirmations and a set of disbursement hold notices in front of me. After the chain of title was questioned, several customers provided payment receipts to their legal departments. The receipts currently available confirm that approximately $180,000 was transferred to an account in Silverline's name. And the rest? Approximately $470,000 remains unpaid. The customer suspended disbursement until the usage rights could be verified. To understand what that number meant to me, over 4 years of operation, WildFrame Archive's total revenue, everything before taxes, expenses, and payments to partners, was approximately $310,000. These fraudulent contracts had a total value more than twice my company's entire historical revenue. And during that same period, WildFrame continued paying the cinematographers their full agreed fees, while charging Northstar almost no management fees, because I believed I was building trust. Why was the remaining money being held? I asked. Naomi leaned back in her chair. This is the part you need to hear carefully. She flipped back several pages. In February of this year, the East African Tourism Authority held a premiere screening of its promotional film in Nairobi. Members of the press and several local filmmakers were invited. I began to understand before she finished the sentence. Someone sitting in the auditorium looked up at the screen, saw footage he had shot, and realized he had never authorized its use in a tourism promotional film. Samuel, I said. Samuel Otieno. Naomi placed an email chain in front of me. Samuel sent an inquiry to the rights contact address listed in the contract. The address used WildFrame's name, but messages were forwarded to an inbox controlled by Silverline. I looked at the chain. So I never received it. Correct. Samuel believed he was contacting WildFrame. Correct, Naomi continued. After he did not receive a satisfactory response, Samuel contacted the user directly. The customer's legal department requested the chain of title records. The customer then placed the contract, Silverline designation letter, invoice, payment receipt, and Samuel's correspondence into its internal review file. A copy of that file was attached to the transaction in the rights ledger I discovered. I sat silently. Samuel had tried to ask Wildframe, but the person who built the transaction had changed the contact channel, so his question would never reach me. So since February, I said slowly, approximately $470,000 has remained unpaid. Yes. And to release that money, they have to prove every transaction was validly approved by Wildframe and the underlying rights holders. Yes. But none of the transactions was approved. None of the first 16 files contains evidence of valid approval by you or through Wildframe's process. That was the moment everything began fitting together. I sat in the closed conference room at Naomi's office, the boxed meal almost untouched in front of me, and finally understood why Derek needed me to sign the document in North Star's screening room. The appointment was not only about the film. The 4-clause document required me to confirm that Derek had authority to approve footage use in the project, control communications with the cinematographers, and approve credits before submission to the distributor. The executive producer title could not make fraudulent transactions legal. It also could not authorize Derek to sign on behalf of Wildframe or the owners of the footage. But if I signed a document confirming that structure, Derek would have another piece of paper creating the appearance that I had accepted his control over footage use. He could use it to pressure Wildframe into retroactively confirming the transactions, or to make customers believe his authority was broader than it actually was. And the clause requiring every communication with cinematographers to go through Derek would make it difficult for me to contact rights holders who might uncover the misconduct. He needed me sitting quietly in the editing room, I said. And he needed me not speaking directly with Samuel. Naomi nodded. Standing alone, North Star could describe that clause as an administrative measure. She touched the file. But placed beside the fraudulent contracts, the forwarding mailbox, and the metadata change attempts, it also had the effect of isolating you from the people who could discover what was happening. I pushed the food container aside. Naomi, legally, where am I in this? She did not answer immediately, and that silence told me the answer could not be contained in the word find. For the first 16 transactions, Naomi said, the current evidence strongly supports the conclusion that you were impersonated. There is no log showing you approved the documents. You received no money. The funds were directed to Silverline, and the contracts used only an image of your signature, without your electronic authentication. But that does not mean no one will question you. Naomi looked directly at me. It means we have a clear defensive record. What about the 17th transaction? Naomi removed a separate sheet from the file. It had been clipped apart from the other pages. I immediately understood that she had separated it the night before. The 17th transaction differs from the other 16 in 3 ways, Naomi said. If this matter is reported to investigators, it will be the first transaction that makes them ask whether you participated in it or knew about it. She placed the paper on the table and turned it toward me. Maya, you need to look at this document. Naomi placed one finger on the date line. And I need you to tell me what you were doing on August 11th of last year. August 11th of last year. I sat still for about 15 seconds trying to remember. Then I took out my phone, opened my calendar, and scrolled back 8 months. I was at North Star all day on August 11th, I said. I had 2 morning meetings. I was in the editing room that afternoon. There was an internal review at 4. Did you sign any documents that day? Naomi asked. Yes. It was one of our regular payment processing days for the cinematographers. I signed transfer authorizations, acceptance certificates, and several delivery records, maybe 15 or 20 documents. Naomi nodded slowly. That is exactly what concerns me. She pointed to the paper on the table. The 17th transaction was approved at 3:47 p.m. on August 11th. It differs from the other 16 in 3 ways. Naomi held up 3 fingers. 1. This contract did not use a pre-inserted signature image. The system records show that your account authenticated and approved the document from your assigned workstation during business hours. A cold sensation moved down my spine. 2. The document was included in a package of 19 records. 18 were ordinary payment and acceptance documents. Naomi pushed the index toward me. The 19th document was actually a licensing agreement, but its file name, reference number, and cover page were designed to resemble a routine rights acceptance certificate. 3. The person who created the document package and sent it to your account for approval was Derek Shaw. I closed my eyes and tried to remember that afternoon. I did not remember. That was the frightening part. Over the years, I had processed hundreds of similar documents. That day, I also had to finish the rough cut of episode 3/6 in the evening. When Derek sent a package presented as payment paperwork for cinematographers, I approved it because I believed it contained money for people waiting to be paid. My account signed the document package, I said, and I may have clicked approve without realizing the contract was inside it. Yes, if this is reported to investigators, this will be the first document that makes an investigator ask questions, Naomi said. Did you know about that transaction? Did you receive any benefit from it? Or did the suspension of the masters begin only after the relationship between the parties deteriorated? I sat very still. That is why you told me to sit down before hearing this? Yes, but the next part is why I stayed awake almost all night. Naomi opened her laptop. After finding the August 11th transaction, I instructed the provider to preserve every deleted version in the shared staging space. The staging space belonged to Wildframe's business account. Northstar had limited write access for delivery of previews, sidecar metadata, and footage-related documents. On April 17th, 2 days before the appointment meeting, a file named transition_plan_v3_draft.docx appeared in staging. Who uploaded it? The logs identified Derek's account as the creator and uploader. The document was created in a working folder that had automatic synchronization with staging enabled. Naomi opened the audit report. Derek deleted it 40 minutes later, probably after realizing it had appeared in the wrong location. But the system retained versions. The provider recovered an authenticated copy with an integrity checksum. I looked at the screen. It was a 3-page table-formatted document written in the language of an ordinary administrative transition plan. Naomi read each item. Phase 1. After access confirmation is complete, transfer the project-related masters to Northstar's internal infrastructure. Phase 2. Consolidate rights records under a single point of control and identify M. Bennett as the historical administrator during the pre-transition period. Phase 3. Conduct a compliance audit documenting deficiencies in the prior rights management process before approval authority is centralized. Phase 4. The new executive producer reports the audit findings and proposes a remediation plan. Phase 5. Consider personnel action against the individual responsible for the prior process. Beside the final item was a short note. Before June. Naomi stopped reading. The conference room was silent. In the hallway, the only sound was a printer running in the next room. You understand where this document was leading, Naomi said. I did. If the plan had been carried out, Northstar would have obtained a technical copy of the project masters outside Wildframe's access control system. The copying itself would not create additional legal usage rights, but I would no longer control who was using those files. The 17 unauthorized transactions would be consolidated into a record tied to the period when I managed rights administration. Derek would become the new executive producer, the person who discovered the deficiencies in the old process and reported them to senior management. And I would be documented as a negligent administrator. That plan could not create a valid chain of title by itself, nor could it turn forged signatures into genuine ones. But it could help Derek shift responsibility onto me, create the appearance that Northstar was correcting an internal failure, and then pressure Wildframe or the rights holders into retroactively confirming completed transactions. If it worked, Derek would have a story to give the customers. The violations belonged to the old process. The responsible employee had been disciplined. The new executive producer had corrected the problem, and the $470,000 on hold could return to the negotiating table. 3 days ago, I said slowly, I sat in the screening room believing they did not choose me because I was not good enough. Maya! I asked myself what I had done wrong. I truly believed I might not have what it took to lead. I looked at Naomi. They did not need me to stay because they valued my ability. They needed my account, my signature, and my work history positioned where responsibility could be placed on them. Naomi did not answer immediately. Her silence was the answer. And the most important detail, Naomi said, is that this plan worked best while you remained a North Star employee. She pointed to the document. You had to stay inside the system. You had to keep signing records. And you had to confirm the document, placing Derek in control of footage use approvals and communications with the cinematographers. The executive producer title did not give Derek authority to sign for Wildframe, I said. No, but if you signed confirmation of the new structure, he would have another document creating the appearance that you accepted his control as broader than it actually was. And I took off my badge. You left your employee role the same morning they presented that document. Naomi closed the laptop. The plan's most useful link broke at that moment. Not because you discovered the plan, you did not yet know it existed. She looked at me. It broke because you refused to sign, resigned, and transformed yourself from an employee who could be assigned blame into the representative of an independent licensing partner. I thought of Derek standing outside the fourth-floor elevator, pale, saying, "Restore the access." Now I understood. Derek had not only been watching the film lose its master files, he had been watching his plan to transfer responsibility to me lose its most important condition. I sat silently for a while. Then I thought about the confrontation in my apartment. Naomi, what did my family pressure me to do yesterday? They asked you to apologize to Victor, return to North Star, and keep working under Derek for 3 months. Without knowing it, they asked me to do exactly what the plan required. Yes, my parents did not know. I have seen no evidence that they knew, Naomi said. But Derek knew family pressure might bring you back, and he used it. I picked up my coffee. It had gone cold long ago. What do I do now? 3 things, Naomi said. 1, you do not communicate directly with anyone at North Star. Everything goes through me. 2, you prepare a statement for me concerning August 11th. Include only what you genuinely remember and what your calendar, emails, or logs can confirm. 3. My phone vibrated on the table. We both looked down. A new email. Sender, Victor Lang, President, North Star Media. Copied, legal, human resources, and an address ending in at *Aurora, streaming.com*. The subject line contained only one short sentence. Emergency screening T. 9 a.m. tomorrow. Let me read it with you. Naomi said, do not respond to anything. But the email was already open on the screen. Victor's email was exactly 1 page long, and I need you to notice how it was written. There was no apology, no question. It read like an approved schedule. North Star requires your presence at 9 tomorrow morning in the 17th floor screening room. Then 6 bullet points. 1. Bring Wildframe's archive administration device. 2. Restore authentication for the master files associated with predators at the edge on site. 3. Permit North Star's post-production team to relink the media for the first 3 episodes. 4. Sign an addendum granting North Star direct technical administration of the project's master files while production is completed. 5. Confirm in the presence of the attendees that the delay resulted from an interruption of technical access at an external storage system and that the issue had been resolved. 6. Sign a confidentiality and non-disclosure agreement concerning the rights dispute, except for communications with counsel or disclosures required by law. Then came what they offered in return, written in the voice of people who believed they were being extraordinarily generous. If I completed those requirements, North Star would not pursue civil claims at that time. I would receive a goodwill payment equal to 3 months of my former salary. The company would also provide neutral confirmation of my employment dates and limit external discussion of the termination of my employment, except where legally required or requested by a partner. In other words, sign, accept our version of events, and North Star will not deliberately make me an industry-wide problem. I turned the screen toward Naomi. She read the entire email, then opened the calendar invitation attached below it. Maya, have you looked carefully at the attendee list? No. Then look. I looked. The email itself had been sent only to Victor, Derek, Legal, Human Resources, and me. But the screening invitation also included 2 members of North Star's investment committee, the head of production, and a woman named Camille Ross, using an @Aurorastreaming.com address. Who is Camille Ross? I asked. She heads documentaries at Aurora and is one of the people with decision-making authority over whether this project continues. Naomi leaned back. Maya, this is not an ordinary working meeting. This is a staged pressure session. Explain. They place you in a room with North Star's leadership and an important Aurora representative. Then they present the delay as the result of a technical access problem at an outside provider system. And then they ask me to confirm it. Yes. If you confirm it, they have the statement of Wildframe's own representative. What if I refuse? They will try to interpret your reaction in whatever way benefits them. If you remain silent, they may call it a lack of objection. If you become angry or leave, they may call you uncooperative. Naomi looked directly at me. But your presence alone does not prove their version, especially if you attend with counsel and make no statements outside a prepared record. I reread bullet point 5. Confirm in the presence of the attendees. They wanted me to help turn a dispute over usage rights into a resolved technical incident. Naomi, I said, they still believe I know nothing, don't they? For the first time all afternoon, Naomi smiled. There is no indication they know we preserved the access logs, recovered the transition plan, or traced the 17 transactions. She tapped one finger on the file. Derek knows those transactions exist. What he does not know is that we found them. Then that is our advantage. Surprise is our advantage, and it exists only until we put the evidence on the table. We sat in silence for a moment. Then Naomi spoke more slowly. I am obligated to explain 3 options clearly. Wait, 1. Do not attend. I respond for you in writing and require every future communication to pass through counsel. That approach is slower and more expensive, but it reduces the risk of direct confrontation. 2. Attend with me. Confirm only that every communication must be handled through counsel, restore no access, sign no documents, and answer no substantive questions. And 3? 3 is that we attend but do not reveal the entire file. Naomi placed a hand on the documents. We present a selected set of evidence: the access logs, the master copy requests, the metadata change attempts, and indications that Wildframe was impersonated. What about Silverline? We disclose only enough to force North Star and Aurora to preserve records and stop using their current version of events. The originals, legal analysis, and details of the 17th transaction remain here. She looked directly at me. If you choose option 3, you need to understand the consequences. Once evidence of fraudulent contracts, unauthorized use of your signature, and diverted funds is placed on the table, there is a high likelihood North Star, Aurora, the customers, or the rights holders will have to consider reporting the matter to investigators. I said nothing. The person at the center of that file is Lauren's husband, Naomi continued. Lauren is nearly 20 weeks pregnant. Your parents just came to your apartment to pressure you into rescuing him. After tomorrow, your relationship with your family may never be repaired. I need you to understand that today, not discover it for the first time in the middle of tomorrow morning's meeting. I looked through the conference room window. Below, traffic on Larchmont Boulevard continued moving as though nothing had changed. I thought of Lauren standing in my apartment doorway, turning back and waiting for me to step forward. I thought of Samuel Otieno sitting in the auditorium in Nairobi, seeing footage he had shot used for a purpose he had never approved. And I thought of my signature beneath contracts I had never seen. Then I turned back to Naomi. You are wrong about one thing. What? My parents may not know what Derek is doing. I pulled the file toward me. But they still chose to demand my sacrifice before they were willing to hear the truth. Naomi was silent for several seconds. You choose option 3? I will not walk into that room to accept blame for them. I placed my hand on the file, but I am not going to reveal our entire strategy to Derek either. Naomi nodded. Then we will prepare a package strong enough to destroy North Star's version, but not enough to warn them about everything we know. She closed her laptop, picked up the office phone, and called her assistant. Cancel the rest of my schedule today. Reserve this room through the evening, and contact the infrastructure provider. I need written confirmation of evidence preservation before 8. Naomi put down the phone. All right, she said. Tonight we prepare for 9 tomorrow morning. We worked in Naomi's office from 6 in the evening until nearly 2 in the morning. On the conference table, we divided the documents into 9 groups. Naomi called them the 9 pillars. Each group had to prove one separate fact, even if none of the other groups was presented. Pillar 1. The 11 primary source agreements between Wildframe and the cinematographers, whose material appeared in Predators at the Edge. Each agreement clearly stated the scope of sublicensing, authorized uses, fees, term, and credit requirements. Pillar 2. The rights matrix for the 11 footage sources, matching each used shot to the corresponding agreement and the scope of rights granted. Pillar 3. The metadata reports and ingest history for the 17 disputed clips, especially the 7 files targeted for alteration. Creation date, camera code, creator name, checksum, and the time each file entered Wildframe's system. No precise coordinates. Wildframe never included sensitive wildlife locations in delivery documents. Pillar 4. The invisible forensic fingerprint. Every preview or delivery copy exported by Wildframe carried a unique identifier, showing for whom the copy was created and on what date. North Star had not been given the technical details of this mechanism, but the code mapping table and verification records remained stored in Wildframe's audit system. Pillar 5. The access logs preserved by the infrastructure provider, including failed authentication attempts, the 3 bulk copy requests, and the attempts to alter 2 rights data fields. Pillar 6. The 17 licensing agreements presented in Wildframe's name but never validly approved. Pillar 7. The letter designating Silverline Creative as collection agent, the customer invoices, transfer receipts, confirming approximately $180,000 in payments, and notices suspending the remaining approximately $470,000. Pillar 8. The 41 emails Derek sent me after 10 at night, together with delivery emails and version history reports exported from North Star's system, showing who actually created and revised the edits for which he received credit. My records contain no project files or edits owned by North Star. Pillar 9. Victor's threatening letter and the 5-phase transition plan recovered from the staging space. But we did not bring all 9 groups into the screening room. Naomi divided everything into 2 sets. The first was the presentation file. It contained only the documents necessary to disprove North Star's version and require every party to preserve evidence. The primary source agreements, the rights matrix, the access logs, the 3 master copy requests, the unsuccessful metadata changes, the 2 contracts showing the clearest signs of impersonation, and the formal evidence preservation notice. The second set was the privileged legal file. Naomi kept it at her office. It contained the complete Silverline file, the 17th transaction, the full transition plan, the original technical reports, and our investigative strategy. Naomi printed the presentation set, numbered every page, and placed it in a black document case. "Why print it?" I asked. "Everything exists electronically." "Because tomorrow morning we are entering a room controlled by North Star," she said. "We will not depend on its Wi-Fi, projector, or access permissions." Naomi pointed to the case. "The paper copy is the first layer. I will carry an encrypted electronic copy. The originals and technical files remain preserved here." At 11 that night, I made the call I had postponed all evening. Rafael Ortega, 62 years old, Mexican, 30 years filming wildlife. He was the person who captured the opening shot, the mother cheetah, standing in a dry riverbed with 3 cubs huddled behind her. He had lain in the brush for 9 days to obtain those 4 seconds. Samuel Otieno was the reason Wildframe existed. Rafael was the first cinematographer to sign an agreement after the company was formally established. "It was already midnight in Oaxaca," he answered anyway. Naomi sat beside me. Before asking anything, she introduced herself as Wildframe's attorney and made clear that she did not separately represent Rafael. "We need to confirm the scope of the rights you granted," Naomi said. "I will ask neutral questions. You only need to answer based on what you remember and what your agreement provides." "All right," Rafael said. Naomi began. "Within what scope did you authorize Wildframe to use the mother cheetah footage?" "Documentary use," Rafael answered. "The Predators at the Edge project, no commercial advertising." "Did you ever authorize that shot for use in an SUV advertising campaign by a German automaker?" "No." Did you ever authorize Derek Shaw, North Star Media, or Silverline Creative to license that footage on your behalf? Never. Did anyone ever ask you to expand the usage rights? No. I looked at Naomi. She recorded every answer. I need to ask once more to be certain, I said. Would you give those same answers if questioned in front of North Star's lawyers and an Aurora representative? Yes. At 9 tomorrow morning, Los Angeles time, 10 in Oaxaca, can you join a video call? This time, Raphael did not hesitate. I will be available from 9:30. You only need to discuss your footage and the rights you granted, Naomi said. Do not speculate about Derek, North Star, or any other transaction. I understand. Raphael paused, then said my name. Maya. I'm here. In 30 years, I have seen my images used outside the rights I granted many times. His voice remained calm. Very few people call me back and ask before making the decision for me. I closed my eyes. Tomorrow you will be able to say that for yourself. After the call ended, Naomi sent Raphael the invitation, the scope of the meeting, and a copy of his own source agreement. I sat quietly in the conference room for a long time. By nearly 2 in the morning, everything was complete. Naomi closed the black document case, fastened the lock, and pushed it toward me. This is your presentation file, she said. I am keeping the originals, the technical records, and all privileged materials. Tomorrow you will be the person who opens the case. Naomi placed a hand on the papers inside. But I will decide which document is presented and when. I arrived home at 2:30. I could not sleep. At 3 in the morning, I got up, opened the bottom drawer of my desk, and removed a small velvet box. 3 years earlier, when I entered the store on Wilshire Boulevard to buy Derek's pen, the salesperson placed 2 identical pens on the counter. One for Derek, one for me. I thought that if I was helping someone begin a new career, perhaps I should also give myself something to mark what I was building. But when I came home, I put the pen in a drawer. I never used it. There was always a voice in my mind telling me I had not accomplished anything important enough to deserve it. For 3 years, the pen remained untouched in its box. I opened the lid. Jet black barrel, silver cap, not a single scratch. It was the twin of the pen Derek had used in the screening room when he placed his name on the position that should have been mine. I picked it up. This time, I did not return it to the drawer. I opened the black document case, clipped the pen into the slot inside, and locked the case again. Then I went to bed. For exactly 3 hours. At 8:52 the next morning, I entered the lobby of North Star Media as a visitor. The receptionist was Dana, the woman I had greeted every morning for 7 years. She printed a paper visitor badge, attached it to my jacket, and avoided looking me directly in the eye. Naomi stood beside me. The night before, she had provided written notice that she represented me and Wildframe Archives in every communication related to the meeting. I held the black document case. I did not bring Wildframe's laptop. No administrative device, no authentication token, nothing that could be used to restore master access on site. We entered the elevator. It passed the 4th floor, where my former editing room still sat behind closed doors, and continued to the 17th. 5 days earlier, I had entered that same elevator with a cardboard box at my feet. Today, I stepped out with an attorney beside me and a document case in my hand. The screening room door opened, and I immediately understood how carefully the room had been arranged. The 2 rows of gray velvet chairs once used for screenings had been pushed against the walls. A long conference table with 12 seats occupied the center of the room. Victor sat at the head of the table closest to the screen. Derek and 2 North Star attorneys sat to his right. Each had a document packet marked with yellow tabs. To Victor's left sat the head of Human Resources, the head of Production, and 2 members of the Investment Committee. Near the middle of the table, directly beneath the projection screen, sat a woman around 40 in a gray sweater with short hair. An open notebook lay in front of her. Camille Ross. Aurora streaming. She greeted no one. She simply held a pen and observed. Marcus, Priya, and a post-production technician sat in the 2 rows of chairs against the wall. North Star had called them there on the premise that master access would be restored that morning, and that the post-production team needed to be ready to verify the timelines. Derek sat immediately to Victor's right. He had showered, shaved, and looked as though he had slept enough. A brand new charcoal suit, a perfectly knotted tie. No trace remained of the man in the wrinkled shirt who had stood in my living room 2 days earlier. Between 2 fingers was a fountain pen with a black barrel and silver cap. The pen I had once given him. Derek turned it slowly and watched me enter. I read the expression on his face immediately. Relief. He thought I had come to surrender. Derek still believed my arriving on time meant the family pressure had worked. Maya! Victor stood, smiled, and extended one hand as though welcoming an old friend. Thank you for coming. I know the past few days have been difficult for all of us. All of us. Please, you and your attorney may sit. 2 chairs had been prepared at the far end of the table. Mine was the seat farthest from the screen and from Camille. Naomi's chair had been placed slightly behind it, as though she were merely accompanying me rather than representing Wildframe as counsel. That was the position for someone expected to listen, accept the prepared version, and sign wherever marked. 5 days earlier, I had sat in this same room and listened to Victor tell me I lacked leadership presence. This time, I did not walk toward those 2 chairs. I went directly to the screen, to the place where presenters usually stood, and set the black document case on the table. Naomi came with me and stood slightly to my right. I placed both hands on the case. I did not sit. A very small movement passed through the room. Priya shifted in her chair. One North Star attorney looked up from his documents. Camille Ross stopped writing and looked directly at me for the first time. Ms. Bennett, one of North Star's attorneys said, please take a seat. I will stand. Victor kept smiling, but the corners of his mouth had tightened. Maya, we do not need to make this more confrontational than necessary. I completely agree, I said. Shall we begin? Victor sat, cleared his throat, and turned to Camille in a voice that had clearly been rehearsed. Mrs. Ross, as I explained by phone, the recent delay resulted from an interruption of technical access at the project's external storage system. He placed both hands on the table. North Star invited Ms. Bennett here today to complete restoration of master authentication, allow our post-production team to relink the first 3 episodes, and execute an addendum granting North Star direct technical administration of the master files associated with Predators at the Edge until production is complete. Camille said nothing. She wrote 1 line in her notebook. Naomi spoke before Victor could continue. For accuracy of the record, Wildframe Archives is not North Star's infrastructure provider. The room went quiet. Wildframe is an independent licensing partner, Naomi said. The present issue concerns the scope of usage rights and contractual delivery of master files, not an ordinary server outage. Victor turned toward her. There will be time for legal interpretations later. This is not an interpretation, Naomi replied. It is the legal status of the parties. Camille wrote another line. Victor looked toward the attorney seated to his left. The attorney opened a briefcase, removed a carefully bound document, and slid it down the table toward me. It stopped beside my black document case. The cover read in bold, Addendum for Master Administration and Project Access. Below it, in smaller type, Parties North Star Media Inc. and Wildframe Archives, LLC. I did not touch it. Naomi leaned down to read the first page. Victor said, this document applies only to the master files associated with Predators at the Edge. It permits North Star to administer technical access during completion of production, prevents a similar disruption from recurring, and ensures Aurora receives the first 3 episodes on the revised schedule. And it does not transfer ownership of the original copyrights? Naomi asked. No. It creates no sub-licensing rights beyond the scope of the existing agreements? No. It does not apply to the remainder of Wildframe's library? Victor paused. All of that is explained in the document. Naomi did not answer. She simply placed 1 finger on the first page, marking the spot that would require careful review before anyone said anything more. Derek stopped turning the pen. He set it on the table with the nib pointing toward me, then pushed it a few inches closer. This, Victor said, is how we put this entire matter behind us today. The pen stopped between North Star's document and my black case. Victor opened the file in front of him. He did not read to me. He turned toward Camille Ross. On April 19th, Ms. Bennett resigned from North Star and suspended delivery of the master files managed by Wildframe. That prevented North Star from completing the first 3 episodes on schedule. Naomi spoke. For accuracy of the record, North Star retained every timeline, proxy, and item of internal data. Wildframe did not delete or alter any North Star asset. Victor looked at her and continued. Nevertheless, the lack of master files disrupted completion of the project and placed Aurora's release schedule at risk. Northstar considers this an act of holding project materials hostage. Those master files are not owned by Northstar, Naomi said. The company has only contractual usage rights. Camille wrote another line. Victor closed the file. Maya, I do not want litigation. This offer is available only this morning. He raised 4 fingers. 1. You sign the addendum allowing Northstar to administer the master files associated with Predators at the Edge during completion of production. 2. You restore master authentication so the post-production team can relink the first 3 episodes. 3. You confirm that the delay resulted from an interruption of technical access at an external storage system, and that the issue has been resolved. 4. You sign a confidentiality agreement, except for communications with counsel or disclosures required by law. Victor leaned back. In return, Northstar will not pursue civil claims at this time. You will receive a goodwill payment equal to 3 months of your former salary and neutral employment verification. I looked at the addendum on the table. They needed access first. Then they needed my confirmation to turn a rights dispute into a technical incident. Then Derek spoke. Maya, don't make this worse. He leaned forward. Lauren is pregnant. This affects Lauren and the entire family. Sign it. 3 months from now, no one will ever mention this again. The head of human resources looked at Derek. One Northstar attorney stopped turning pages. He had just introduced family pressure into a meeting attended by Aurora, Legal, and the Investment Committee, not because he expected it to change my decision. He wanted the room to interpret my refusal as an act against Lauren and her unborn child. Camille wrote another line. Derek's fountain pen lay on the table with its nib pointing toward me. I looked at it for 2 seconds. The small scratch near the clip was still there. I did not touch it. I moved Northstar's addendum aside and placed the black document case beside it. The 2 sets of documents lay parallel on the table. Maya, Victor said, are you listening to me? Yes, I hear you very clearly. I looked at Naomi. She nodded once. I unlocked the document case but did not remove anything. Before I sign anything, Ms. Ross needs to know one fact. I turned toward Camille. Northstar does not own the original copyrights to the footage sources in the film. It has only the usage rights stated in the agreements. The room went silent. The chain of title records for 11 primary sources are currently insufficient for commercial distribution of the film to Aurora. Camille put down her pen. Victor spoke. That is Ms. Bennett's interpretation. No, Naomi said. That is the current status of the rights records. I continued. I am not saying everyone at Northstar knows this. I am saying Aurora is being asked to continue with a project when the distribution rights chain for the primary footage sources remains incomplete. Camille looked directly at me. Would you repeat that? I opened the black document case. I will present 5 points. Each point is supported by documents. Naomi distributed the numbered presentation packets. They contained only the materials we had decided to disclose. Point 1. Wildframe Archives is an independent limited liability company registered in California 4 years ago. It is not owned by, controlled by, or a subsidiary of Northstar. Pages began turning. Point 2. Northstar does not own the original copyrights to the 11 primary footage sources in Predators at the Edge. The copyrights belong to the respective cinematographers. Wildframe manages and sublicenses only within the scope of each agreement. I indicated the next group of documents. These are the 11 authenticated source agreements, stating the scope of rights, term, fees, and credit requirements. Point 3. Northstar's current license is primarily limited to production and development. Commercial distribution documentation for the 11 primary footage sources has not been completed. An attorney seated to Victor's right quickly turned to the licensing section. Point 4. On April 19th, Northstar asked me to confirm that Mr. Derek Shaw had authority to approve footage use in the project and control communications with the rights holders. I placed a finger on the document. Northstar may assign internal responsibilities, but this document does not transfer copyright, expand a license, or amend the agreement between Northstar and Wildframe. I moved to the final group. Point 5. After the suspension notice, the system recorded 14 authentication requests from Northstar's IP range. Some may have been automatic connections, but 4 were initiated through the administrative interface. I turned another page. The following day, 3 bulk copy requests were manually created, targeting approximately 40 terabytes of project-related master files. All 3 failed. These are the audit logs authenticated and preserved by the infrastructure provider. I looked up. Those are the 5 points. Victor turned to Ken Wallace, North Star's chief legal counsel. Ken? Ken did not answer immediately. He compared the agreements with the packet in front of him and stopped at the scope of license section. These documents match the legal records North Star currently holds, he said. Victor tightened his jaw. What does that mean? The current license is a production and development license. Ken looked at Camille. At this time, I cannot confirm that North Star has a complete chain of title for commercial distribution. Marcus turned toward Priya. Camille opened a new page in her notebook and wrote quickly. Victor was silent for several seconds. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Maya, North Star clearly failed to appreciate Wildframe's value fully. We should speak as 2 business partners. He made 3 offers. North Star is prepared to open discussions concerning an acquisition of or strategic investment in Wildframe, subject to independent valuation and board approval. We will also send you a formal offer to return as executive producer of the project. Victor paused. And Mr. Shaw will be removed from the project immediately and placed on administrative leave while North Star conducts an internal review. He did not look at Derek, who sat immediately to his right. 5 days earlier, Victor had called Derek the face of the project. Now Derek had become a risk that needed to be removed from the table. His hand tightened around the fountain pen. Mr. Lang, I said, I reject all 3 offers. Maya, Wildframe is not for sale. I am not returning to North Star. And whether your company retains or removes Mr. Shaw is not something I am offering in exchange for anything. I closed the presentation packet. You are trying to solve the wrong problem. Victor frowned. What are you saying? Naomi removed a sealed envelope from her case. Inside were only 2 contracts showing signs of impersonation. The letter appointing Silverline Creative as collection agent, and 1 transfer confirmation supplied by a customer. She placed the envelope on the table. These are selected supplemental materials, Naomi said. The originals and the complete investigative file remain preserved. I looked directly at Victor. The problem is not only an incomplete distribution rights chain. I placed my hand on the envelope. There are 17 licensing transactions presented in Wildframe's name that my company never approved. I turned toward Derek. And we have documents connecting Mr. Shaw to the creation of those transactions. Naomi removed the redacted copies from the supplemental envelope and distributed them along the table. The customer names, campaign sectors, countries, clip names, and file codes had all been blacked out. Over the past 14 months, I said, 17 clips whose rights are managed by Wildframe appeared in 17 separate licensing transactions allocated among 5 customers. None of those transactions was approved by Wildframe or reviewed against the rights holder's terms. No payment was recorded in Wildframe's accounts. I turned to the first sample contract. 16 contracts used an image of my signature and my title block, but none contains a digital signature certificate, confirmation email, or log showing that I approved it. The 17th transaction has different characteristics and is not included in the materials distributed today. I moved to the Silverline section. The contracts designate Silverline Creative, LLC as collection agent. The company was registered in Nevada 16 months ago. Public records show no website, client list, or clear business activity beyond its formation filing, and the receiving account identified in the contracts. Brandon Cole is listed as managing member. I placed a finger on the payment confirmation. The total committed value of the 17 transactions is $650,000. Customer-provided receipts confirm that approximately $180,000 was transferred to an account in Silverline's name. Someone seated against the wall inhaled sharply. Camille Ross stopped writing and quickly turned to the Silverline section. Derek shot to his feet. This is completely fabricated. His chair fell backward and struck the wall. Victor, don't listen to her. I know what she's trying to do. I discovered this problem 2 months ago. He turned toward Camille and spoke very quickly. She sold the footage. She manages Wildframe. I do not have the passwords, and I do not have authority to approve transactions for that company. I accepted the executive producer position because I found signs of irregularities and needed authority to review the records. Mr. Shaw, Ken began. No, let me finish. Derek pointed at me. She suspended the master files the same day I was appointed. Why? Because she knew I was about to review the records. She locked access to prevent North Star from finding out what happened. Now she has brought an attorney here and is using a rights dispute to pressure the company. He was breathing hard. I may have been wrong about many things, but I did not sell those shots. Victor looked at Ken. Do these documents prove Mr. Shaw created the contracts? Ken reviewed the copies. They show contracts presented in Wildframe's name, the entity that received the money, and confirmed payments. He put the documents down. They do not yet directly prove who created the contracts. The two investment committee members looked at each other. Marcus turned back to the Silverline section. Naomi lightly touched my arm and gave an almost imperceptible shake of her head. I did not argue. I waited until the room was quiet, then looked at Derek. You say I sold the footage? Yes. Then which clip are you talking about? I paused. The lion pride in the sandstorm, or the mother cheetah standing in the dry riverbed? Derek answered immediately. The mother cheetah. You sold it to the German automaker's SUV campaign. The room went silent. Naomi looked at Ken. The copies distributed in this room have redacted the customer name, campaign sector, country, clip name, and file code. She pointed to the blacked-out sections. Nothing in the presentation materials identifies a transaction involving the mother cheetah footage or a German automaker's SUV campaign. Ken checked every page again. Derek remained standing. I read it somewhere. Where? Camille asked. Her voice was not loud. In the records, during my review. Which records, Mr. Shaw? Derek did not answer. Camille closed her notebook. You just stated that you had no password and no access to Wildframe. Now you say you read records containing details that do not appear in the materials distributed this morning. Derek looked at Victor. I don't remember exactly. Maybe someone sent them to me. Who? Camille asked. He could not answer. Naomi spoke. The detail Mr. Shaw just supplied does not by itself prove that he created the transaction, but it proves that he knew information not disclosed in this meeting. Victor slowly turned toward Derek. 5 days earlier, he had called Derek the face of the project. Now he looked at him like an unanswered question. I closed the packet in front of me. I think we should hear from the person who filmed that shot. Naomi opened her laptop, used a private secure connection, and connected it to the screen with a presentation cable. The screen behind me came to life. In Oaxaca, where it was 10 in the morning, Rafael Ortega was waiting. The 62-year-old man who had filmed the mother cheetah in the dry riverbed, and the only person in that room authorized to say exactly how he had permitted the footage to be used. Naomi looked into the camera. Mr. Ortega, I represent Wildframe Archives, not you individually. You are participating voluntarily and consent to this call being recorded, correct? Correct. Please confirm your identity and your relationship with Wildframe Archives. Rafael Ortega, freelance cinematographer. I signed a licensing agreement with Wildframe 4 years ago. It remains in effect. Did you film the mother cheetah standing in a dry riverbed with 3 cubs behind her? Yes, I waited 9 days to capture that shot. For what purpose did you license that footage? For use only in the documentary Predators at the Edge. No advertising, no brand campaigns, and no branded content. Naomi projected 1 page of the contract onto the screen. Did you ever authorize use of this footage in an SUV advertising campaign by a German automaker? No. Did you authorize North Star, Derek Shaw, or Silverline Creative to license it on your behalf? None of them. Did you receive any payment from that transaction? Not 1 cent. Raphael leaned toward the camera. I want to add something. In September of last year, Derek Shaw called me. He said North Star was streamlining its licensing process and asked me to work directly with him instead of through Maya. How did you respond? Naomi asked. I said no. I signed with Wildframe, not North Star. He called 2 more times. Do you still have the call records? Yes. Naomi looked at Ken. Do you have any questions concerning the scope of rights Mr. Ortega granted? Ken shook his head. Not at this time. We request that Mr. Ortega preserve his agreement and call history. I will preserve them, Raphael said. Naomi thanked him and ended the call. The screen changed to the next document. 3 technical facts, she said. First, the customer-provided clip carries a forensic fingerprint matching a technical delivery copy wildframe created specifically for North Star. The request to create that delivery copy bears approval code D.Shaw. Naomi changed pages. This data does not independently prove who directly performed the action, but it links the copy used in the transaction to a request carrying Mr. Shaw's approval code. Second, the contract PDF provided by the customer contains an author field of D. Shaw and a device code consistent with the workstation North Star assigned to Mr. Shaw. Metadata is supporting evidence, not an independent conclusion. She opened the final page. Third, the contract designates Silverline Creative as collection agent. Nevada records identify Brandon Cole as managing member. Customer-provided receipts confirm that payment was sent to an account in Silverline's name. Naomi turned toward Derek. Mr. Shaw, would you like to explain your relationship with Brandon Cole? Derek did not answer. Camille Ross closed her notebook. Mr. Lang? Victor looked up. Effective immediately. My team will suspend every intake and release process involving predators at the edge until the chain of title is verified. Aurora Legal will issue formal notice today. I will also request a review of Aurora's other active projects with North Star. Ms. Ross, we can absolutely... Mr. Lang, I have just heard North Star pressure a licensing partner to surrender administration of master files and confirm that this was merely a technical incident. She looked at Ken. While your chief legal counsel has just confirmed that the commercial distribution records are incomplete. Camille stood and picked up her bag. All further communications will go through legal. She left. Ken spoke next. Mr. Shaw, this is an evidence preservation demand. Place your company laptop and phone on the table. Do not power them off, log out, delete, or alter any data. The head of human resources stood. You are suspended with pay while North Star conducts an internal investigation. Within minutes, IT disabled all of Derek's access. Security was called to the 17th floor. There were no police, no handcuffs. That only happens in movies. What actually happened was a man in a charcoal suit, standing in the center of a conference room, placing his company laptop and phone on the table, while his accounts were locked one by one. Naomi collected the numbered copies and locked the black document case. So that all parties understand, she said. Wildframe will continue preserving all evidence and make any required reports to the appropriate authorities after completing legal review. Documents showing signs of impersonation, use of an unauthenticated signature, and payments across multiple states cannot be addressed solely through an internal employment investigation. Security reached the door. Derek walked past where I stood. He stopped. You are destroying your family. I looked directly at him. No, I said. I am only refusing to keep hiding the person who did it. He walked out. On the wooden table where he had been sitting, the black and silver fountain pen still lay. He had forgotten it. I did not bring down North Star Media. I need to make that clear because, over the next 2 weeks, many people in the industry told the story differently. What happened was very simple. Everything they had concealed began coming due. Week 1. On day 2, North Star issued written confirmation that Derek Shaw had been suspended with pay, that all his access had been revoked, and that an internal investigation had begun. On day 3, Aurora Streaming formally suspended all intake and release obligations for predators at the edge, citing its warranties concerning usage rights and chain of title. 2 other North Star projects were also placed under legal review. On day 5, Naomi transferred the file and preservation requests to the appropriate authorities. That same day, we sent notice to all 23 cinematographers, the first letter in my life that I rewrote 9 times. Those whose footage appeared in the disputed transactions sent reservation of rights letters and demanded explanations from North Star and Silverline Creative. By day 8, the banks involved had begun processing recovery requests and transaction restrictions concerning the disputed funds. Week 2, North Star's board held an emergency meeting on Tuesday. On Thursday, Victor Lang resigned as head of North Star for personal reasons. The announcement was 4 lines long and did not mention the film. On Friday, after 3 projects had been suspended or placed under review, North Star announced the elimination of 11 post-production positions. Priya was among those laid off. She texted me at 9 that night. The message contained one sentence. Maya, I am sorry I did not speak up that day. I replied, Priya, you do not owe me an apology. Send me your resume. Derek remained silent for 13 days. Then on day 14, Lauren called. I let the phone ring 4 times before answering. Lauren did not say hello. She sounded as though she had been crying before she dialed. Maya, withdraw the report? I can't, Lauren. The file has been referred to the authorities. It no longer depends on my decision. Tell them you were mistaken. Tell them it was only a misunderstanding. They will listen to you. No, I will not do that. Lauren was silent for several seconds, then began reading a list. The bank withdrew approval of the loan. The $45,000 deposit is at risk. Derek is suspended. No company will return his calls. I am due in September. I am about to have a baby, and we may lose that house. I know. My child will grow up with a father under investigation for fraud. You caused this. I sat on the edge of the bed. In the past, I would have begun explaining. I did not create 17 unauthorized transactions. I did not receive the money. I did not write a plan to place responsibility under my name. But Lauren had not called to hear the truth. She had called so I would make the consequences disappear. Lauren, I said, I am truly sorry about the house. I mean that. Then help me. I can't. You are my family. And for far too long, those words have always been used to make me pay for someone else's choices. Lauren began to cry. I listened for about 10 seconds. Then I said the last thing I intended to say. I hope your delivery goes safely. I sincerely do. But I will not discuss the investigation with anyone in the family again. I ended the call. Then I opened my contacts, selected Lauren's number, and blocked it. I sat still for about a minute, waiting for the guilt to arrive. It did, but it did not stay as long as I expected. And beneath it was something else, something it took me several days to name correctly. Relief. 6 weeks later, Wildframe Archives leased its first office. 2 small rooms on the 3rd floor of an old building in Culver City. 1 office and 1 editing room. Priya had started the previous Monday. On Thursday afternoon, the shared receptionist downstairs called to say 3 visitors had arrived without an appointment. I knew who they were before she read the names. They were sitting in the small waiting area outside the office. My mother in the middle. My father on the left. Lauren on the right. Her belly much larger than the last time I had seen her. No one stood when I came out. Can we talk? My mother asked. I invited them into my office. I left the door open. My mother presented her case, and this time she needed no build-up. Only 4 things, Maya. I will say them, and then we will leave. All right. 1. Tell the investigator Derek did not act intentionally. Say he did not understand the process. Say this was a management error, not fraud. 2. If North Star pays a settlement, use part of it to help Lauren keep the house. Lauren does not need all of it, only enough for the deposit. 3. Do not submit any more evidence. What is already submitted can stay, but do not provide anything else. She paused. 4. Put the baby's interests ahead of your anger. I sat quietly for about 5 seconds. Then I answered more briefly than I had ever spoken to them before. I will respond to all 4. Point 1. I will not tell an investigator something I do not know to be true. This was not one management error. There were 17 transactions over 14 months, following the same document pattern and using the same receiving entity. 16 documents used an image of my signature without authentication. The 17th transaction was inserted into a legitimate approval package. Point 2. No recovery has been finalized. If money is recovered in connection with the footage, the rights of the affected cinematographers must be addressed first. It is not money I may simply use to pay anyone's house deposit. Point 3. I did not submit evidence because I was angry. I submitted it because 17 transactions were presented in Wildframe's name without the company's approval. I cannot conceal evidence to protect Derek. I looked directly at my mother. And point 4. Derek was not only connected to that money, Mom. He wrote a 5-step plan to place the entire prior rights management process under my name, then appear as the person who discovered and corrected the old violations. If that plan had been completed, the disputed transactions could have been presented as misconduct from the period when I was in charge. I have that plan. It was edited immediately before the meeting appointing Derek. My mother opened her mouth. Nothing came out. That night you called and told me not to compete with Derek. I do not think you knew. I truly do not. But you called without asking me a single question about what was happening to me. And the next morning, when the family came to my apartment, everyone came to force me to return and restore Derek's access without asking why I had left. My father spoke for the first time. We did not know about that. I believe you. But you did not ask either. In every text and every call, no one asked whether I was all right. Everyone only demanded that I return or reopen the master files. Lauren spoke very softly. Maya, we are still family. Lauren, I still hope your delivery goes safely. I will still be happy to learn that the baby has been born. I stood. But I will not return to the role this family assigned me for so many years. My mother stood as well, and the last of her firmness returned to her voice. Now that you are successful, you don't need a family anymore. Is that it? And I answered with a sentence I had repeated to myself for 6 weeks. No, Mom. You did not lose me because I became successful. You lost me when you decided my success was something reserved for other people. No one said anything else. I opened the office door and told the receptionist the meeting was over. My father left first. Lauren did not look at me. My mother stopped at the door, turned, and waited. Every other time, that was the moment I would have stepped forward and asked her to stay. I remained where I was. She left. I closed the office door, sat down, and opened my laptop. There was an unread email in my inbox from 20 minutes earlier. Sender, Camille Ross. Camille Ross's email was 2 lines long. Mrs. Bennett, I would like to speak with you about that footage. Not as North Star's buyer. Are you available Tuesday? We met at Aurora's office Tuesday morning, with Naomi beside me. Camille wasted no time on an introduction. Aurora still wants those images and those stories, but we do not want to continue North Star's cut. The issue is chain of title, I said. Yes, and now I know where the chain of title needs to begin. She pushed a term sheet across the table. This proposal has been approved in principle by Aurora's content and legal departments. 1. Aurora develops a new project with Wildframe Archives, serving as the lead production company. 2. You are the executive producer. 3. Wildframe executes or amends an agreement with every cinematographer whose footage is used. Fees are negotiated according to the scope of rights and paid within 30 days. 4. Each source agreement contains its own credit provision and a separate revenue sharing or release bonus mechanism. The cinematographer's name, year of filming, and region are displayed within the scope each person agrees to disclose. I read point 4 twice. You included a credit provision in the term sheet? Mrs. Bennett, I sat in that conference room for 40 minutes. I do not intend to allow anything similar to happen on an Aurora project. Naomi looked at Camille. This is a new project that will not use North Star's film title, script, timelines, edits, or internal assets? Correct. All footage must be validly relicensed through Wildframe before production? Correct. Does North Star have any role? No. I sat quietly for a moment. Then I did something even Naomi had not anticipated. I will not rebuild that film exactly as it was. Camille looked up. Can you explain? Predators at the Edge is a structure I wrote under North Star's conditions. 8 episodes organized by hunting season, 47 minutes each. I will not use their timelines, scripts, or edits. I placed a hand on the cover of my notebook. Wildframe has management rights and access to nearly 200 hours of footage under the source agreements. I can work directly with every owner of the images the new project will use. I no longer have to force those images into the structure North Star selected. Camille leaned back. Then what do you want to make? I want a new title. I want to rebuild the structure. 6 episodes longer. Each episode tells the story of both the cinematographer and the animal. Raphael waited 9 days for 4 seconds. That is part of the story too. And it is the part North Star always cut out. What is the new title? Those Who Wait. Camille was silent for several seconds. Then she picked up her pen and wrote in her notebook. We need an outline in 3 weeks. 11 days later, Wildframe and Aurora signed an exclusive development agreement. During the first month in the new office, Wildframe's team grew to 6 people. Priya was first. The second was a rights management specialist. Marcus was third. He had left North Star 2 weeks before I called. The other 3 had worked in the 4th floor editing room, where no one stood when I left carrying the cardboard box. I hired them anyway. I understood why they had remained seated that day. I had also remained seated for far too long. During the first week, I called all 23 cinematographers in the network to explain Wildframe's new direction. For those whose footage was proposed for the project, I read every provision concerning scope of use, fees, credit, and revenue sharing. The call with Raphael lasted 40 minutes. He did not ask about money first. He asked how his name would appear on the screen. The second thing I did was remove the fountain pen from the slot inside the black document case. The twin pen. It had remained in its box for 3 years, because I had always believed I had not done anything important enough to deserve it. I opened the cap and used that pen to sign the first development agreement between Wildframe and Aurora. Then I left it on my desk. I never put it in a drawer again. 1 year after the day I removed my employee badge and placed it on the table. Wildframe Archives had 14 employees. We moved to a larger floor in the same Culver City building. There were 3 editing rooms. There was a conference room I named the Raphael Room because he visited for 3 days and spent all 3 teaching the younger employees how to wait for an animal. Those Who Wait was released on Aurora streaming the following March. 6 episodes. I was the executive producer. My name was there on the screen, in the position they had said 1 year earlier. I lacked the leadership presence to hold. What happened on the other side reached me in fragments, through Naomi's emails, a few lines in the trade press, and things people repeated over lunch. I did not actively follow it. For a while, I thought I would want to know every step of their collapse. It turned out I did not. North Star Media lost 2 more major contracts over the following 6 months. In November, the company was acquired by a content production group based in Atlanta. The North Star name was retired. A different logo now hangs on the old building. According to the trade press, Victor Lang never again held a public executive position. The last I heard, he was working as an independent consultant for 2 small companies. He never contacted me. I did not expect him to. Derek Shaw reached an agreement with prosecutors in January. There was no trial. He admitted conduct involving falsified commercial records, agreed to reimburse the funds identified in the agreement, and received a period of probation. During 5 years of supervision, he was prohibited from holding a position with authority to approve licensing contracts or manage intellectual property. Brandon Cole reached a separate agreement, cooperated with prosecutors, and provided testimony. There were no handcuffs, no prison, and no moment when Derek fell to his knees and apologized. But for the next 5 years, every industry position he applied for required a background check. Lauren's purchase of the house in Glendale collapsed in June. Lauren and Derek moved into my parents' home in Pasadena. Lauren gave birth in September. A baby girl. I learned through a mutual friend. I sent a gift box to my parents' house. Baby clothes, no card, no sender's name. So Lauren would not have to respond. I do not know whether she guessed who sent it. No one messaged me. I still had not unblocked her number. Some evenings I thought about it. I still did not do it. My parents sent me a message on New Year's Eve. 4 words. Happy New Year, Maya. Happy New Year to you too. That was the full extent of our communication for 12 months. I do not know whether that will change. Maybe one day. But if it does, it will have to begin with a question no one in my family has ever asked me. And what about me? I sleep 8 hours a night. I run 3 times a week. I cook real meals and eat them at the table, not in front of a screen. I spent too many nights sleeping in North Star's editing room. During Wildframe's first year, I slept at the office only once. It was the night the entire team delivered the final cut to Aurora. Everyone stayed together. We ordered pizza. I still work hard. But now I work within a system where every person's name appears beside the work that person actually created. There is one question people often ask when they hear this story. If you could return to that morning, would you do anything differently? I always give the same answer. Yes, I would stand up earlier. Not 40 minutes earlier. 4 years earlier. 1 month before I told this story, the premiere took place in a small theater on Beverly Boulevard. 90 seats. I stood at the back of the room, leaning against the wall instead of sitting. An old post-production habit. Stand where you can see both the screen and the audience. Rafael Ortega flew in from Oaxaca. He wore a suit jacket, something he said he had worn only twice in his life. Priya and Marcus sat in the front row. Several cinematographers who could not attend joined by video call. The final episode ended with water returning to the riverbed that had once been dry. On the far bank, a mother cheetah led her 3 nearly grown cubs along the new grass. The screen went dark. The credits began to roll. I had never spent so much time on a credit sequence. First came the cinematographers, not compressed into one small list that rushed past the screen. One by one, each person received a full frame, along with the year of filming and the region that person had agreed to disclose. Rafael Ortega, 2022. Every cinematographer whose footage appeared in the 6 episodes received an individual credit. In the front row, Rafael sat still when his name appeared. Then came the research team, then post-production. Priya, Marcus. Every member of the Wildframe team was credited under the correct role. No one was buried under a line reading "and associates." And finally, one frame. Created and executive produced by Maya Bennett. I looked at it for about 2 seconds. Then I turned to look elsewhere. Not because I was humble. I had waited far too long to see that name in the right place, and I will not pretend it did not matter. But because there was something better to look at. In the front row, Priya was turning her phone screen so the remote participants could see the credits. Marcus sat beside her, still holding the paper coffee cup he had carried since that afternoon. Raphael turned and shook hands with another cinematographer. The lights came up. The entire room stood. None of them was looking at me. They were looking at one another. That was what those days in April had taught me. For 7 years at North Star, I believed that if I did enough, eventually someone would give me a place to stand. I was wrong. People can take only what you continue handing them in silence. North Star believed that putting Derek's name in my position would allow the film to continue as though I had never existed. But when the images disappeared, they finally understood that a name could not replace the contracts, relationships, and rights system that had kept the film standing. Thank you for staying until the end of the story. If you are the person who always stays latest, always fixes other people's mistakes, and always remains silent, so family dinner does not become uncomfortable, I hope it does not take you as many years as it took me to understand that. If this story reached you, leave a comment telling me where you are watching from, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Many more stories are waiting to be told. Your work deserves to be called by its proper name.